What's up? Ghost Fictions is here. This is the finale of a story where Issei was trained by the dragon gods and became the true dragon god of chaos. Subscribe and turn on the notification bell for more interesting contents. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Also, this is a translate version. You may find some mistakes, specifically in the character's gender. Issei of course is a male, Vali also is a male. Let's start the finale. After both girls let out what they had in their hearts, they felt more relieved and gave a certain fall the answer she has been looking for so much. However, she is going to wait for the right moment to talk to the brunette. On the part of the Valkyrie, although she still had that discomfort in her heart, she could no longer deny that she was in love with the brunette, and she knew better than anyone that she had to talk to him to clarify everything. After that moment, the brunette, with a kiss on the forehead where they both blushed, guided them to the dining room where they had a quiet and very lively breakfast. When they finished, the brunette went to the living room to say goodbye to all his girls who had to fulfill their duties, or at least most of them, although he was not far behind, since he also had things to do. In the house now there were only Faye, Ika, Ravel and Tiamat who accompanied the brunette while he waited for Surzich's call. Faye and Ravel sat on the laps that belong to Office, but when she is not there they take advantage of it, although they don't know how, but later they realize. Ika and Tiamat were at their sides enjoying the aura that Kitano gave off, since it always calmed them, or at least Ika, since Tiamat still feels it, and it goes without saying that she loved that sensation. A few moments later a magic circle appeared in front of them, and the hologram of a certain Redeed formed. "It's good to see you again, Surzich," the brunette said calmly, since the problem with the grimoire, he had not seen the Mayu again. "Likewise, Issei, I see that you are very well," he said with a calm smile, but he seemed a little uncomfortable since he still hasn't gotten used to his sister not being the one next to him. "It's a pleasure to see you again, Lucifer-sama," Ravel said with respect, since after all she still feels like a pure demon, and the Redeed is one of her leaders, he always has to show his respect. The Redeed returned the greeting calmly and then turned to the brunette with a serious look, making him become serious. "The meeting is already set for 3 weeks. We received confirmation from all the faction leaders in the world. We explained the circumstances to them, and even though some were not very convinced, they decided to help since the problem affects everyone in general," he said. The Mayu seriously made the brunette smile at that. "Well, in a while I have to meet with Shiva to see about our forces and clarify some points of our plan. I will let him know that everything is going well," the brunette said seriously to receive a settlement from the Redeed. The forces of demons, angels, fallen, Asgardians and Yokai are already preparing and are protecting their territories. Even the vampire fraction is protecting their territory and joined us, said the Redeed, surprising when he saw the rapid movement, "but I'm glad that at least if Indra tries something, everyone will notice." "Very well then, see you in 3 weeks, said the brunette, saying goodbye to the Redeed who also said goodbye, leaving the brunette alone with his girls. "It seems that things are going to get very serious very soon," said Tiamat, who until now had not known everything that was happening. "Yes, I just hope we can stop Indra and get out of all this problem," the brunette said in a tired tone, since he has been in that world he has not stopped fighting. "Really the only thing I want is to be able to live peacefully and form a family with all of you," said the brunette with a calm smile. The girls blushed just by always imagining that idea that for all of them was like a dream come true. However, due to all the circumstances it could not be realized, and that is the same reason why none of them has become pregnant, since Issei he cast a spell on them so that they would not remain like this. Because the circumstances they are in are not the best, and they agreed, since none of them wanted to bring a being to life when they are in time of war. "Well, girls, for the moment I'm going to go meet with Shiva. I want you to train a little, mainly to teach Ika some magic," the brunette asked, to which the girls all nodded. After giving each one a kiss, which they happily received, Issei went to the north of Japan, where Shiva is currently with a portion of his generals. The girls went to train when Issei left while it appeared in a forest that seemed the most natural. However, after passing through a barrier everything changed, and you could see a fairly large camp. The brunette walked calmly to a large tent where Shiva was with some of his generals. They were like this because they are in charge of hunting down Indra's forces that were scattered throughout the world. "Sekiruyate," Shiva said calmly, watching the brunette enter the room where everyone greeted them with respect. "Shiva, the preparations are finishing, and the date for the meeting has already been set," said the brown man, standing on the other side of the table, where the god was. "Well, with that Indra will have to get out of wherever he is hiding," the god said a little upset. After all, he looked for him all over the world, but he did not find him. "Also the fractions of the alliance are already preparing their forces, and I spoke with Yusaka to send Yokai around the world to look for their lair," the Issei spoke again, making Shiva only agree. If we can convince the leaders, we can take the numerical advantage. However, I never thought that my war with him would end up involving the rest of the world. I never even thought it would be so complicated for me," the god said with clear disgust and anger, since even though he knew that war was going to happen, he didn't think it was at that level. "You cannot hide the fact that stealing part of the power of the Trihexa makes it extremely dangerous even for you. With the help of the other gods who have them under mental control, things become more complicated, but making a replica of the Grail is already enough." "Complicated," said the brunette. He knew that things were not good at all. In fact, it was very bad. The brunette along with the generals and Shiva were discussing different topics about what was coming, and it was like that for a long time, but it all ended until a loose man ran in. Clearly it was a yokai. "Sir, we have problems," the soldier said, very agitated, drawing the attention of everyone in the place. "Speak," said just Shiva knew that something was not right. "We received information from one of the spies that Indra is moving and is heading to Grigori." When the brunette said that, his eyes widened when he knew that what he wants is the information that Azazel has in his computers about him. Grail, but when he remembered what the vampire territory was like, he became extremely worried about a person who was there. Enemu was the only thing the brunette said to run out and create a dimensional gap and enter it in the direction of Grigori. "Quickly everyone gets ready, I want 50% of our soldiers to go to Grigori as soon as possible," Shiva ordered, leaving first since he knew that if Indra was there his other friends were too. Meanwhile, the brunette created a special circle that included only his loved ones, the leaders of the alliance, along with Vali and their wives. Indra goes to Grigori, Azazel reinforces security, the others send reinforcements, Falbium sees Grigori with a group as reinforcements. It was the only thing the brunette said to hurry to get to Grigori, who was now in chaos. Underworld, Grigori. Before time. Enemu was arriving at Grigori after being away for a while. However, when he arrived he saw how almost all the fallen and some demons were praying to a book that Azazel was holding. However, when everyone could feel the presence of the cadre, they quickly saw her again, causing her to feel a shiver down her spine. "And here is one of his beloveds, let us all praise the Supreme," said Azazel, who was standing on a platform. "Amen," they all said and bowed in front of the Cabir, who had not the slightest idea what was happening. To one side of her approached who had left the religion that was taking more and more power. The Cabir quickly explained to Enemu, who immediately blushed furiously upon hearing part of the story, and then went to Azazel, who was sweating cold with his followers, since even though they know how beautiful the girl was, Cabir also knew his temper when he got angry, and now he was not at all in a good mood. After a while we can see Azazel completely unconscious and several of the followers on the ground unconscious just like their leader. However, at that moment the special information circle arrived where they heard what the brunette said quickly. The Cabris they became serious since the catastrophe was coming to them. "Everyone take battle positions," he shouted very seriously where everyone quickly ran to their respective positions, and a powerful barrier was raised over the main city of the fallen Grigori. It doesn't matter who it is to attack anyone who passes the barrier, and as soon as he said those words, a fissure appeared in the barrier from which Indra emerged along with Vishnu. In addition to a large number of people, there were several merit among them. Without warning, the fallen began the fight without thinking twice. Azazel and Shemhazai fought as best they could with Indra, since he was clearly much stronger than them. Barakiel along with Enemu fought against Vishnu, Sahariel, Armros, Tamiel fought against Brahma. Thoboikus were fighting with several merit, while the other fallen ones were fighting with the soldiers. The battle had just begun and it was already at a high level. There were very few dead, but quite a few wounded. However, at that moment Vali and his wives arrived where he immediately went to help Azazel and Shemhazai as best he could because Indra was beating him, while the other girls divided up to help the other Cabirs who were fighting against Brahma and Vishnu, who were even though they were not at his level, they at least provided support. A minute later some of the DXD group arrived and immediately jumped into battle, starting to win and avoiding many deaths. Those with the highest level fought against the merit who were the most powerful, but even so the fight was very difficult. As time passed, several soldiers and merit infiltrated the research facilities to look for some information, however, no one noticed. In the magical circle that appeared, Sona and Tsubaki came out, along with Ross and her ex-husband, as well as some teachers who had a high level and who wanted to come help along with all the Citri peerage. Just by seeing the situation, Sona began to give orders to her noblemen who immediately obeyed and went to fulfill them. Sona and Tsubaki helped to defeat the merit, and thanks to Tsubaki, the fight became a little easier since, thanks to the training that ago with Issei and the other girls, her level had risen a lot. The fight intensified, and more reinforcements began to arrive. A small group of angels, where Asia and Zenobia came from, commanded by Gabriel, joined the battle. Gabriel joined in helping the people who were fighting against Vishnu, while Dulio and Griselda helped against Brahma, making them now able to fight him. However, both gods began to be surrounded by a black aura, making them more powerful in fighting against their opponents. The other angels fought against and supported the others, powerful. When one of the merit was going to kill her, Irina, who also arrived with them, saved her. Thanks to the training with Issei, she was able to recover her level and surpass him by far, since in the fight in the vampire territory, she clearly could not do anything to help. But that feeling she tried even harder so that when they appear again it will be of help. Don't let your guard down was the only thing the brunette said, passing the sword to the blue-haired girl who didn't know what to do or say. Despite everything, she couldn't hate him. Her friends, her heart allowed it, although she was a little resentful, she did not hate them and would fight to protect them. On the other side of the field, Ross and Tsubaki were fighting side by side. Even though Tsubaki was stronger, with the help of Ross vs, it made it much easier for her, and Sona supported them from a distance towards the calm fight. A little away from them was a group of demons fighting intensely among themselves. They were next to their peerage, however they were being pressured by some merit who inadvertently separated everyone, leaving the Arasagares alone. The merit attacked her and in an attempt to counterattack, she neglected her defense, causing another to hurt her arm, leaving her injured. The Arasagares looked up to see how one of those things was approaching with clear intentions to kill her. Her noble did everything possible to help her, but they blocked their way. She simply closed her eyes waiting for her inevitable death, however, never arrived. Opening her eyes with some emotion, she saw how Ryu was protecting her with his body since the blade that those things carried passed through her abdomen. 15. Ryu, Ross was shouted who saw that. Immediately Sona and Tsubaki looked in the direction of Ross vs to see how the Agare's heiress was protected by Ross vs's now ex-husband. Ross quickly went to where he was, followed by Tsubaki and Sona who followed her closely. Without saying anything, Ryu just gave a smile to the girl who for some reason felt her heartbeat when she saw him. Ross with his magic moved the merit away and Tsubaki and Sona killed him. Ross grabbed him before hitting the ground. Even though she doesn't love him, she can't help but worry about him, since he was the one who helped him get out of that loneliness that invaded her. She shared many moments with him. Even though she had admitted and accepted being deeply in love with the brunette, she couldn't help but feel enormous appreciation and affection for him. "Don't worry, Ross-chan, I'm fine," Ryu said, reassuring Ross even though they pierced her abdomen, the blade did not touch any of her important organs, making the wound not so serious. Note: no, people, Ryu is not in love with her, he simply protected her. However, for Sakura, it's a different, but it does not mean that she fell in love with him, because that would be too stupid. But I think that understanding where I want to take things, the truth, I can't kill Ryu, he doesn't deserve it, he deserves to be happy. Ryu, with a little effort, stood up and extended his hand to the Agare's heiress, who, blushing a little, took it and stood up. "We are in the middle of a battle, we must not be careless," Ryu said calmly, making the two girls nod, and Sakura met again with his noble, who was sorry for his carelessness. Now they were fighting more seriously, so that nothing would happen to their king. In heavens where several battles take place, the beings who faced Brahma and Vishnu had problems since with that increase in power they were overwhelmed, and not to mention those who were with Indra, since the truth is, Indra was playing with the three of them. During the fight Vishnu managed to damage Barakiel, making the fight more difficult now, since they had one of them injured. Vishnu, under the mental control that Indra had of her, gave a strong blow to Penemu, causing her to fly to the ground. Gabriel went to help her, but Vishnu, in a quick movement, confronted her and hurt her a little since he was not using all his strength. Power and Gabriel through training with Issei and the others has also raised the level very spontaneously. While Gabriel was recovering, Vishnu took advantage and went to finish off Penemu. Despite being strong and very powerful, he could not face a god like him with that extra power. Maybe he would have done something if he didn't have that black aura surrounding him. But it is not like that, and the last blow left her very hurt. Seeing how Vishnu came to where she was, she tried to stand up and face him, but she realized that she couldn't since the previous blow caused her more damage than she thought, in addition to the fact that her body was already quite injured from fighting with him. She closed her eyes in resignation, waiting for her end. The others who saw this were startled, even Azazel who wanted to go help her, but Indra wouldn't let him. Gabriel, Barakiel, Maya and Lavinia, who were the ones fighting against the god, tried to stop him as best they could, but Gabriel was recovering, Barakiel was injured, and Maya and Lavinia, despite being strong, their powers did almost nothing to the god that he was flying at high speed to end Penemu's life. A small tear undetectable to everyone ran down his cheeks because despite everything he did not regret his life or what he did in it, his only regret was not accepting that feeling that he had for a certain brown-haired man. "Issei," she whispered herself, to which no one listened to that whisper. When the sword was about to cut her, another sword caused the attack to deflect and pass by her. Penemu, who heard that sound of metal colliding, opened her eyes only to be surprised that a sword was next to her and was responsible for saving her life. A very great feeling began to run through his heart when he saw the sword, since that was not a simple sword, it was nothing more, nor anything less than Ascalon. At that moment Issei appeared next to Vishen with his balance breaker and kicked the god that sent him flying, but clearly it didn't do much. Issei-kun, Issei-sama were some of the names that were heard when the brunette finally appeared with a completely serious expression, while his aura demonstrated authority and power. Roswas, Gabriel, Sona and Tsubaki were extremely happy that their beloved Issei had finally arrived. The girls from the Gremory group lowered their heads when they saw him, they did not have the courage to look at his face again, although they had a certain shine in their eyes when they saw him. The others you introduced were happy to see him, mainly Vali who had long wanted to go help his wives, but Indra wouldn't let him. He took off his armor and calmly walked to where the cadre was lying and very carefully hugged her to her surprise, astonishment and shame. "I'm glad I arrived on time," the brunette said calmly, but Penemu could feel the worry, pain, sadness and happiness that those simple words carried. Penemu returned the brunette's hug with a smile, since she knew that all that worry, sadness and fear was for her heart was extremely happy to see the person she loved in that state for her. The brunette separated from her and kissed her without caring that they were in the middle of a battle. He did not care that Vishen was recovering from his kick with almost no damage, that everyone was watching him, he was extremely happy that he could have arrived in time to save beloved. When they separated he gave her a smile, while Cabra was completely red from the kiss after all for some reason she couldn't resist those lips of his and something told her to never deny him a kiss. Boost, that was what the Cabra heard and then heard transfer passing its power to the Cabra who was able to move again, even now she moved more freely. Without saying anything else apart from giving a smile to Cabra, he began to fly to where Indra was, who was having a quiet extraction. Vishen, who had already recovered, went to attack Issei, however, he could not even get close when he received a powerful magical attack that caused him to crash into the ground, surprising everyone, and second later, Brahma shot out towards the same place where Vishen was. Everyone realized who was responsible and were surprised to see that it was none other than Shiva, who was looking at Indra very intently. "The one who lives in me is the red dragon. I am the crimson red dragon that will rise to supremacy. The one who possesses me is the crimson heathen Liturgan, who will become the king of darkness. The shiny black of the god of dreams and illusions. He transcends the limits that one believes to be a forbidden existence. This is the call of the infinite dragon and its power. Dragon infinite drive." It was heard throughout the field, and then a crimson light illuminated the entire field, drawing the attention of those present and showing red armor with black and purple touches. The powerful aura was felt throughout the place, surprising more than one because even though they knew that the brunette had returned, they did not know what his true power was. Without warning, he appeared in front of Indra to give him a blow that he counterattacked, making their fists collide, creating a shock wave due to the great power that despises the fists. Azazel sees and destroys that information. It was the only thing the brunette said to start a fight against the god who, unlike now, had a serious expression and was fighting more seriously than before. Azazel, knowing what he was referring to, flew to his laboratory where some merit had already entered. Bali, knowing that it would be a hindrance to how his level is at that moment, that even though he has risen a lot, he still needs to reach the level of his rival. He quickly went to help his wives who were having a bit of a difficult time since the fight against the gods tired her out and they couldn't do much to the merit in front of them. Gabriel and Barakiel went to Penemu who was helping her fallen companion since now with Shiva, there she did not have to worry about the two gods who were currently fighting Shiva. The fight became increasingly intense, but the faction side was winning since they were able to eliminate some merit and the soldiers were not a danger. The large circle appeared in the middle of the field, a small mini-army seemed to be in it, who were commanded by the Maius Matius. Note: that son of a bitch doesn't always have to be asleep in this fic, I'm going to put him to work whether he wanted to or not. He immediately commanded his troops with the enemies, making the balance lean completely towards the fractions, and this even more so where another magic circle appeared with another mini-army, but this was Shiva's making them join the fight and begin to clean the city. However, a large explosion happened in the laboratory, drawing the attention of everyone present, mainly Issei. From that explosion came several merit who had a small sphere in their hands, immediately Issei and Shiva realized what it was. "Don't let them escape," Issei and Shiva shouted, drawing everyone's attention. He immediately rushed to where the two merit were going, but they wouldn't let those they were fighting, even if they died, they wouldn't let them pass. "Bali," shouted Issei, to which he understood, and in his balance breaker, he attacked them who, thanks to their speed, could not do anything against him. When he appeared in front of them, he created two magic circles, and with great power two rays of lightning came out, killing almost all the merit in that group. However, there were 3 that had escaped by flying out of the battlefield. Bali was going to follow them. A small group held him back long enough for those to move away. The magical teleportation circle appeared in front of them, clearly alarming Shiva and Issei. From the previous smoke, Azazel emerged, a little beaten, flying at his maximum capacity to where the group was, and he was not the only one. Shiva and Issei did the same since he could not let them escape with that information. However, Azazel was held back by a group of soldiers that he was trying to eliminate without slowing down, but it was still slowing him down. Shiva was completely stopped by the 2 gods who were staring at him. And Issei was clearly stopped by Indra. The Merit entered the portal, making the brunette lament excessively. They had escaped with the last piece that Indra needed for his plans. Quickly the small group that remained that served Indra began to retreat, as did the 2 gods that Shiva could not prevent from fleeing. Indra had a big smile on his face, making the brunette frown. Since he already knew the reason for his smile, the god began to disappear, and the brunette, in an attempt to avoid him or at least harm him before he left, launched himself. With Jed already reached him, but he disappeared, leaving Issei where the god previously stood with an angry and worried expression. Everyone began to celebrate having won without knowing that they had really lost all the battles. Now they only have to win the war at a total disadvantage. The brunette stayed with his girls and Grigori, recovering a little, along with the DXD group. However, the Grimory's girls were trying to talk to the brunette. However, he had his mind in another place, besides being with Shiva and Azazel talking about the information. The 2 armies had withdrawn, and the Fallen began rebuilding and cleaning the entire battlefield. Thanks to the help of the other factions, they were able to reduce deaths, although the wounded were numerous. "This is serious," the brunette said seriously. "Indra already has everything he needs. It is only a matter of time before he attacks us," Shiva said seriously. "I will talk to Surzich, Michael, Aten and Yusaka, so that we can move forward with the meeting with the fractions of the world," Azazel said with several bandages on his body. "A week, that is the latest we can delay. Now more than ever we have to be ready for war," Issei spoke again. The 3 continued talking until Shiva left to prepare his army once and for all. Azazel went to report what happened, and Issei went to see his loved ones. When he was about to get to where they were intercepted by the Grimory group, making him sigh from tiredness. He really didn't mind being their friends. Very bad mood. "Before you say anything, if you are going to say something about forgiving them or returning to my side, I already told you, I forgive you, but you can't be with me, I no longer love you, and you already have your life, you have to be firm to the decision was made, and you made the decision to continue, so if you have something to say outside of that topic, I can listen to you." The brunette said calmly before Riaz hugged him, but when he heard everything the brunette said he became extremely depressed, and not only her, the others too. At that moment, no one said anything since that was what they wanted to talk about. The brunette, upon seeing that, only let out a tired sigh. "You have nothing more to say, I'm leaving, my loved ones are waiting for me," said the brunette, standing next to them in the direction of where Tsubaki, Sona, Roswis, Gabriel and Irina had gathered as they were helping Penemu recover. Complete of her injuries and that they are worried about her, since for some reason living among them for so long has created a very strong bond between them, which even though Penemu, Roswis and Sona haven't been around for long enough not to say that nothing, yet they feel that same bond between them. When the brunette entered the room he was immediately hugged by Irina and Gabriel, who were the most energetic of the group, although if you can pay attention Sona and Tsubaki had clear desires to hug him too. But the 2 angels in each arm and after a kiss to each one, he was able to walk to where the injured Penemu was. "I talked to Azazel and Shemhazai, and they told me that you can rest from your work until you recover, so don't worry if we don't go," said the brunette, getting even closer to her, surprising her for that, although Shemhazai, who is her boss, told her to go rest. Since if she was injured, Azazel was more involved saying that it would be the best, but what he wanted was for Penemu to be gone, so he could worship his god with his followers who were gaining more and more strength. "Well, at least I can rest," said the cadre, since that fight did exhaust her. Fighting against a god is not easy and lasting so long is much easier, and the damage I received was not felt due to the heat of the fight, but then it was she realized that she was quite injured, not seriously, but very sore. "Very well then, what do you say if we go?" the brunette said, stretching out his hand to Kabir, who was perplexed by this. "But you don't know where I live," the cadre said, a little confused. "Of course, if you live with me and the other girls, or maybe you don't want to live with me," the brunette said calmly, but he said the last thing with a smile, making Kabir blush a little, and she couldn't help but think about living with the brunette. "Well, if I'm a bother, I'd love to live with you and the others," Kabir said a little sadly, and with just the time she spent this morning during breakfast she felt quite comfortable, and she really felt happy now. She got along very well with the other girls, even in just those hours she became good friends with Gabriel and Serafal, where, despite considering them allies, she never thought of having a friendship with them, and all the other girls were very lively and kind to them. The atmosphere was quite cozy and comfortable, not like in her home which was her alone, always alone. She really wanted to live with all of them, with her friends and future sisters, but most of all she wanted to live with him, but she didn't have the courage to say, now that he, the person she finally decided to love and let herself be carried away by those feelings, she proposed that she really couldn't and didn't want to reject her, she no longer wanted to get up alone, have breakfast alone. She wanted someone with her and that was the best option. Of course not, you are and always will be welcome to our house, Brown said, making the cadre smile, so now maybe she can have a family. Well, I have to return to the academy, those who accompanied me have already left and the injured are in the hospital, Sona said calmly. Okay, but please take care of yourselves, since I wouldn't know what to do without you, the brunette said with a smile in front of Sona and Tsubaki, who blushed a lot at those words, but they gave him a smile, he approached them and told them. He gave a big kiss full of love making the two girls not want to separate from him. When the kiss ended due to lack of air, they created a magic circle to leave, the brunette looked at Irina and Gabriel. I imagine you also want a kiss goodbye, said the brunette with a smile, making the two girls blush a little for being so obvious. The brunette approached them and also gave each of them a kiss, making them do the same. That the citrus do not want to leave Issei. After that kiss, both girls disappeared with a big smile on their faces in a flash of light, leaving only Roswis and Penemu in the room. I'm going to visit Ryu since he was also injured. I asked Sona for permission to miss work since despite everything that happened, I still love him and I'm worried about his health, the Valkyrie said, making the brunette smile. I knew perfectly well that a relationship of so many years cannot be forgotten, just like that. Oh, please, I'll catch up with you later to see how she is. Also, I think it might be time to talk about that topic. The brunette thought that last thing, making her smile because of that and she prepares to leave, but before leaving, he stops her. And without warning he gives her a kiss, surprising her for that action. When they separated, the Valkyrie was in shock, blushing hard. I know we have to talk, I also know that you can't forget a person who took care of you and protected you for so long, and also gave you a lot of love and affection, but I want you to know that I love you too, said the brunette with a calm smile, remembering what she talked about with her friend. The Valkyrie could only nod as she left with a small smile on her face, while she was completely red. The brunette could only smile at that, and he turned to see Cabber who was a little red and clearly jealous, although she tried to hide it. The brunette approached her, hugged her by the waist, sticking closer to her and she to him. The Cabber immediately blushed because of that and could only nod. But first, said the brunette to kiss Cabber, who opened her eyes wide in surprise. However, she quickly came to her senses and hugged the brunette by the neck, making him even closer and fragilizing the kiss. They stayed like that for a few minutes, breaking the kiss a little to get some air, but they immediately continued. Penemu had waited for this moment for a long time, and now that she had it, she couldn't be happier than ever. Since she had accepted her feelings for the brunette, she wanted a kiss from him too strongly, she wanted to taste those lips that other girls are addicted to, and now that she tried them, she realized that because the sensation they have when kissing them, the feeling that she transmits. The love with which she does it now understands the other girls and perfectly understands why they are addicted to those kisses. When they separated, both the brunette and the purple-haired girl were smiling, although the girl was blushing. Without saying anything they both went home. Human World, Haidu Mansion. The couple appeared at the house being received by Ravel, Faye, Tiamat and Aika, who, although they received the call, did not go since the brunette told them not to go, since others would go, and although at first Tiamat did not agree. She accepted and she stayed trained with the other girls who became very good friends, and thanks to that they were able to elevate Aika, since as amazing as it may seem, the girl was a prodigy for magic, although not at the level of Faye, but for a person who had just started was really surprising. Even Tiamat began to educate both the brunette and the magician, since they were half-dragons about their species, more the first than the last since she had studied before, since she wanted to know everything about her lover and his race, in addition to the fact that she was already a half. Issei-sama, how are you? The magician asked quickly. Everything went well, everyone is fine, the phoenix asked, worried about the outcome of the battle. Well, even though we lost Grigori, almost nothing was damaged, the brunette said calmly, but the girls understood that by losing the battle, it was because Indra got what she wanted, something that worried them because if so, the war would come faster than before. The brunette gave the girls a small, short kiss to calm them down, something he achieved. Penemu was injured so I brought her home to recover, said the brunette, making the cadre blush and making her look away out of embarrassment. The girls understood what he meant by brought home since, even though Penemu was one of the few girls, it was only her and the Valkyrie that were missing, but upon hearing what the brunette said and Cabber's attitude she realizes that she was now one of them. The girls let the brunette in and followed him to the living room where they let Penemu sit and rest since, even though she has to be in bed, it would be very depressing, and it would be better for her to stay in the living room, because the sofas are very comfortable, and she can be with the other girls, so she doesn't get bored. The brunette stayed with them for a while talking and seeing that Penemu was comfortable, something he didn't even have to ask, when he saw the big smile of tranquility and happiness that the Cabber had just by talking to the girls. Issei said goodbye to the girls since he had to go check on Ryu, who really appreciated him a lot and considered him a great friend. Underworld, City of Lilith, Hospital. The brunette appeared in front of the hospital, immediately the people nearby recognized him, but before anyone said or did anything, he entered the hospital where some nurses treated him immediately, although that care was that they were beating each other to see who would take care of him. Attend. He asked a doctor where the patient Ryu was and he told him, the brunette immediately left before things got worse. Along the way you could see the few wounded men, when you got to Ryu's room you were going to pass by, but at that moment the person you least expected in the world came out, it was none other than Dot. When she came out she ran into the brunette immediately blushed, but not because of the brunette, but because he had a smile that clearly said something that, even though she liked what he was saying with that smile, she was not going to accept it. Dot. It's good to see you again Aguirre-san, the brunette said with the same smile that grew bigger and bigger, making the heiress Aguirre's blush. Likewise, Haidu, if you'll excuse me, I have things to do, said the heiress Aguirre's, leaving quickly to hide her blush, something she couldn't do since the brunette saw her. Come back soon, Ryu might like your company, the brunette said mockingly, something that made the heiress Aguirre stop for a moment before walking again even faster than before. An amused smile formed on the brunette's face because even though he did not have a great relationship with the heiress Aguirre's, for some reason seeing her like that could not help but bother her. The brunette entered the room finding Ryu and Roswas, who were talking calmly as if nothing had happened. The brunette thought that they did not hear the interaction between him and the heiress Aguirre's. It's good to see that you feel well, said the brunette, drawing the attention of the two present. Oh Issei, it's good to see that you're okay. Don't worry, I'm fine because the blade, even though it passed through my abdomen, didn't touch any important organs. Tomorrow they'll give me the exit, Ryu said calmly because even though if the brunette was a little injured, it was nothing serious since Indra was not fighting to kill him, but to retain him. I'm glad to hear that, friend, said the brunette, singing next to the Valkyrie. They were talking about several things, although the three of them wanted to talk about a topic that involved them, but none of them knew how. Tell me something, Ryu, the brunette said seriously, drawing the attention of the other two, ready to start the topic that the three wanted to talk about. What do you think about what Ross feels? The brunette said seriously, going to the main topic. The Valkyrie immediately shrank in her place, she even shuddered a little at the way the brunette said it. Ryu, who saw that, took the Valkyrie's hand. When she saw him, she saw that he was smiling at her, calming her down a lot. You love her, don't you? Ryu said calmly, making the Valkyrie startled by the question and look at the brunette again, a little blushing, while he had a serious expression, worrying the Valkyrie. However, he later saw the Valkyrie again with a big smile full of love and affection, making her blush hard. If I love her more than my own life, and even though it sounds somewhat hypocritical knowing that I am with other girls, but I really love her, just as I love each one of them, they are the most important thing to me, he said the brunette with the same smile as he looked at the totally blushing Valkyrie. I love everything about her shyness, her sincerity, her effort, her determination, I love every expression of her, I love her beautiful eyes, I love her pretty hair, mainly I love that smile she has, I love, and I will continue to love every part of this beautiful woman, that even though my heart is divided into several pieces, she has a piece only for herself and for no one. That little piece of my heart is and always only her mind, said Issei with total sincerity, demonstrating the love he felt for her in every word he said. The Valkyrie was crying for those words that reached the depths of her heart, although she did not mind sharing it, since her love and desire to be with him is greater than losing him. Also, for some reason having that little piece of his heart for her was more than enough, it made her feel unique even though she was with the other girls, but knowing that that little piece of his heart is only hers, and no one else's really helped her. Made me extremely happy. At that moment she thought that maybe this is how the others feel, they all shared Issei, since that simple little piece that each of them had made them feel unique and special. After all, Issei always gave them his love in addition to his time, he even dedicated time to each one separately. Ryu, who saw that, felt happy, although at first he felt sad, but as the brunette continued talking and seeing the Valkyrie's happiness he couldn't get sad, he was happy, he wanted to see her happy whether with him or without him, it wouldn't hurt him. Seeing her in the arms of another man did know that this man would value her as he should, as she deserved, and she knew better than anyone that the brunette knew perfectly well the value of a woman like Roswis. And seeing the brunette's look confirmed his suspicions. How could he get sad? In fact, he wasn't, he felt happy to see that authentic smile, that sincere smile full of love that Roswis had. That smile that despite everything he knew was never for him, it was always only the brunette, the only one who was always in his heart. However, he doesn't hate it, he couldn't do it. Now that he could finally see that smile, he was satisfied. He never felt that all those years with them were wasted, since she taught him how beautiful it is to love, since he had never fallen in love with anyone until he met Roswis. And now that he knew how beautiful it is to love, he only hoped in the future he could find that person who would look at him and smile at him in that same sincere and loving way. I hope you two are very happy, Ryu said with a smile, drawing the couple's attention. He saw how Roswis wanted to say something, but he covered her mouth with a finger. Ross, I already told you the truth, be selfish, go find your true happiness, don't worry about me, Ryu said calmly with a smile. I know you deeply love Issei, and he loves you deeply too, he is the person your heart has been waiting for all this time, I was just someone passing by, Ryu said again making Roswis want to say something, but Ryu spoke again. Even though your heart was never mine, you taught me how beautiful it can be to love, that's why I want you to be happy with the person you love, you'll see that someday I will find that person who loves me too, Ryu continued saying with a smile, while Roswis lowered her head as she still felt guilty and bad for the person who loved and cared for her so much. Ryu grabbed her face and made her look him in the eyes. Although I cannot be romantically with you, I would love to be your friend since despite everything we've both experienced many things, and I would like to maintain that by being great friends, Ryu said, making Roswis's eyes finally light up. Since although she did not love Ryu, she did love him very much and did not want to forget about him, but having him as a friend was something that she really liked since she had a friend apart from Issei, who even though he was her lover, he was also his friend, whom he could always count on. I would love to be your friend Ryu, Roswis said with a smile that surprised the brunette, since it looked like the one she gave to the brunette, however this was not love but affection, a sincere smile full of affection, a smile that formed on his lips. Yes, definitely, we were not destined to be a couple, but we were destined to be friends, Ryu thought when he saw that smile that he really liked and felt quite comfortable with it. I hope you accept another friend, the brunette said calmly, making the demon smile. Of course yes, Ryu said, extending his hand with a smile to the brunette that he takes, smiling back, making Roswis have a big smile because of that since her two precious people, one more than the other, of course, but just as important. For her they are great friends. After that, the previous resident left and now there was only a quiet and comfortable environment where the three enjoyed their talk. However, a magic circle appeared in the brunette's ear, making him say goodbye to the two of them, where he kissed Ross on the forehead, and Ryu shook his hand as a sign that they would see each other again since Ross, with what happened today, will live with him. The brunette leaves the room calmly. What's wrong? The brunette said seriously once he was out of the room. I spoke to Issei about the meeting, it seems that he had already gone ahead and had communicated with the other factions of the world. Once the situation was explained, they quickly accepted the change of date, as Issei said, who was the one who was calling him. How long, was the only thing the brunette said. 5 days, the leaders of the faction are already preparing to come to the underworld. Security is already being taken care of, Issei of the place, and Serafal is coordinating the travel routes so as not to expect any attacks, and Ajuka is collecting all the information and analyzing our state and the probabilities of everything. You have to win the war and be able to show it to others, the fallen man said seriously. 5 days, this is perfect, Shiva, as you already know, is already preparing his forces, and Kuroka and Office are sending them to do a very important mission. If they manage to complete it, we will have the sale. I also spoke with Yusaka, and he told me to send his people to look for the lair of Indra, worse it will be better to send him to look for his camps, that way we will start eliminating a large part of him. Said Issei, since although Indra could resurrect them that would be beneficial since the grail that I create does not believe that it can last long or revive for so long, and if reviving your troops will not revive evil dragons or Rizavum, then I'll give it to you, was the only thing the fallen man said to cut off the communication. However, another circle appeared in his ear. Mission accomplished, Naya, said a voice that the brunette clearly recognized, making him smile because of that, and even more so knowing that the mission was an excitement. Well, I need you to do another mission, however, this time I will send Faye with you, the brunette said calmly. Okay, but you have me, you have to reward us, he said again, which the brunette recognized perfectly. Of course, Office, I will reward you in the best possible way, the brunette said calmly, but with a tone that caused a shiver to run down both girls' spines when they heard it. He immediately became excited at the mere thought of receiving the reward of his loved. I will send you the location where you will meet Faye, she will tell you the mission. It was the only thing the brunette said when he was going to hang up, but he stops a bit before doing so. By the way, he said, drawing the attention of both girls. Please take good care of yourselves, it wouldn't be done without you, I love you, the brunette said with a lot of love and affection to the girls, who only had a big smile of happiness when they heard the person they loved tell them that. We love too, Naya, they said at the same time before hanging up, making the brunette smile at that. The brunette was leaving the hospital when he created a dimensional gap and entered it. Soon Indra, very soon you will fall, the brown man said to himself, while his gaze became like that of a reptile. After the battle that was fought in Grigori, the fallen angels together with some demons and angels helped in the construction of the city and reinforced the defenses not only there but in all places. Asgard, Kyoto, Underworld, even Heaven tightened security while they were on alert. During this time things were very hectic and everyone knew that war was already inevitable. For that same reason everyone began to train desperately, although clearly those people who did not train before now found it difficult to recover the powers they had previously. However, those who continued training became even more powerful, to the surprise of Issei Vali, managed to enter Dragon Force mode perfectly, although he can only be in it for just 5 minutes and then fall completely exhausted. But even so it was a great advance, and there it was seen that Vali was truly a genius. His wives were not far behind, since they managed to greatly increase their strength, all of them could perfectly be considered at the level of a supreme class demon. They tried very hard because they wanted to be with their loved one, fight by his side and support him, something they obtained thanks to the brunette, because since his beloved arrived, he changed a lot for the better. He was more loving, attentive, determined, and even though before they always trained, he did not see the results, at least until now, that thanks to Issei's help for training them. They raised their level, making them now able to be with their loved one when he fights, since they always wanted to be by his side. On the part of Issei girls, they all began to train with great effort, since they were all going to participate and help their loved one win this war and achieve peace, although of all of them only Ika decided not to fight, since she was barely awakening her powers. Although she wanted to complain, she did not do so, since she knew it was true, and only she will be a hindrance to her loved one. So she decided to stay and let her be the one to welcome him. Enemu and Ross joined the training with everyone rapidly increasing their level as they never neglected their training. The training was so hard that Irina even reached her other pair of wings, making her have 5 pairs of wings to her great joy. It was all thanks to the fact that Gabriel had trained her in some areas and the brunette had brought out her full potential. Tiamat surpassed the level of Drake and Albion when they were in their prime, becoming the 3rd heathen liturgian named after Office, who gave her that title which she clearly accepted since before she barely reached that level. All the other girls increased their powers to a huge level, even Sona was able to turn her water into ice with the help of Issei and Serafal. However, those who advanced the most and left the others surprised, including Office, were Serafal, Gabriel and Penemu, although the latter needed to train a little more. All of them achieved a certain transformation or unlocked certain abilities that made the brunette happy, since now they had more chances to live since, even though he trusted them, the fear of losing them was really very great. Of course, since he left that dimension, the brunette never stopped working hard to master his dragon force, where he was clearly improving every time, although he had to train alone, since when he activated the transformation he released pheromones, greatly exciting the dragon. The girls who were nearby, ending up making them his own. Not only were they preparing, since thanks to Yusaka they realized that Kyoto is very busy with the preparations for the war, where every time someone has free time, they train very hard to be able to return to their family. Thanks to Ross, he realized that Asgard is even more excited, since when Odin declared about the war, all the gods, the Valkyries and the heroes prepared and trained very hard. He even realized that Thor was going to be named as supreme commander of the entire Asgardian force. Although Odin participated, he would let his son be in charge of the decisions and command his forces. In heaven the lesser angels were training with great effort, while the high command began preparations and dividing their forces. On the other hand, Asia and Irina always trained not much, but she trained by doing during that inactive time, reaching her 4 pairs of wings, well they only had 3 pairs, although now the brunette had 5, and they still had 3, but that was something that no one knew outside of the group. The underworld, on the other hand, was the busiest place there was, since the conference of the world fractions was going to take place in the capital of the underworld. Everyone trained, mainly the DXD group, since they knew that if they wanted to get out of this war alive, they needed to increase their powers. Among them, Riaz and her peerage who trained to return to their previous level since they knew all this time they had not trained at all, and their levels were at rock bottom. Everyone was pretty excited as the biggest and perhaps bloodiest war in the world was approaching. The 5 days passed and the fractions of the world had gathered in a large 3-story room where there were balconies and there were all the leaders with their sub-leaders, each balcony represented a fraction, even some of their loved ones were with their respective fractions, as in the case of Gabriel with the angels, Seraphol with the demons, Penemu with the fallen, Yasaka with the Yaokai. Ilmenhold with the vampires, there was even Office who together with Tannen and Tiamat represented the dragons, there was also the Pope, but this it was not with heaven but with humans, since the information that there was going to be a war, all the exorcists immediately entered to do their part in creating peace, in addition to the many humans with sacred gear joined in. The now human fraction. However, other of his loved ones were not inside the rooms, as is the case of Sona, Tsubaki, Ravel, Kuroka, Irina and Lefei, since they did not have a really big position to be in the room that only allowed 3 people per fraction. In the center of the room was where everyone could see were the 3 biblical factions sitting at a large round table where Issei stood in the center, clearly the one who was going to lead that meeting. The room was clearly noisy since this is the first time that all the factions met and some had certain differences. The brunette, seeing that he could start, raised his aura a lot, making everyone shut up and look at him again. I thank you for attending this first meeting with all the factions of the world. I will introduce myself for those who do not know me. My name is Haidu Issei, the current Securutean candidate for Dragon God, the brunette said clearly loudly so that everyone they will listen to it. I think everyone present knows what situation we are in, said Issei looking at the mythologies. And for those who do not know or do not have many details, I will clarify that Indra, the current king of the gods in Hindu mythology, has obtained a power that is extremely dangerous. During the fight that took place years ago, where the beast of the apocalypse was freed from the seal, Indra took advantage of the fact that said beast was in a state of deep coma, allowing him to extract a part of the power of this beast, Issei reported very seriously, while all the fractions listened to him. At the end of that fight where said beast almost destroyed the Christian factions, it was able to be locked up again, thanks to the help of all the leaders. Some time later I changed for them where I faced Trihexa, however during one point of the fight, it was able to recognize that I had the power of Office Ouroboros, the goddess of infinity and great red, the dragon god of dreams and illusions. Issei narrated where everyone paid attention since that was something that no one knew. When he found out about that I was able to reason with him and he spared my life, however there was a condition for him to keep me alive and that was to eliminate the being that had stolen part of his power and proclaim it as his. Clearly I accepted because of that way I could keep myself alive and I could stop that being that had that power that was extremely powerful and very dangerous, said the brunette with a serious look. When I arrived again to this dimension thanks to my wife Lefei Pendragon and my fiancé Office Ouroboros, however when I did so I realized that the person who had this power was Indra, the king of the gods of Hinduism, making him extremely powerful, Issei continued. During the time I was locked up Indra was obtaining certain specific materials where it could clearly be seen that they were useless for one, but useful for him. Thanks to these materials, he was able to build a false sacred gear known as the Holy Grail, with the ability to resurrect the dead, Issei reported, causing some mythology to begin to murmur. Previously I had planned to stop him along with Shiva, the god of universal destruction of that mythology. However, with obtaining the Holy Grail Indra plans to revive what was once the terrorist organization Chaos Brigade, and with them a large number of evil dragons, Issei said very seriously. But that organization is not very large, the biblical factions could easily eliminate it, said the god of life from Aztec mythology. That is true, because you want us to join this war, said this time the supreme god of Celtic mythology. That's because not only is he going to revive them, through spies from the Yaokai faction they informed us that Indra plans to revive all the evil gods, along with their armies, Issei declared, surprising everyone, even the biblical factions. That only he and the Yaokai knew that information. Listen carefully, Indra plans to become ruler of the world as the only true god, along with all the beings that he will revive thanks to the Grail. He has the power to do so, although he was already a very powerful god, now with the power of the Grail. Trihexa is really dangerous, said the brunette, almost shouting. We must stop it, the heavenly father of Mesopotamian mythology said clearly very seriously. The problem would be how, since that way he could attack all mythologies, said the god of war from Egyptian mythology. The whole room became noisy. That's why I called you all today, said the brunette, drawing the attention of everyone present. I know perfectly well that some have certain grudges against others, or even hate others, but time requires that they stop those differences and unite to be able to get out of this situation, the brunette said seriously. And you think that only with words everything will be resolved, said the god of the underworld of Mesopotamian mythology with clear displeasure in his words. A child like you who has not experienced anything, how can understand our problems, the same god said again. Hey, the boy has good intentions because you say something like that, said Thor from Norse mythology, defending Issei boy since he had earned his respect. You don't get involved in this, Nergal said with clear anger to the Norse god to start arguing. While I agree that Indra should be stopped, I do not understand why a child like you is directing this important issue, said the god of the afterlife of Egyptian mythology. That comment clearly angered the brunette girls who were present since they knew how hard he had worked. I don't think we will reach a solution soon, said S, the god of the sea or of storms and battles in Japanese mythology, seeing how everything was going. Oh look what a surprise, if you don't say it we won't realize, said the goddess of suicide from Maya mythology. That comment made Susanoo angry. Who asked you, Susanoo said, clearly displeased, making the goddess angry because of what he called her. In this way, several gods began to argue, in addition to clearly saying that a child like the brown one should not even be there in the presence of everyone, much less talking to them. That made Issei girls very angry. Seraphil began to freeze everything, while Gabriel and Penemu began to bring out a quite bright aura. Office and Tiamat were about to launch themselves against those idiotic gods and start a massacre. The brunette saw how things were getting worse and worse where they began to take out their auras, clearly prepared to start a war in that place. Hence disasters, Drake said in Issei's mind, who breathed heavily since he knew it was going to be difficult, but he didn't think it would be that difficult. See the good side, Drake said calmly. What is the good side of this? Issei asked his friend. Drake didn't say anything about it. The brunette was still waiting for his response. That everyone is gathered, Drake said trying to find the good side that was nowhere to be found. I seriously wonder what happened if Rainer was told no at that moment, Issei wondered when he knew that from that moment everything started. Surely you would still feel like a virgin who hasn't had a girlfriend, Drake said with clear mockery in his voice, making the brunette angry because of it. Or you could have followed a normal life where none of this happened to you and you were never known to me, as well as to your females. When Drake said that, the brunette stopped to think about it. The world without them, he said in a whisper thinking about the girls whom he loves and adores with his heart. If one day I see Rainer again I will thank her, since thanks to her I discovered this fantastic world, the brunette said with a smile that was seen by Surzich, Azazel and Michael, intriguing them why he smiled when they were about to unleashing a great battle of all against all. Although there were bad things, said the brunette, grieving in the Gremory and in all those battles where he almost died again and again, in addition to the times he died. There were also good things, the brown boy continued saying, remembering his loved ones, their smiles, their ways of being, when they play, when they talk, when they spend time together, their intimate moments. He enjoyed every moment with those people who did it. Extremely happy. Despite everything, I don't regret anything, the brunette said with a big smile, while Drake only smiled because of that. Then show that bunch of useless people how things are done, Drake said, making the brunette smile even more. Yes was the only thing the brunette said to put on a serious expression while his pupils slit and he let out his aura that began to rise rapidly. Everyone stopped their fights and looked at the brunette with surprise when they felt that powerful aura that came from him. Try to be reasonable with all of you, if you don't understand the good way it will be the bad way, the brunette said very seriously while expelling even more power. How dare you speak that way, said the god of the afterlife of Egyptian mythology, very angry. You better shut the hell up, the brunette said very seriously as he gave the god a cold look and expelled even more aura that began to combine with Drake's, making it even more powerful. I tried to reason with each of you in a calm and civilized manner, however, I couldn't do it, so if I can't do it the calm way, we'll do it the aggressive way, said the brown-haired man in a cold manner, looking at everyone present, literally remaining silent. Mind to everyone. Although Issei girls were getting excited seeing their beloved being so dominant, mainly Office and Tiamat seeing how their beloved commanded respect among all the gods, it was something that every dragon liked. Now I'm going to ask you directly, who in this room is going to join us, being the three biblical fractions, the Nordic and the Yokai, said the brown-haired man, speaking seriously while expelling his aura. Indra in her current state can easily eliminate any faction without much effort if she is separated, however, united is something else, said the brunette looking at everyone. Now I will tell you this, you will leave your stupid differences and join us or let those same differences separate you from us, being an easy target for Indra to eliminate you, the brunette said seriously, leaving the entire room completely silent. Both Surzich, Michael and Azazel had a smile on their faces when they saw the brunette as he put order. The war is getting closer, a war that will be devastating if we lose it. Indra will have no compassion for anyone and will attack not to dominate or subdue, but to eliminate, said the brown man, while everyone looked at him without saying anything, since he was still expelling that powerful aura. Now I will ask you for the last time, are you going to join our alliance? The brunette asked, keeping his aura while the room was completely silent and stayed that way for a few long minutes. Murmurs could be heard on some occasions, while the mythologies were heard. They saw each other. However, no one said anything. The brunette stayed silent there without saying anything, waiting patiently for the response of the fractions, since he was tired of dealing with situations like this, in addition to the fact that time was vital, and he needed this meeting to end to start. Make preparations. What benefit we have if we join you, which confirms that we will win, Zeus, king of the gods of Greek mythology, said seriously, making the other fraction look at Issei again. You are going to obtain many things except power, since that will be divided among the leaders of the alliance. We provide support and technological development, just that, the brunette said seriously, making the god frown. Clearly that's nothing, said the creative deity of Egyptian mythology with clear disgust in her voice. Then what else do you want? Power, riches, recognition, fame, that we all bow down. The brunette said very seriously and angrily, while his aura reappeared while he saw the goddess Knum, making her remain silent. This is an alliance, here no one is more than anyone else, this is how we have done it, and this is how it has been done, and to a surprise it has worked since for 10 years, the biblical fractions that had been at war are now allies supporting each other, they would move forward, reaching peace between them, and forgetting those wars they once fought, Issei-haired man said out loud. Making everyone listen. Then the Nordic faction joined and later became the Yokai, and for 10 years it remained stable, speaking when we had differences, supporting each other when they needed it, advancing little by little together, although they were going slowly, but they were also going surely, said Issei in the same way, making those mentioned feel proud of their alliance, since they have won little by little. The brunette looked again at the goddess, who felt a chill when she saw the brunette's cold eyes. If they join the alliance they will have only that and nothing more, they will have the same power as all the other leaders, the same voice and the same rank as the others. They will have technology, since thanks to the union of the factions, it has been developed technology such as the case that the creations of the artificial sacred gear will have the support of the entire alliance if they are attacked, as well as when Kyoto was attacked before the Trihexa attack, where the other factions, including me, went to help her. In the case of heaven that the same thing happened, both Yokai, Asgardians, demons and fallen ones came to his aid, the brunette said in the same way, making the alliance leaders smile, remembering that. Although they have not had any more attacks since then, it is because with the union of the alliance, those ones disappeared, but no one knows that later a new one will appear, and this time stronger, as is the case at this moment, Issei said, looking at all fractions. A new enemy has appeared, a really strong one, so much so that it endangers the existence of the supernatural world. Although the alliance, I do not think we will come out of this problem alive. I will tell you this way, we will be the last to die, since we are united by supporting each other. However, you are separated, being an easy target for someone with great power like an Indra, said the brunette, leaving everyone completely silent. Now I give you a choice, not only to survive, but to grow, learn from other cultures and regions. We all live in this dimension, some have more than others, however we have never understood each other. This is a good opportunity to understand each other. None mythology is better than the other, although there are stronger beings than in other mythologies, that does not mean that they are better, said the calmer brown man, speaking with a calm but serious voice, and without realizing it, he had all the factions meditating on his words. A clear example is Thor, the god of God, a mythology that joined the alliance from the beginning, and even though he is an extremely powerful being, he shared with us during these years without any problem, so why not? A being that is among the 10 most powerful beings can share with us in peace because you cannot, said Issei, making the aforementioned smile just like his father. The other fractions were all quiet, listening to Issei's words. Each of you has differences, something normal, even some problems, but seriously, you can't even try when the 3 biblical factions literally killed each other, 3 wars in a row in which even God and the original Mau died, they killed each other, but they put aside their differences and saw that they could do something better, and now look at them, they have an alliance. A strong bond between them, and great allies like the Nordics and Yokai, plus the vampires, have already begun to join the alliance, said Issei, while the fractions only listened. Office, Tiamat, Elmenhold, Seraphol, Gabriel and Penemu had a big smile on their faces as they saw how the other factions remained silent at the brunette's words. They loved to talk to their loved ones because when they did, the brunette, whether consciously or unconsciously, added feelings to the words, as in this same case where he added anger, disappointment, gratitude, and admiration to each of the words he said. Now since that moment for 10 long years, that alliance that started badly like every alliance was improving until now, where you can see angels in the underworld, couples like demon with fallen or fallen with angels, demons with yokai, angels with yokai, even valkyries with demons and many more, demonstrating how solid the alliance is and showing that things can improve, said the brown man this time calmly, while he looked at the goddess Knum again, making her look back at him. What good is wealth, power, recognition, fame? They are of no use to you, just to feel superior to those beings who do not even look at you, he said, staring at the goddess Knum. These are the benefits, I have nothing more to say, now it is you who decide whether to join the alliance or not, the brunette said, remaining completely silent, where the entire room remained in the same way, no one said anything. I support you, Issei, as much as I and my race are going to support you and join the alliance. Only a few minutes passed when Offa spoke calmly with a smile, making everyone look at where one of the most powerful beings was. We will always be by your side, and in the same way we will support the alliance in the same way, Tiamat said in the same way as Offa's. Boy, you know they have my full support, as well as those of our race, Tenon said with a smile. Thank you, the brunette said, giving them a smile. We also support you, said a voice where everyone saw again that it was now a human fraction. Although there are not many of us, we are going to give everything to support the alliance, and I will appoint Vasco Strada as the total representative of humans, the Pope said calmly. As a representative of the humans, and even though there are not many of us, we are going to give our full support and help to the alliance, and we join it, said the Basque with a smile as he looked at the brunette who smiled back at him. Even though you said it before, I am going to repeat it, as a representative of the vampire faction, we give our full support to the alliance, and we join it, Elmenhold said with a smile looking at the brunette who did the same. After that moment there was no one else who said anything, although they could be seen very hesitant. After 30 minutes, no one said anything, anyone said anything. After thinking about it for a moment and decided to support the alliance, Greek mythology will support the alliance and join it, Zeus said calmly, but firmly, making more than one person surprised by that since they knew Zeus and knew that he was very stubborn, but his surprise was that he was the first of them all. We welcome the Greek pavilion to the alliance, the brunette said with a smile in a firm and calm manner. We will also support and join the alliance, Japanese mythology said this time something not very strange for the brunette, knowing that Yusaka was on his side since she had spoken with them previously and was only waiting for their confirmation. Well, with them we have a great battle force, maybe that way we can confront Indra, although I doubt we will beat him, Issei Brown Man thought to himself when he saw how the mythologies were beginning to come together. In the same way, little by little the mythologies were accepted, and after 3 long hours all the mythologies had accepted, even the Egyptian one, which was the one that Issei Man thought was not going to do it, but it seems that they finally agreed. Well, I thank you all for accepting, however, for now after this war ends we will have another meeting where we will talk better about the terms, for now we need to concentrate on what is important now, and now it affects us all Indra, said the brown man seriously, drawing the attention of everyone present. But first we need a leader to make the decisions and guide us in this war, Azazel said with a smile as he looked at the brunette, making him feel a shiver down his spine. Immediately all leaders without any excuse returned to see Issei where he clearly saw everyone's intentions. No, clearly I am opposed, the truth is that I do not have the time to lead, once the war starts and Indra appears I will attack with all my power, I cannot fight and direct more than 1 trillion beings and more than 100 different species, my only goal is to defeat Indra, I don't even know if I can get out of that fight alive, said the brown man seriously. Trying to make everyone present reconsider their decision. Besides, I'm a beginner, I can't handle the weight that position carries, someone more suitable would be perhaps Odin because of his experience, or even another being who has experience and is a strategist, said the brunette seriously. We need a leader who can contain us and keep us in line, said Zeus, the king of the gods of Greek mythology, looking at Issei. One that we all respect, said the creative deity of Egyptian mythology since Issei had confronted her and had left her speechless. You can clearly see his character, and she could not deny that he was quite good, in addition to the power he gave off. Not long ago he could rival her easily, but he had clearly earned the goddess's respect. And it seems that it was not just her since the other leaders were the same after all, they were clearly proud and stubborn gods, and they had the idea of being the best, but the brunette had left them silent, he had left them silent. Opened their eyes and showed them how things really were. Although some still had that arrogance and obstinacy, it was now to a lesser extent, and when they saw the brunette, they clearly saw him with a certain respect, since he is not just anyone who stands in front of all of them and faces them in the face, leaving them silent. In addition to the same way demonstrating that he clearly had the right to say those things by expelling his aura confirming that he was not playing. And I think there is no one better for the position than your boy, Odin said with a smile, making the brunette worry. Despite your young age, you have already experienced some pretty tough battles and have had life and death fights, Azazel said with the same smile as Odin. But what really shows us that you are the right one is that of all of us, only you were the only one who left us speechless, well you showed us that you had the power to do it, you faced us without any fear, he said of the god of the world from the afterlife of Egyptian mythology, that even though the previous mind was in disagreement with Issei. Now he could not help but look at him with a certain respect. In addition, you were the only one who has survived a fight against the Trihexa, since it is really something surprising to be able to face it, and even more so on your own, said the warrior goddess of mythology Zelda, who had actually crossed paths with said beast once and could not avoid except the enormous power it possessed. Issei, we really believe that only you can lead us to victory in this war, Michael said with a calm smile since he fully trusted the brunette, his now brother-in-law. Seriously, I'm not prepared, said the brunette, trying to get them to reconsider, since he really didn't want that position, since he didn't think he could stand it. Issei, why don't you accept, and I also think that both our race and the others will feel better and safer if you lead this war, Affa said with a smile, while the brunette only let out a sigh. He looked at Gabriel again, Penemu, Seraphol, Elmenhold, and you could see that they clearly thought the same as the dragon. Okay, said the brunette, accepting the position of Supreme Commander. He immediately put on a completely serious look while his power came out and looked at everyone. Immediately for some reason everyone felt nervous seeing the brunette like that. Very well, I will guide you in this war where we are not allowed to lose, said the brunette, making everyone pay attention to the brunette. Now that that is settled, let's move on to the next thing. Indra already has the last piece of her plan, and before the attack begins it is necessary to prepare. I want each faction to divide its forces into 4 parts, where a part of this will remain in the territory together with a leader or his second in command, who will stay to protect from a possible attack. One of the groups will join other groups from other factions to make a shield of reinforcements. Another of the groups will join me along with some of the leaders to confront Indra and his forces head-on. Last, but not least, the last group will be offensive. This group will be divided into several groups of different factions to attack all the Indra bases that we have also located. To stop the reinforcements that Indra wants to send to a battlefield, said the brunette, surprising everyone by how easily he solved the problem of the number of beings. However, that will only be the beginning of everything since I want this war not to drag on. I want to end it quickly to avoid as many deaths as possible. Thanks to 3 of my loved ones, they have located the Indra base where I plan to carry out a coup with me. Squad, when he said that the other factions began to murmur. This is going to be very long, the brunette said to himself, however it was something he had to do if he wanted to make sure he gave his loved ones, his family, a peaceful world. It would have to be that way. In this way the meeting was quite long, since the preparations for the war were discussed at once, the seconds in command were also decided, and the heads of each division and squadron, in addition to a topic of a possible betrayal that could happen. When the meeting ended, the factions withdrew to prepare everything since striking the first blow was vital, in addition to a surprise attack. When the brunette left the room he was greeted by his loved ones who quickly hugged him. How was it, Naya? The Nekomata asked curiously, to which the brunette gave her a smile. Well, although it was difficult, everything turned out very well, said the brunette, making his loved ones happy, since that meeting would decide whether they survived or not. Issei-chan, you were incredible, said Seraphol, who came after the brunette, running to hug her lover, who received her with open arms and a kiss. You really surprised us, Issei-kun, said Yusaka, who was arriving with the leaders of the biblical faction and the loved ones who were at the meeting. That's right, Mr. Supreme Commander, hahaha, Azazel said mockingly at the brunette, surprising the girls who were not at the meeting. Issei-kun, you were appointed Supreme Commander of the Alliance, Sona asked, quite surprised by that. And in a unanimous way, Gabriel said with an amused smile as he remembered how his beloved tried to avoid that position, but he couldn't. Everyone voted because they agreed. After having left everyone silent, Penemu commented with amusement, adding more fuel to the fire. Please don't continue, said the brunette. He really didn't want that position. Damn it, he couldn't deny anything to any of his loved ones. Let's better go. The truth is that today has been a very exhausting day, said the brunette, really tired of everything that had happened today, and he also had to go make some calls to start with his preparations and his plans. The girls couldn't let out a little giggle when they saw their loved one in that state, since they thought it was fun to bother him. They all said goodbye and the leaders and went to rest at home. When they arrived they were greeted by Aika, who received everyone, mainly the brunette, who received him with a big hug and a kiss that he returned. The girls went to take a bath to rest as they wanted to enjoy the moments of peace that remained. Clearly the brunette went to bathe with them, where the girls had to restrain themselves from raping the brunette, although they are always the ones who end up raped. This happened since the brunette bathed with them and being naked clearly excited the girls. However, they were all able to hold on, although they almost didn't make it, as in the case of Kuroka, Tiamat, Office and Yusaka, whose instincts made it very difficult for them, but they managed it and had a quiet bath under the beautiful night that it was. The girls talk among themselves, some just relaxed, and others were with the brunette, as in the case of Ross, Sona, Irina and Elmenhold, who were next to the brunette, spending a few quiet moments with him. After the bath and dinner, the girls divided up to do their things, such as in the case of Tsubaki and Sona, to prepare some things for her academy, since she still had to take responsibility. Office along with Tiamat were talking with Tannen and other dragons about others. Details. Lefay and Ravel were managing some files from Issei company that he had to review later. Penemu was next to Gabriel and Serafel, talking about any things, since some of them had nothing to do and were enjoying their free time like the three of them who lately, they are always together. Isaka was reading quietly with Elmenhold in the library. Kuroka, Irina and Aika were playing video games since despite everything, the three of them always liked to play, and the brunette didn't blame them since he was the same. In fact, everyone was doing something, while the brunette went to the patio and sat on a bench while admiring the beautiful moon there. It wasn't long before a hologram appeared in front of him. Everything is ready, in a week all the troops will begin to mobilize, and in 10:10 we will begin the Shiva attack, Issei said to the hologram. My forces will be ready by then. I will send 3 of my commanders with your squad along with their troops to help you in the attack on the front, Shiva said calmly, to which the brunette nodded. What happened to the hacker Yuku? The god asked Issei, knowing that Vali was an important piece for this war. His level has risen, although he won't be able to beat him, he will be able to hold him while you finish and get to his location, the brunette answered calmly. Well, it seems that everything is going as planned, said the god, satisfied because everything was going very well. Of course yes, after all we have created this plan for a long time, we analyzed it and created it in very detail, so as not to forget anything, said the brunette, a little tired from everything that is happening, mainly his part of the plan. Are you okay? The god asked when he saw the brunette who was very thoughtful. The truth is I don't know, answered the brunette with a tired expression. Are you afraid? Shiva asked again calmly. I would be lying to you if I said no, after all I am going to go fight against a being that I have no idea if I will return alive, said the brunette sincerely. But it hasn't always been like this, the god said with a smile, making the brunette smile again, and he couldn't help but smile when he realized that it was true, he had always fought with beings that could kill him. You're right, even now things haven't changed, the brunette said, realizing that truth. Well, I would say that some things have changed, said the god as he looked in the direction of the house where some girls were looking for the brunette. Issei looked in the same direction again and a big smile formed on his face. It was definitely different, now he was going to fight for them, for their futures, for a future with them, no matter what, he was going to survive and survive. To live peacefully with those wonderful women who loved them madly. Shiva saw the shine in the brunette's eyes and couldn't help but smile. He was a little worried about the brunette's condition since he was the piece to win this, and if he doubted they weren't going to win, but seeing him now, that really determined look. I'm glad. We will see each other later Sekiruyute, said the god, saying goodbye to his friend. See you later Shiva, said Issei, so that the god would disappear and he would look at the sky again, while he smiled and imagined him with his entire family. At that moment he was hugged by Kuroka from behind, and then hugged from the sides by Office and Irina. What do you think, Naya? The Nekomata said as she stole a kiss from the brunette. I was thinking about you, the brunette said with a big smile. And what did you think about us? Asked Sona, who was arriving with Tsubaki, Tiamat, Lefay and Aika. In the future, in our family, the brunette answered with a big smile when he saw one of the girls blushing, because they knew what they were referring to, making the brunette smile even more, since he has always liked to see them like that, they look devilish. Mind adorable. What are you talking about? Said Gabriel who had been arriving with Serafel, Penemu, Yusaka, Ravel and Elmenhold, making all the girls now in the patio of the house, they all sat on the benches that were there, since they were big enough for everyone. They sat down and were comfortable. I was telling them that I was thinking about our future, the brunette answered again, making the newcomers not understand what he was referring to. What do you mean, Issei-chan? The pigtailed Mayu said a little confused. Well, to put it in simple words, after the war one hope that you are all prepared, the brunette said with a big smile, making some of them, for some reason, excited to see him smile like that, while others were still confused. Since after the war all of you will take my beautiful sons and daughters, that way we will be a complete family. When the brunette said that, everyone, without exception, blushed hard, they even looked away out of shame, but still despite everything, none of them left anything, none of them refused since they all wanted that, they wanted to take their loved one son or daughter. The most excited about that were Serafel, Penemu, Gabriel Tiamat and Office, these being the ones who have lived the longest, but they have never experienced that, and clearly they wanted to experience it, they wanted to have their loved one son or daughter in their arms. However, the others were also very excited since they were all of an age where they would really like to have a child, mainly Kuroka who was finally going to begin to repopulate her species, and she was even happier that it was with the person she loved with all his heart. After the war one will remove the seal that prevents me from getting you pregnant, so I want each of you to return safe and sound, so that you can be the mothers of my sons and daughters," the brunette said with a big smile, while the girls nodded with determination, although they were still very blushing. The brunette stayed there with his loved ones for a while longer while they talked about anything, since the only thing that mattered to him was spending time with them. Time passed quickly, causing Issei to receive information during these days that the troops were beginning to position themselves. The war was getting closer and closer to starting. Also during this time he was ordering the leaders of factions and generals, in addition to being told who was going to stay in his factions and who was going to command his troops. Everything was almost ready and the day had arrived. However, Issei sent Surzich along with his queen to the underworld, along with a large group of soldiers. However, he sent them to a specific location, since the information he had from Kuroka, Office and Lefei was really worrying, and they had to do something, and with them there they could confront the threat. He also ordered Vali to remain on standby since he had a specific mission, and also sent him with Saraerd Bale and his peerage, as well as Vali's wives and a small group of soldiers. Gabriel was the one who was going to be in charge of heaven, along with Uriel and Irina, Asia and Zenobia, as well as a group of angels, since Michael and Raphael will join different battalions. Asmodeus and Beelzebub stayed in the underworld, a large number of demons, including Riaz and her peerage, protecting the entire underworld. Roswa stayed in Asgard with Odin, proceeding since Thor was going to be one of those who was going to go with Issei to attack the enemy base head-on. In this group there was also Ares, the god of war from Greek mythology, Osiris the god of the afterlife of Egyptian mythology, and the god of death of Mayan mythology, and a group of soldiers, in addition to the 3 generals of Shiva's army. In the reinforcement group, Issei had formed it as the battalion with the most power. In this there were too many gods, since the group needed to be strong to support all the factions, something that was going to work since it was an extremely mentally big with different beings. In that group were Kuroka, Office, Lefei and Ravel. Tiamat was assigned to an offensive group where he eliminated and intercepted groups of enemy reinforcements. Enemu was ordered to stay in Grigori with Shemhazai and a group of fallen, and with a small group of Yaokai and vampires. Isaka stayed in Kyoto with her daughter and a small army of Yaokai, but there was also another group where the god of lightning, rain and earthquakes from Aztec mythology was, and Athena was the goddess of wisdom and strategy. And the just war and the moon god of Japanese mythology. This is because thanks to the detection ability of the Yaokai, they were used a lot. In that way they left Kyoto with little strength, and to fix that they put several gods to protect the place. This same way happened on Olympus where there were not many gods, but they placed others along with a small army to defend Olympus, which was commanded by Zeus. And so it was in all the other factions. The troops were already in place, and next to Issei was Thor, Osiris and Akemi, and Ares behind them were the great army of many species. For the last time the brunette checked if everyone was ready. "The underworld is ready," Asmodeus said, being the commander of protecting the underworld. "Heaven is ready," Gabriel said, being commander of heaven. "Grigori is ready," Shemhazai said seriously. In this way each of the fractions and battalions began to confirm if they were ready. In the end everyone was ready. The brown man took a deep breath, calmed his breathing, and prepared himself both mentally and physically. During those seconds the world was totally silent, no one said anything. The brunette opened his eyes with a determined look. "I declare a state of maximum alert for all fractions. Begin the attack," Issei informed the communication and strategy squad that informed everyone. The battalions began to move, and the fractions activated all their defenses and prepared to fight. 5 magicians who were in front of Issei created a direct portal to the enemy base, being in charge of deploying the troops. In addition to magicians, there were also other species in that group. When the portal opened, Issei was the first to be in it, followed by the gods, and at the end all the troops began to enter, starting the greatest war that the supernatural world had seen. Issei had entered through the portal along with his battalion and the gods that accompanied him, immediately appearing in the north of Russia. The place was a valley that was surrounded by mountains. "Open fire," Issei shouted. Immediately the entire battalion began to cast spells, and there was a certain mountain that when the spells were going to hit a barrier appeared that repelled all the attacks. The round of spells was given again, but this time the gods next to Issei also launched their attacks, causing that when it hit the barrier it broke little by little, revealing a very large number of evil dragons from where they were, laden, and many merit. Besides Indra's army, there was also Crusaria Asmodeus. Immediately the brunette gave the order and everyone began their attack. Although the enemy's army was larger they gained in quality, while the brunette entered Balance Breaker and went straight to a specific building. "Dragon shoot," Issei said to throw the building that he destroyed immediately, creating a big explosion. Indra came out with a big smile. "I didn't think they would find this base so quickly," Indra said with a big smile, while the brunette only looked at him with a serious look. "What's wrong? You can't talk," Indra said with a big smile of pure arrogance. "The one who lives in me is the red dragon." I am the crimson red dragon who will rise in supremacy. The one who possesses me is the crimson heavenly dragon who will become the king of darkness. The shining black of the goddess of infinity. This is the brilliant god of dreams and illusions. He transcends the limits that one believes to be a forbidden existence. This is the call of the infinite dragon and its power. Infinite dragon drive. The brunette did not want to waste time and did not bother to talk to the god. He activated his most powerful armor to start the fight. I'm not here to talk, Indra, it's time to resolve this once and for all. It was the only thing the brunette said to attack the god, who could not react in time due to the brunette's speed, causing him to receive a strong blow in the back. The face that sent him to the rest of the destroyed building. Indra stood up with a serious expression after receiving that blow. I'll teach you that you don't have to mess with God. Indra said with great anger to start fighting with Issei, who didn't delay any longer and attacked the god again. Behind Issei a great battle was taking place. Even though it had just begun, both sides started with great force, making it intensify. Thor was fighting with Lando and a large number of evil dragons. Osiris was fighting with Crusader Asmodeus and a large number of soldiers in Merid. Akemi and Ares were helping the soldiers with the army. However, to the surprise of the gods, they had it very restricted since the number of enemies was actually very large. In this way, the war had finally begun since Indra's troops began to attack different places, as well as the factions. However, thanks to the preparations of Issei and the leaders of the alliance, they were able to adequately prepare for the war. There were fights in all parts of the world, as well as in the factions. Indra managed to revive too many dangerous beings, and the size of the army was truly impressive. Fights began to take place all over the world. The backup battalion had already taken off several groups to help in different areas, since in some places, very intense battles began to take place, such as in the case of the underworld and in the Zelda fraction, where a large number of enemy soldiers gathered. Issei had already started the fight with the god Indra for some time, this being a very intense fight since Indra attacked to kill, just like Issei, making the attacks of both always lethal and full of power. Fury of heavens, said the god, making it rain lightning around Issei. He immediately created shield neighborhoods to protect himself. However, the attack was very powerful, causing several rays to hit his body, sending him against the ground. Creating a fireball, he sent it to Issei, causing it to explode where Issei had fallen. When Issei came out of the explosion, his armor was a little destroyed, but he quickly repaired it, and with Jed, he left at high speed to where the god was, hitting him in the stomach. He was going to hit him again in the face, but this he blocked it and counterattacked with a kick to Issei man's chest. He retreated a little, but he grabbed the god's leg and with force threw him to a mountain that was nearby. He immediately created 2 spears of light and 2 spears of dark. He threw them where Indra had crashed, creating a great explosion of light and darkness. Sir, they inform us that Vishnu has appeared in southern Europe, in Greece. He is heading to Olympus along with a battalion of Merid and several soldiers. A communication circle appeared in Issei's ear, informing him about one of the most dangerous enemies. Quickly mind I created a different circle of communication. Shiva, Vishnu is heading to Olympus, said Issei-haired man, resuming his fight against Indra, who had emerged from that explosion a little damaged. I'll take care of it, but where is Brahma? Shiva asked and confirmed that he was going directly to Olympus with a part of his army. We still have no information about his whereabouts, but Vali is already informed and preparing when he appears, the brown boy answered, dodging Indra's blows and counter-attacking a kick that he gave to the little boy. Shiva only cut off the communication and went to his fight against his friend, since he knew that the brunette was having a very hard fight. However, not long after Shiva cut the communication, another appeared. Sir, we have detected Brahma is in hell heading to the capital of Lilith on the southeast side. We also have reports that Rizavam Lucifer is with him and a large number of evil dragons in Merid. Issei was informed that he contacted Bali. Bali, go to the underworld, more precisely to the capital of Lilith. Brahma is heading there, also proceed with caution. I have information that Rizavam is with him. I will send Ajuka to give you backup, Issei ordered Bali, who only said that yes, and he went with his wives and his group to the underworld. Boost could be heard from Issei's gauntlet as the fight was getting harder and harder. Heavenly gates. Resist, Gabriel shouted, commanding his troops, protecting the entrance to heaven as several Merid and evil dragons were trying to enter. At that moment Gabriel was fighting several Merid that seemed to have no end. On the other hand, Irina was fighting a large number of evil dragons. Next to them were the other angels, in addition to Uriel, Asia and Precise. In addition to the fact that their speed and strength was monstrous, the more enemies appeared, the stronger they fought, causing them to eliminate a large number of enemies and preventing them from entering the heavens. My lady, they inform us that a backup squadron is heading to our position. In addition to that, 2 groups of enemies are heading towards the heavens, but one is going to be intercepted by an elimination group, an angel informed Gabriel, who nodded quickly. I couldn't sit much on the information since the fight, even though it wasn't very difficult and there were a lot of enemies. At that moment, a large number of evil shadow dragons appeared. However, what caught the attention of this group unlike the others is that there were two huge shadow dragons that were clearly more powerful than the others and had the appearance of Grendel. Irina, the seraph shouted, drawing the attention of the reincarnated angel who looked in the direction where Gabriel was pointing, being where the two enormous shadow dragons were coming from. The brunette saw the seraph again and nodded, immediately starting to run alongside Gabriel, who was a little far away from her on one side. Both girls were running quickly under the gaze of many angels including Issei and Zenobia. The two girls arrived in front of the dragons. One of the dragons unleashed a blow, making Irina dodge it by jumping to the side, while Gabriel took out his wings and took flight where once in the heavens, he created a great sword of light and he began to descend quickly, while Irina quickly created chains of light that she wound around the feet of the shadow dragon. He immediately pulled them, causing the dragon to lose its balance and fall. At that moment, Gabriel fell with the sword of light, piercing the dragon's chest, killing it instantly. The other dragon that was nearby unleashed a blow that hit Gabriel and sent her flying a little away. Irina quickly created two swords of light and began to run towards the dragon, while creating several spears of light around them, and began to throw them one by one, making the dragon unable to attack. But a jump, he made several cuts to the dragon, making it scream in pain. When he was going to counter-attack, Gabriel arrived quickly, causing the blow he was going to give to the brunette to be deflected. Irina took advantage of that and took out her 5 pairs of wings, surprising almost all of them because of that fact, since there are not many who have 5 pairs. Although the most surprised were Issei and Zenobia when they saw 10 beautiful wings coming out of their friend's back. The brunette took flight and made her swords of light larger and then embedded them in the head of the dragon, which immediately fell dead. That simple fact surprised all the angels, both reincarnated and pure, since they both knew the level that the seraph had, but they never thought that her strength was so much, and seeing a reincarnated angel fighting next to the seraph at the same level really shocked them. Surprised. Note: when I say on the same level, it is that Irina, being a reincarnated angel, was able to keep up with someone like Gabriel and not be a hindrance or delay her and rather support each other, since Gabriel was clearly more powerful. Both girls approached and high-fived each other for defeating them that way, since they always trained together either alone or with someone else, one of the girls or with their lover. However, training so much made them understand the way of fighting. The other making them able to adapt to the other and help each other. Everyone was really surprised to see the display of power from both girls. I'm going to tell Michael to remember me never to bother his ace or Gabriel, Uriel said to himself that he always bothered his sister. At that moment a portal opens and a reinforcement group comes out to help the heavens. However, behind them 5 dragons appear, just like the previous ones, where Gabriel and Irina look at each other with a smile and then nod and leave. Running to where the dragons came. Europe, Greece, Olympus. The great battle was taking place on Mount Olympus. The few Greek gods that were there fought Indra's army, a large number of merit shadow dragons, and there were also a large number of demons and fallen angels that were part of the Chaos Brigade. Furthermore, in the heavens, higher than Mount Olympus, a great battle was taking place between 2 powerful gods, Shiva and Vishnu, who had already begun to fight a long time ago. However, Shiva had problems passing the god's defense since he could create very powerful barriers and shields, making him not receive much damage. In other words, the fight was very even since Shiva, being more powerful than him, did not receive damage. True, however, he knew that if things counted like that the fight would take a long time, something he did not have since he had to go support Hacker Yuiku. In this way he resumed his combat, launching several snakes with his power, causing the god to cover himself with a shield. However, unlike previous times, the shield that protected the god broke a little. Maybe his defense is resistant, but I don't think it can withstand my powers for long, Shiva said to himself, thinking of attacking him again with more power. However, at that moment a black aura began to come out of Vishnu, making Shiva flinch. Realized that the fight was going to be very long and hard. On the side of Zeus, who was fighting alongside the other Greek gods and other pantheons, they were finding it very difficult since the enemy was really numerous, in addition to the fact that shadow dragons in the shape of Grendel began to appear, making the battles more difficult for them. However, at that time an offensive group arrived where it was led by Tiamat, since the situation was really very difficult in the Greek pantheon. Tiamat immediately entered her dragon mode and began to fight against the Grendels, where she clearly began to dominate the fight, although they were at a numerical disadvantage. Zeus, upon seeing this, immediately launched himself against his enemies since they were finishing off. Upon arriving now they were freer to fight since they were not so pressured, making the fight in the Greek pantheon really very intense. However, many of the gods who were there had a smile on their face since it had been time since they used their power that way. In addition, they had not had a real fight for centuries where they should have made an effort and mainly where they received damage. Even though none of them are addicted to fighting or anything similar, they liked having a challenge. From time to time and in the situation they are in, it was perfect. In fact, situations like these are where gods or goddesses like Artemis, the goddess of hunting, demonstrated their abilities. In addition to the fact that no god realized either in the Greek pantheon or in another part of the world where the battles took place, the gods of different pantheons hoped to get along better and better, helping each other while leaving their pride aside without realizing it. Account. Underworld, capital of Lilith. Outside of the battles that took place all over the world in the underworld, one of the toughest and most intense battles ever seen took place, since the hacker Yuiku was fighting in his most powerful armor against Brahma, where clearly the god had taken from, and his black aura making Vali understand that he was using the power of Trihexa. Since he arrived in the underworld, the fight had been too tough, since if he could barely face the god in front of him, the plan was to hold him back to give Shiva time to defeat Vishen and then arrive to defeat Brahma. However, as a proud dragon, he did not want things to happen like this, since he wanted to defeat the god who was in front of him. It had been a while since he had a fight like that. If he did not feel so pressured, and he clearly wanted to defeat the god with his own hands, for that same reason Vali did not fight to retain him but to defeat him, making the fight clearly very intense and hard. However, Vali still had a big smile on his face. The fight was taking place a few kilometers from Lilith's capital in the underworld, in a rocky area, since Vali's squad was able to intercept it before they reached the capital, where another battle was taking place between the demons and Indra's army. A little far from Vali's fight, another big fight was taking place. Rizavam Lucifer was being cornered by none other than Vali's wives. Although they have not reached the level that Rizavam had, altogether they can clearly corner him now. That each of them were supreme class demons or were at the level of one, as in the case of Abilia, who, despite being a Yaokai, was at the level of said title. How is it possible that some obstacles are capable of giving me a fight? Rizavam said with clear anger in his eyes. When Vali's group arrived, he clearly had a smile when he saw his beloved grandson, thinking that they would fight again, however, and to stop him. To his surprise, he had only given him a glance and then launched himself next to Brahma, who was at his side with monstrous power. That fact made him angry, since he didn't even look at him as if he were nothing, and to make matters worse, a group of women who clearly had the excellence of his grandson began to attack him. At first he thought of taking those girls and raping them to make his grandson suffer. However, to his surprise, despite being stronger than them, he could not fight them. He realized that all of them were beings with the powers of a supreme class demon, making the fight very hard for him. Since her cancelling ability did not work, since none of them were using a sacred gear, but only their own strength. "We are going to eliminate you," Maya said with a serious expression. "You are the cause of Vali Kun's suffering," Lavinia said with a cold look. "We are going to eliminate your suffering," Riikan said with venom in his words. None of the others said anything, only they launched themselves to kill with all their strength. The reason for their loved one's suffering, all of them were determined to eliminate it forever, no matter what happens. All of them attacked with a clear desire to kill the son of Morningstar with all their power, without holding back even a little, making it extremely difficult for Rizavam to counterattack and only be able to defend himself. In the city, they had already evacuated all the demons from the city, making the demons and the squad that came with Vali fight freely. In one part of the city was Beelzebub, along with a large number of demons facing the evil dragons, in addition to the extreme amount of merit. However, they were not alone, since on the other side of the city Sarayard Baal, along with the battalion and its peerage, were facing a literal army of shadow dragons. However, the fight was not only taking place there, since these fights were taking place throughout the underworld. In all the cities they were fighting, in some there were Sona and Tsubaki with their peerage and other demons, in another there was Riaz and her peerage. Or at least the ones he had. Kyoto, Yaokai capital. In the city of Kyoto, a big fight was taking place, since the Yaokai faction was one of the factions that Indra needed to eliminate first due to her ability to detect and camouflage herself with her senjutsu in order to have information. For that same reason, there were an even larger number of enemies in that place, in addition to the fact that there were also really powerful beings, such as in the case of Ai Daka and Apophis, two really powerful evil dragons. Since the defense of Kyoto is really very pressured, even though Tlaloc is the god of lightning, rain and earthquakes in Aztec mythology, Athena is the goddess of wisdom, strategy and just war, the god of moon from Japanese mythology, and Yusaka who were with them, but even so things were not good at all, since the enemies were really many, and there were 5 shadow dragons in the form of Grendel. "My lady, the communication squad has received our message, and Issei-sama has already given authorization for 2 squads to come help us," said a Yaokai, informing Kunu that she was fighting alongside her husband and her sister Kaneko, in addition to many soldiers. Isaka was not with her since together with the other gods they were fighting against the most powerful dragons that, although they are more powerful, they still could not do much since the enemy army makes it difficult for them to harm them. Send a message to the troops to go into defensive mode until the reinforcements arrive, ordered the minor Kitsune, making some soldiers begin to communicate with the other squads since the fight was not only in a place in Kyoto, but in everywhere. After that, the gods with Usaka withdrew temporarily to wait for their reinforcements, since if they stayed fighting alone they would get tired. They did not have to wait long when a portal opened above the Kyoto resistance, from where a large squad led by the Mao Leviathan emerged. At that same moment another portal opened from which Michael emerged with another battalion. At that same moment, Kyoto instantly became the busiest place in the world as a group of merits also arrived. The battle between the bosses of each side occurred as Usaka and Seraphol teamed up to fight against Apophis, while Michael and Athena fought against Ai Daka, while Tlaloc and Tsukiyomi fought against the Shadow Grendels that had the same strength as the original. In this way the fight in Kyoto reached a new level, since the fights against the two evil dragons with great power were quite hard. Although the two evil dragons were strong, they were not an easy thing either, and with the army of the Shadow Dragons, it made it even more difficult for them. Plus the fight. Both girls looked at each other, and with just a look they nodded. Flames of blue fire came out behind the Kitsune, while Seraphol looked like a spear of ice, while the temperature next to her began to decrease. The two girls quickly launched themselves against Apophis who was in his human form. Usaka tried to hit him, while her hands were imbued with Senjutsu, and in the blue fire, however it faded into a curtain of darkness when Seraphol appeared. Side of him trying to make a cut, however Apophis created a sword of darkness, causing an exchange of weapons to begin while on some occasions the pigtailed Mau sends him ice spells. Usaka was not far behind and also joined the fight. In the winged side of Michael and Athena, they had not been left behind. Michael from the beginning did not hold back and attacked with everything, thanks to the fact that Athena was also the god of wisdom and just war, she was able to adapt very well to the leader's way of fighting. From the heavens and was surprised by the great power of the blonde, there she realized why he was the leader of the heavens since in each attack he showed the experience and power he had, he also demonstrated the mastery he had in the sword. Michael had created two swords of light to attack with force, making Ai Daka need to defend himself with his spells, since Michael would not let him counterattack. Human world Russia, somewhere in the north of the country. The large explosion occurred in one of the mountains that surrounded the valley where a fierce battle was taking place. The speed of both individuals was truly astonishing. Those present who were in the valley fighting could not even keep up with them, and the gods present were barely able to keep up. They saw it, however, they could not see the fight since they were also fighting their respective enemies. Ah! An individual shouted as he was thrown with great force towards a mountain, making a path of total destruction, so that in the end it created a crater. From the same crater came a red suit of armor with some damage and destroyed parts. In his hand he carried the great Ascalon that gave off a sacred aura, also a very powerful one. Issei looks at the god again, while blood came out of his forehead since the helmet had also been destroyed. The truth is that a large part of his body was with minor injuries and very few socks and no serious injuries at the moment, however he was still fighting as if it were nothing. Indra, who was flying in the sky, was not very different from Issei man, however, he was a little better, his body had several wounds, most of them cut, in addition to the fact that in some parts of his body blood was coming out of the wounds, his body was covered by a golden armor while in his hand, he had his favorite weapon, which was the lightning Vashra that he had turned into a sword. His armor was clearly damaged by the strong fight he had been having. At first he got angry when he was hit by a mortal, he even activated his armor and his sword when he made him bleed to kill him quickly. However, no matter what he did, his enemy was really very powerful, and as the fight went on he realized that he could not be neglected, and he began to fight calmly and wisely, making the fight difficult for the brunette. However, he never gave up and managed to fight. The brunette was looking at the god in the heights with an expression of utmost seriousness. This has been the most powerful enemy you have faced after Trihexa, Drake said calmly, making the brunette smile at that. That sounds like you're afraid, partner, the brunette said in a mocking tone. Ah, remember that you are talking to a heathen liturgan, my powers can kill a god, Drake said quickly when he saw that his friend doubted him. The truth is that it is a very powerful enemy, however it is not impossible, said the brown man, making the dragon smile. Come on Drake, let's show him how strong we are, said Issei, so that a crimson aura will begin to surround him. The armor quickly regenerated and returned to how it was before. Boost was heard in the place, that crimson aura that surrounded Issei increased drastically, in a roar of speed Issei was now lying next to the god to the surprise of the latter who moved his sword by instinct, causing both swords to collide, creating a seeing sling. However, Issei quickly began to gain ground, causing Indra to be thrown into a mountain that was behind him, creating a large crater, causing him to spit blood from his mouth. But the brunette did not stop there as two lightning spears quickly shot towards the god who created a force field, causing the spears to create an electrical explosion throughout the place. However, Indra, who was inside the shield, was unharmed by that stroke. Issei took off his helmet and shot a huge flame from his mouth that filled the shield with impact, however it remained firm. Issei created a magic circle from which a powerful jet of water came out, however with one hand he added electricity that began to make the water spin, creating a tornado of electric water. In the same way the tornado impacted the field, this time fractures began to form throughout the force field. The brunette saw that a smile formed on his face. "That force field will not always be protecting you from my attacks," said Issei to charge a boost and create a weight in front of the one who hit him. A laser came out in the direction, so the god who could withstand it, however, his shield had been completely destroyed without him having time to create another one. The brunette charged Boost X2 and launched a dragon shoot that he received as filler, causing the entire place where the god was to be completely destroyed. But even though the attack hit the brunette, he did not lower his guard at any time, rather he was looking at the place where Indra was with a sharp gaze. "Damn," said the brunette and then quickly rushed to where Indra was. He entered the place that was full of smoke and dust, making his vision zero, but he still headed in an exact direction. He raised his sword and tried to make a vertical cut, however he was stopped by another sword who clearly knew who he was since perhaps he couldn't see him, but he could still perfectly feel his aura. In the smoke and dust, metallic sounds began to sound, swords colliding at high speed. It was a battle where the mastery that each one had with their weapon could be shown. Indra in a clash where both swords collided, causing both to be pushed back, leaving a gap in each one's defense. Indra quickly put his hand in front and created a pulse of lightning that sent Issei to fly out of the smoke. Issei used his sword to stop by burying it in the ground as they sent him flying not far from the ground. When he fell to his knees, spitting out a mouthful of blood, causing some to come out of his helmet, he instinctively ducked, avoiding a horizontal cut since Indra had appeared above him. He quickly put his hands on the ground to push himself up and kick the god in the stomach, who shot upward. Boost, a brown man shot upwards where thanks to Jet, he passed next to the god and received him higher up to kick him in the back. However, he turned his body dodging the kick and then moved his hand and tried to cut him with his sword, but Issei man covers himself with his, making both swords create shock slings due to the great strength that the two had. However, at that same moment, being so close, the brunette gave him a strong blow to the chest with penetrate, causing the god to spit blood, but he held his hand and threw him to the ground where the brunette, as best he could, he stabilized and landed on his feet. However, Indra raised a black sphere at him, clearly it was done by the power of the Trihexa, making the brunette unable to avoid it as it exploded, creating a field around the brunette, causing him to be trapped in the center. "Ah!" the brunette screamed in pain. He quickly channeled the sacred power of Ascalon, making it begin to shine, and made a horizontal cut so that the dark energy was cut off and began to disappear. However, the brunette was a little damaged by that attack. When he was about to stand up since he was kneeling, Indra quickly kicked him in the back, causing him to remain buried in the ground. Boost X3 explosion was heard to create a powerful energy that created a huge dome, causing Indra to shoot out and become embedded in a large rock. Issei began to leave the ground little by little, breathing a little hard since that last attack by his enemy did cause him serious damage, but not serious. "Shit, this guy is really very difficult," the brunette said to himself while he saw Indra getting up little by little. "I can assure you that if it were not for the fight we had against Trihexa that we fought for a long time, and that you have a very resistant body thanks to Great Red, you would now be dead," Drake said, giving his point of view of the battle. "The problem is that Trihexa gave me time to replenish a little energy from time to time, and even though we fought often for a long time, there were intervals in which I hid to regain strength, and I spent time dodging his attacks," said the brunette, trying to normalize his breathing, which he achieved little by little. "But Indra hasn't even let me breathe, and I have to be with my guard at its maximum capacity. We have already been fighting for several hours, and the fight only becomes more intense, causing the wear and tear to become more and more accumulates," Issei finished saying, already standing and rebuilding his armor again while Indra was already ready. "Really, it was preferable for that power to have fallen into the hands of Rizavam because of this damn thing. I think it would have been easier to fight him," the brunette said to himself. "Who knows, but it wasn't like that, so you better concentrate since this damn thing is too dangerous," Drake said seriously, to which the brunette only nodded with his breathing normalized. From one moment to the next both the brunette and Indra launched themselves in the direction of the other. When they were in front of the other, a loud metallic sound was heard throughout the place, making a shock slingshot. Both swords were infused with their powers. Indra's sword was influenced in a black aura, while Ascalon was in a white aura. When both swords collided with the same force, both combatants took several steps back. Indra began to create a large number of circles from which a number of attacks came out. Issei active jet and began to dodge the attacks, but while dodging a magic circle appeared in his ear. "Sir, they inform us that there is movement at the entrance to the Tartar." When the brunette heard his gaze, it became very sharp. Apparently a large number of Grim Reapers and skeletons are leaving the door, while Hades directs them towards agrees, with Amau Asmodeus who defends that area. The communication department finished reporting. At that moment Issei approached Indra, and they returned to clash weapons. The great sword fight was taking place, while the brunette created a special magical circle of total communication, where he contacted the entire alliance. At that moment everyone stopped a communication circle and could hear explosions and metallic sounds at high speed. They immediately realized that whoever it was fighting with someone extremely powerful, just by hearing the large explosions and the metallic sound of noise. They were extremely fast. "Listen to me," said Issei-haired man, making everyone understand who he was from. However, they also realized how tired and fatigued their leader was just by hearing him say that word. His loved ones immediately became worried since none of them were with him. "Hades has betrayed the alliance, Zeus. Hades is now an S-class enemy," said Issei, informing the god of Olympus that he was their king, and since Hades was under his command, he had to know. Zeus, for his part, only remained silent since he understood that the brunette was not asking him, he was informing him. At that moment everyone could hear a big explosion through the magic circle, and then hear someone vomiting blood, and then they heard the brunette say damn, since Indra had kicked him hard causing him to spit up blood. The brunette quickly covered his sword in sacred power and made a slash on his chest, causing him to let out a cry of pain, making him take a few steps back, giving the brunette time to use penetrate and hit the god in the chest, which sent him backwards colliding with a rock creating a great noise. The brunette immediately falls to his knees, since the fight was stupidly hard. Although the two had similar powers, Indra was also the war god of his faction, plus he has lived too long making him have a great experience. That is why he was an extremely dangerous enemy. The only way he maintained his fight was through the constant increases that Drake gave him, making him exceed his power a little and eliminating that experience weakness. The entire alliance was in complete silence. Although they were fighting in their respective places, they did not say anything when they heard the battle that was taking place where Issei was. Simply by listening to that small exchange, they realized that their fights were nothing compared to the fight that the brunette was carrying out. Although it can be said that everyone began to fight almost at the same time, they were barely showing any signs of fatigue due to the constant battles. And enemies, however, just by listening to Issei man they realized that he was extremely exhausted and injured, since they also heard how he was spitting blood. Clearly their fights were nothing compared to what their leader was having. Some had even complained that this was crazy, or that they couldn't take it anymore, when really their leader was fighting to the death against a being that could clearly kill them easily. Mind. And even being in that state they clearly heard that the fight continued the same. It was even more intense. Many felt bad for having complained, some even felt ashamed for being tired and thinking about resting when their leader had not stopped fighting. Fighting for more than 20 hours continued without a break. Even those who took short breaks were tired and did not want to imagine what their leader was really like. Lucifer, agitated, is now when you go out and intercept Hades, agitated, do not hold back and stop him even if necessary eliminate him, agitated, the brown man was trying to say very seriously, however, he could barely speak between interruptions. Since he was really short of breath because he was so tired. "Lefay, go to the underworld with your shield, you already know what your mission is," said the brunette with a very agitated mind, causing the magician to immediately create a portal and enter it, along with her squad of pure magicians, bound for the underworld. Well, she resisted the urge to cry, since it hurt her a lot to hear her loved one in that state. However, she couldn't do anything. Since she had a specific mission, however, as soon as she completed it, she was going to go straight to help her loved one without caring about anything. She promised to be with him through thick and thin, that she would always support him, and that she would always be by his side no matter the situation, and to listen to him in that way. She clearly knew that it was wrong. She wanted to cry, she wanted to go and help him, he wanted to be by his side and fight alongside him, however, he couldn't. She looked forward again as she passed by the gate, while her shield followed her. She wore an extremely serious look while some tears escaped. She without realizing her mark had been shining for a moment with great intensity. Just as the back of Issei shone where the color of Issei was. At that moment everyone could hear the sound of metal colliding again, indicating that the fight had resumed. They clearly realized again that it was an extremely intense fight due to the rapid sound of metal and some explosions that could also be heard. "Office, you also go to the underworld more precisely and agrees," Issei ordered, making the dragon look the same as the magician. The truth is that all Issei girls were crying. They all wanted to go help their loved one. They wanted to be with he, however, knew very clearly that they could not. Her mark, as well as that of the other girls, was shining along with the mark that the brunette had on his back. Thanks to the connection, they were able to feel all the pain, tiredness, and exhaustion that the brunette had at that moment. Clearly, some of them lowered their minds even more. Tears for how her loved one was, however none of them could do anything. "You can Issei, Kun, Sama, Naya," all the girls said in a whisper, making the brunette, for some reason, recover a little from his fatigue and a little of his strength return. When the brunette felt his power return a little, and his tiredness disappeared a little, he could feel the auras of all his loved ones, while the words, "You can do it," reached his ears, making him have a big smile. The brunette stood up as he was injured trying to recover. When he lifted him up he could see Indra where she was recovering from the previous attack that had sent the two to the ground. Asmodeus, when Office arrives, go to help Lucifer and his squad, let no dragon approach the gates of Tartars, Issei ordered quickly. After that, they heard again how the fight resumed again, but this time more intense than before. The brunette cut off the communication since he had nothing more to say, however, all the places where the fight was taking place were fighting in silence. Upon hearing the determination of their leader, how he fought with everything against the cause of this war, everyone immediately stood up stronger and went to fight with greater enthusiasm, while the girls in Issei took their fights even more seriously, since now they wanted to go help their loved one. Underworld, limits of the underworld, entrance to Tartars. Now Lucifer's squad was in complete silence. The reason is because like everyone else, among all of them they were one of those who were most affected, since they were people who had contact with Issei. "We always leave the worst for you, Issei," Griselda said, remembering that the brunette was always the one who faced very powerful beings. "But not this time I am not going to sit idly by," Surzic said seriously, making everyone have the same expression. The Mayu remembered that he had never done anything when the situation needed it. Kakabiel, Loki, the evil dragons, even the only time he helped, which was with the Trihexa, Issei had to come and save them. "No, not anymore," said the red-haired Mayu as his eyes turned pure red, and he returned to the front where there was a group of magicians. "Open the portal," the Mayu ordered, to which the magicians did so and entered it without hesitation at any time. The portal opened in front of Hades' army, from where Surzic emerged with an extremely serious expression. Behind him Graphia, Barakiel, Apollo, Griselda and Dulio came out with the same expression. More portals formed around them from which they emerged. Beings of all races except dragons, there were even a few less gods and clan heads. The red-haired Mayu began to walk towards the army that did not stop with Hades in front of them, who had a big smile. "Lucifer, it's good to see you here," he said in a mocking tone. However, the Mayu simply continued walking, while his aura began to increase rapidly. "What's up, Lucifer? The cat will eat you," Hades was going to say when the Mayu had disappeared and appeared in front of him, releasing a hook that sent him flying. At that moment Surzic was surrounded by a powerful crimson aura that little by little formed into a crimson tornado. The tremendously powerful aura could be felt throughout the place, surprising everyone. When the tornado disappeared, Surzic had changed completely. He had long red hair like blood, his skin had turned a dark red, two horns had formed on his head, his clothing changed since he was now only wearing long pants. Completely white with golden touches, he was barefoot. Behind him were wings that were larger than normal, since they were the size of a person tall. All over his body he had very strange tattoos. His hands were now claws, on his two fangs grew out of his face, while his eyes had become completely blood red, and he had the look of a complete predator, while he was surrounded by a blood red aura. Everything, absolutely everyone was surprised by that, except for Graphia and Dulio, who had already seen that transformation. The Mayu returned to see the god who was in the heavens, clearly surprised to see the Mayu in that transformation. "Last time I told you that if you tried anything I was going to eliminate you. Now is the time," Surzic said with a clear dark voice as he disappeared and appeared in front of the god, giving him a blow that sent him to the ground, creating a crater in the middle of Hades' army. The Mayu did not care and started to attack him. Pluto, who was nearby, rushed to help the god, however he was stopped by Graphia, who appeared in front of him with a totally serious expression, while expelling a silver aura that completely cooled the place. 11. Without warning, the maid launched herself at Pluto, who immediately took out a scythe to block the attack of a spear made of ice. However, she could not be neglected as she created other spears of ice that she threw towards the Reaper, who dodged them. In this way the fight between these two beings had begun, where the maid showed why they called her the silver-haired Queen of Annihilation, since from the beginning of the fight, she demonstrated great mastery of her skills. On the other hand, Dulio, Griselda, Barakiel and Apollo watched a fight that had started, however none of them wasted any time. Apollo was surrounded by flames that could rival the sun that, although they did not emit heat, if they touched them they would be burned to death. Immediately he launched himself against the army, sweeping everything in front of him. Griselda was the next. She took out her 10 wings and created 2 swords of light. She immediately went to attack the grim reapers that were in the heavens. Barakiel began to create holy rays and launch them throughout the field. Being someone with long range, his skill with lightning was without a doubt perhaps the best. Ul on the other hand, for the first time he had a serious expression, and without thinking twice he began to help Griselda with the fates by wielding his sacred gear. After the squad leaders had entered the battle, Surzich's squad did not take long to arrive. Also joined the fight, starting to wipe out all the dead since despite being very numerous, they were not very strong, although some had problems with the Grim Reapers, but Griselda and Dulio confronted them, making the elimination faster. Although they also had problems since there were Grim Reapers with great power that could rival Pluto. The large explosion occurred little by little from where everyone was. Graphia, without letting her guard down, could feel that it was her husband's aura. A smile formed on her face as she felt how he was expelling a large amount of power. Immediately she was not far behind, her aura began to rise rapidly. Putin, who was the Reaper who was fighting Vali, also began to expel an aura of death since his opponent could kill him. But Surzichi was exchanging a series of blows with Hades, creating cracks wherever they passed since the strong impacts of his blows were very powerful. At one point Surzich created several spheres with the power of destruction that he began to throw at the god who clearly was not created before, and also created several spheres, but with the power of death. When both spheres collided, they created small domes, disintegrating the place where the dome was and everything it contained inside, since both powers were very similar, since one disintegrated everything and the other completely destroyed everything. Both fighters were surrounded by a very powerful aura and then restarted their hand-to-hand fight. The aura of each protected the power of the other as it seemed that they were counteracting each other due to their similarity. However, the fight was quite tough since Hades, despite living longer and having more experience than the red-haired Mau, had greater power, making that difference disappear, in addition to the experience that the Mau had despite being young at the time. The eyes of the god was clearly very good since in each exchange, he realized that his attacks were precise and powerful, in addition to his senses being very sharp. At one point Surzich gave a strong blow to the god that made his defense lower. At that moment the red-haired Mau took advantage of the moment quickly. He hit the god in the stomach which made him bow a little. The Mau gave him another making him bend over more. He elbowed him in the back of the head and then kicked him, sending him flying and colliding with some rocks. The red-haired Mau concentrated a great power of destruction in his hands and then threw it where the god had fallen. However, this man quickly got up and in the same way created the power of death, causing that when he threw it and it collided with the destruction will create a large explosion, causing the two to lose sight of each other. Hades, when the smoke dispersed a little, located the Mau appearing behind him, giving him a strong kick that sent him crashing to the ground. The god quickly came down without delay and gave him another kick in the stomach, making the Redeed spit out blood. The Mau quickly compassed himself, put his hand on the god's chest, and then launched a torrent of power of destruction that sent the god flying. The Mau quickly followed him and then appeared behind him and gave him a start that sent him towards above. The Mau reappears behind him and ends up giving a strong blow that makes him shoot at great speed against the ground and finish throwing another torrent of power of destruction at him, creating an explosion where the god had ended up. There was a moment of silence where nothing could be heard other than seeing. However, at that moment the Mau frowned and flew off in the direction of the dust smoke where Hades was. Once inside, loud noises began to be heard. In for a moment, both individuals collided their fists that were surrounded with their power, creating a powerful wave of vision that dispersed the smoke. Now Hades could be seen a little damaged, but it was clearly not serious if he barely stopped the occasional wound. They both stared at each other. Hades had already become serious, making the two have an externally serious and fixed gaze on the other, without saying anything since both were clearly attacking to kill the other. In one moment they disappeared to appear high up in the sky to begin another exchange, creating waves of steam each time their blows collided either with the other's blow or with the body. The fight grew louder and louder, causing loud noises to be heard throughout the place. However, no one was careless in their attack against the army of the Grim Reapers and the skeletons, since they all wanted to return alive with their loved ones. They all attacked with everything they had, and not only in that place, in the entire world, the entire alliance attacked. Their enemies with everyone without complaining about the tiring, since after hearing Issei's fight, everyone took their fights even more seriously. In the underworld, or more precisely at the gates of Tartarus, he had serious problems since Hades had given the order to release Samuel. When they did so, wherever he passed it was pure destruction. He even had Dulio and Griselda, who were the ones who faced him on the ground with several wounds, that being prepared an attack to kill him when both angels were ready for their death. A beautiful golden chain came out of the ground, immobilizing the being. Immediately, mind you, everyone was surprised by that. However, in the sky they saw a certain magician with a serious expression and a very strange circle in her hands. "La Fée," said the duo of angels when they saw their leader's wife. They were clearly happy, however they saw that she had a very serious expression. They imagined that it was because of the broadcast not long ago, in which their leader was fighting to death with God. "We will take care of Samuel," the magician said seriously. When the duo of angels were going to say something, they saw that a door opened from which several homeless people came out and surrounded Samuel. Everyone divided into two under Issei's order, some remained in the air and others descended to the ground. Those who were in the air did the same spell as the magician, causing a large number of golden chains to come out of the ground surrounding the Samuel that he tried with all his might to get away. "Prepare the portal," the magician ordered, making the magicians who were on the ground begin to recite a spell from which little by little, a small portal began to be created under the astonishment of everyone. "What is that?" Griselda asked, surprised since she could feel that this portal was like a black hole. Issei-sama assumed that Hades was going to betray us from the beginning, that is why he put his shield here. However, there was also a possibility that he would leave Samuel free to kill everyone in his path, that is why he created a powerful spell to lock Samuel in a dimension where he will never bother him again. "For that very reason my squad was created, whose objective is to do this spell and get rid of Samuel," Issei said calmly, but still had a look of utmost expression. Seriousness. Everyone who was nearby was shocked by what they heard. At that moment a powerful absorption force was felt throughout the place. "Everyone, stay away from here," the magician said, to which everyone listened and even Griselda and Dulio began to retreat, since that small portal absorbed everything it could and it was getting bigger and bigger. The magicians activated a special barrier so as not to be affected by that absorption force. With great effort, the magicians who were in the air began to manipulate the chains to bring Samuel closer to the portal, and he began to move harder with the intention of getting away. "Hold on," Issei said when he saw how the dragon, fallen angel, tried to get away. While this was happening at the gates of Tartarus, fights were taking place all over the world that would decide the future of each one. For that same reason each one gave everything to win their respective battles. However, among all the battles there was one that was extremely dangerous, and that was where the leader of the alliance fought with everything to emerge victorious. However, his enemy was not leaving it easy for him at all. A large explosion was heard in the valley where this great fight was taking place. Issei came out of the dust produced by the previous attack. Issei looked up at where Indra was. The brunette immediately fell to his knees while breathing very heavily, his armor being completely destroyed after that attack. However, despite his current state, the god did nothing since he was also in a condition similar to Issei. Clearly he was breathing hard, a little better than Issei, while most of his armor was destroyed. The god wanted to eliminate him at that moment, however he couldn't. He was really tired, and in every clash he had with the brunette he became more exhausted, so he took advantage of those moments to recover, even if just a little. The kneeling brunette did everything possible to recover, without stopping to look at the god since, despite being in that state, he could not let his guard down. The entire valley was almost completely destroyed by the great fight that was taking place. "If this continues like this, agitated, I don't know if I can beat him." Agitated, the brunette said to himself half-heartedly when he saw that his strength was almost at zero. He had already spent a lot of his energy, the battle had already lasted too long, even the brunette had already lost how much time he had been fighting against the god. Even though they sometimes communicated against him and he gave some orders, he had completely lost track of time. What the brunette didn't know was that he had already been fighting against the god for more than 2 days. The war had already started 2 days ago and was at its peak. At first both sides saved some aces, however, at one point they released what they had saved. When the report arrived to Indra that the Mao Lucifer was fighting against Hades, he no longer held back. He knew that he could not, since he also received the report of the places where his forces were, and knowing that they were being repelled and some exterminated, he decided send all his troops. Clearly Issei received the reports and began his counterattack. Making sure that absolutely everyone was fighting, only one group was that of his beloved wife, since that group had an explicit mission, although still thus that group had eliminated several groups of ambushes and reinforcements of the enemy. The brunette stood up again as best he could. Despite his tiredness, he couldn't let Indra recover, so he immediately made his armor appear again. Although most of his body was covered in blood and wounds, he stood up. He put on his armor again, and with jet, he quickly flew to where the god was, who took up a battle position again. Their weapons impacted again, causing a metallic sound to be heard throughout the place, while a wave of wind expanded throughout the place due to the strong impact. Both individuals stood facing each other, making them look each other in the eyes with an expression of utmost seriousness. At that moment something hit the god from behind, causing him to lose strength, where clearly Issei took advantage and won the fight, making his defense fall silent and giving him a thrust that went straight to his heart. However, the god avoided it as best he could, although if he made a cut on the side of his chest. Several crimson spheres hit the god, causing him to start falling. The brunette created a dragon shoot and threw it at him, causing it to explode in the air, causing the god to begin to fall even faster than before. However, his sword was surrounded by lightning bolts, causing several to come out that hit the mini dragons that had previously launched mini dragon shoot. While falling, he regained his balance, causing him to fall on his feet when he reached the ground. With a single impulse, he flew to where Issei was. He did not stay tied and began to go down in the direction of where the god was coming. When they hit, they made the whole place shake. Even though they were in the air pressure was too much. Both began to exchange attacks, although Indra had a bit of an advantage, since it was seen that he mastered the sword much better than Issei. He was not far behind since, even though his mastery was not like that of the god, he was not very far away. Of his. At one point the god gave a thrust that went straight to Issei's chest, causing him to dodge to the side, causing his defense to drop a little, and leaving an opening that the god took advantage of by giving him a strong kick, knocking the air out of Issei. Without wasting time, Indra covered his sword in rays with a dark aura and gave the brunette another thrust that he tried to dodge, but the previous blow had left him very stunned, causing him to barely change direction from the chest to his right abdomen. Indra had pierced his abdomen, causing the brunette to spit out a large amount of blood, making Indra have a big smile full of evil, and then she removed the sword that was buried in the brunette's body, causing him to spit out more blood from the wound. Even more blood came out. Issei fell to the ground from the air, creating a small crater. While blood flowed all over the ground, Issei's vision began to be blurry, even his senses began to go numb, but he could still hear how the god laughed out loud. Drag, the brunette said as low as he could, his body no longer responded to him, all the damage he had received during the fight was too much. However, the dragon did not say anything, Drag had remained silent. It seems that this is as far as it goes, the brunette whispered to himself as his vision became increasingly blurred and the mark on his back began to fade. At that same moment all the girls in Issei felt how little by little the essence of their loved one was disappearing, they all opened their eyes wide. Issei, Kun, Sama, Naya, they all said while they felt how their loved one was dying little by little, tears began to fall down everyone's cheeks. I'm sorry, I won't be able to keep my promise, vomiting blood, I hope everyone is happy, thank you for making me the happiest man in the world by being with you, the brunette whispered, saying goodbye to the women who made his life shine, those girls that he loved with all his heart. No please Issei-kun, Yusaka said in Tokyo while she had tears running down her cheeks. Don't leave us again, Sona said in the underworld, while trying not to cry like Tsubaki, however none of them had managed to do so, since the tears began. I don't want to be alone again, Naya, Kuroka said from the underworld, while tears ran down her cheeks. I can't bear to lose you again, Gabriel said from heaven, completely in shock just like Irina, while the two cried. We haven't gotten married yet, Ravel said in the underworld with clear tears in her eyes. Please don't go, Seraphol said in Tokyo in a tone of desperation while crying. Each of the girls in Issei felt like their world was falling cobbles, Seraphol and Kuroka were already desperate and destroyed. I'm sorry, the brunette said, and then closed his eyes completely, while he had a smile on his face, and his life little by little was disappearing. I see, they all screamed at the same time when they felt how their loved one left them again. At that moment her marks began to shine very intensely. At that moment everyone saw how her marks gave off a great shine that covered them little by little, making her feel warm, calm and protected, as if her loved one were hugging them. At that moment they remembered what they had heard about the brand. Memory. Unlike the normal mark of each dragon, this represents not only the union of love and body, but also the union of love and soul, since the mark connects souls through the love they have, the more love there is the color is more vivid and making their love last even after death, Drake finished saying. End of memory. At that moment they all felt that the world had stopped and they focused on that feeling while they all began to remember both the good and the bad moments they had with their loved one. Images began to appear in front of them, although more than images they were like memories, but they were not theirs but the others. Everyone could see Tsubaki's date with Issei, clearly the memory was of Queen Citri. Then they saw Faye's wedding with her lover, Irina's confession in the cemetery, Office's engagement proposal, the reunion of Kuroka and her lover, Gabriel's suffering at not being there, Seraphol's sadness at not being able to seeing him, Ravel's joy at seeing that he came for her, all of them could see and feel what the others felt and experienced. They realized that the brand not only connected them with the soul of their loved one, but also with that of themselves. Then at that moment new images and new feelings appeared, they immediately knew that those feelings and those images were not theirs. If not from his beloved. They were all able to see small fragments of their loved one's life that absolutely no one knew about him, not even Ria's or any of them. They could feel what the brunette felt when he saw Faye and the worry that he had when they were young, they could also feel the happiness that the brunette felt by just hugging her. Currently, the magician's main mind of all was crying, she had always loved the brown, and it always made her happy to be with him, but feeling what the brunette felt with so much just a simple hug had left her with tears in her beautiful eyes, she realized that her love does not compare with the love that her lover has for her. To her. The images changed now, showing the first time that Office arrived at Issei's house. Everyone felt the concern that Issei felt when seeing Office with a monotonous expression. Everything changed to where he was saving Office when she was captured by Shalba Beelzebub. They felt the determination, the courage and the desire to save her, but they also felt the fear, the desperation surprising everyone. And even so she faced her enemy, they also felt the great happiness and love that the brunette had developed for her when she was ready. After dying, they felt the happiness that their loved one felt for having saved the dragon. Office was staring at those memories without looking away, while tears ran down her cheeks and her heart raced. Everything changed again, now showing a memory where Kuroka was telling Issei about her situation. They saw how he accepted her with a smile, making the Nekomata smile as she remembered that moment where she felt accepted and loved for the first time. However, she felt them again. And thoughts that the brunette felt at that moment came to everyone, mainly to the Nekomata, surprising her. They watched as the brunette hugged the Nekomata and said to himself, "Don't worry, you will never be alone again. I will always be by your side no matter what happens." That greatly surprised the Nekomata, and then they saw images and moments where the brunette was always there every time Kuroka needed him. He didn't ask for anything in return, he didn't do it out of interest. But he did it because he cared about her, because he loved her. They felt great congratulations, the same happiness they felt the brunette every time he saw her smile. Afterwards they felt concern, but the image had changed to where it returned for the first time. He was worried about her, hurt for not being there with her, and they felt the pain and happiness mixed with love when the brunette revealed himself to her and hugged her. They felt how Issei's love for the Nekomata grew more and more at that moment. All worry was replaced by happiness and a great love, greater than the Nekomata had felt. Her tears ran down her cheeks as a smile formed on her face as she saw how the brunette loved her and cared about her. Everything changed again, now showing Issei next to Tsubaki talking and laughing. A smile formed on Queen Citri when she remembered that moment. They felt the great happiness that Issei felt just by being next to her. They also felt how their love grew more and more as he saw how she smiled. Then they felt sadness because the brunette saw how she continued behind Kiba, making Tsubaki herself feel completely stupid, as she was so stupid at that moment. She had a great man in front of her, but her love for the blonde had devastated her. They felt even more sadness since the brunette felt that way when he saw how she talked to him about Kiba, making Tsubaki feel even worse. But what surprised everyone, mainly Queen Citri, was that despite everything they felt that the love that Issei that she had never left. On the contrary, it grew and continued to grow until it became a strong feeling. They saw that even though it hurt, the brunette continued to encourage Queen Citri when the blonde ignored him. Tsubaki remembered that whenever the brunette was sad, the brunette was the one who always encouraged her. A tear ran down her cheek when she remembered that. Even after so many years that love had not diminished, it had even increased. They saw and felt the enormous happiness that the brunette felt when he gave his first kiss to Queen Citri. His love was great that it did not compare to the one she has for he. The love that the brunette has for her was so much that she herself was impressed. She realized how important she was to him. The new image appeared and they saw how their lover made a promise to himself when he was kissing Tiamat in that rocky place. He had promised to always take care of her and protect her, to give her what she deserves. Love and happiness. Tiamat was looking at that memory without being able to believe it when she thought that it was only by instinct that he had really committed himself to such things, and she was even more surprised when she realized that it was true. Since she lived with Issei, he always cared for her, protected her, but mainly he has given her a lot of love, making her truly happy. They also saw how the brunette observed Sona long before he was reincarnated. That surprised Sona a lot, since clearly both she and the others looked at the brunette at that time. Clearly it was a look that said love. It showed other scenes where he always cared about her, always took care of her without her realizing it, and always supported her, no matter if the world was against it. Sona was totally surprised, realizing what a disaster it had been until now. Images came and went showing moments and feelings that the brunette had and experienced with each one of them. Congratulations, love, determination and willpower were some of the feelings they felt and that everyone already knew. However, they also saw and felt fear, pain, suffering, despair, something no one ever saw in Issei. They realized how blind they were. They saw fear when he faced Loki, pain when he fought against Grendel and the evil dragons, suffering when he trained, how he strived to always have the strength to protect his loved ones, and they saw desperation when he fought for his life with the fearsome beast Trihexa. At the end of all the images, they all had a single thought: truly, I deserve his love. With that thought, doubts formed in each of them, while the marks began to lose color. I don't care, Naya, Kuroka said to herself, but they were all connected in some way thanks to the souls, allowing them to feel and hear what each one said and thought at that moment, all of them listening to the words of the Nekomata, where they clearly heard each other. I listened brokenly. Although my love for him is not like the one he feels for me, it does not mean that I cannot feel it, Naya, the Nekomata said to herself, being heard by all the others. I love him more than my own life. He was the first one who accepted me just the way I am. I don't judge myself. I don't criticize myself. He simply gave me love and support. I know he's not going to die because he promised to always be with us, Naya, and I know that when he returns, I will show him all my love, Naya," said the Nekomata while her mark that was almost gray began to take on a new color, becoming increasingly blacker, a beautiful black like the evening. "And throughout my life I will strive to love him as he loves me, so come on, Issei, Naya. I know you are afraid and you are suffering, but you are not alone. I will always be with you, Naya, and I will never leave your side. I will always be there in good times and bad, Naya," said the Nekomata, while her mark shone brightly in a beautiful black. All the mark that the Nekomata had shown on the back of Issei, where there was an almost transparent mark and where the color black as it began to shine very brightly. 15. Baroka, the brunette thought when he felt how the aura of his beloved kitten was at his side. Those words made everyone open their eyes, and without realizing it they all started to smile because their sister was right. Although they didn't love the brunette like he loved them, that didn't mean that they couldn't love him like he loved them. In fact, at that moment everyone's marks began to shine more and more intensely. "You showed me something that was totally unknown to me. You took care of me and protected me in such a way that you even gave your life to save me. For the first time you made me feel that I was not alone. With care and dedication you taught me what feelings were. For when I finally understood them, or at least part of them, I realized that I had that feeling they call love. I always felt calm. I loved and accompanied you by your side, and when I lost you it was so much that loneliness that before I desperately sought. Now I was moving away with despair of that feeling of loneliness, and that was when I saw you again. I felt you again. I was able to be by your side again. That feeling of loneliness was gone. I felt calm again. Accompanied, even now I felt loved. I promised myself that I would never walk away from you because I had fallen in love with you, and now no matter what happens or how much time passes, my love for you will never change. I will show you that I will always be by your side because you are the person I have come to love. You are my first love, my partner, and you will always be because I will always love you, Issei," Afa said while her mark shone very intensely. On the back of Issei where the purple color was, it began to shine again with great intensity just like the black. "Office," the brunette thought again as he felt the aura of his beloved goddess being at his side. "I don't have to say much or explain how important you are to me. You are everything to me. You always gave me your greatest and most sincere love. This time I am going to show you that my love for you is great, unique and strong. Because you are my beloved, my dragon, my husband, and I as your wife will always be there to support you and help you in everything you need. I promise to be with you through thick and thin, and I will keep it because I love you and always will. Even after death I will follow you, love, because only you and no one else but you is the person I want, desire and will love," LeFay said with determination, while his mark recovered its color and began to shine intensely in the same way. On the back of Issei a beautiful yellow shine just like black and purple. "Faye," the brunette thought as he felt the aura of his beloved magician being by his side. "You protected me even when we didn't know each other. Even against your life you fought for me and protected me. You made me fall in love, and you loved me with the purest and most sincere feeling that I have ever felt. Even after so long that feeling never disappeared, and rather it grew. I have no words to express what I feel for you. Saying I love you will fall short of the great love I have for you. Even though I know that you love me even more, I know that the love I feel for you will only grow, that you are and will always be the person that I will always love," Yusaka said once she had cleared all her doubts. Her mark shined in a beautiful gold, in the same way it shone on Issei's back. "Yusaka," the brunette thought as he felt the aura of his beloved kitsune, who had appeared next to the other three. "Whenever I feel bad, you are the one who was always there. You were the one who made me smile when I needed it most. I made you suffer because of my ignorance. My illusion had devastated me, but no longer thanks to your help. I was able to open eyes and see who really deserved my love. Even though the years passed, that feeling never went away. Until you finally came back I realized that I was already madly in love with you. You showed me how beautiful it is to love. Without realizing how or when you are already loved. However, despite not knowing at that moment, I do not regret it, and I am grateful that you are the person with whom I am in love and whom I love with all my being. Although my love for you does not compare to the love you feel for me, I know that over time it will grow. I will love you more and more, since you have never given me reasons not to. Rather, on the contrary, you only give me reasons to love you more, and every moment that passes, that's why I will always be by your side," Tsubaki said with a big smile, leaving her feelings free, making her brand shine very intensely, a beautiful light blue shine on Issei's back. "Tsubaki," the brunette thought as he felt the aura of one of his two beloved demons next to him. "I have always loved you since that day I met you as children, and even though we separated, that feeling only grew stronger, making me long for the day of seeing you again back then, and when I saw you that feeling only strengthened, in the same way that with each passing day my love for you grew more. However, I never thought that that person who I loved so much really loved me even more than I loved her. Your love was so much that you forgave me after failing you, and at that very moment I promised myself never to leave your side again. Even when the world ends or is against you, I will always be by your side. I will never leave you alone again, and I will show you how truly I love you. I will show you how much you mean to me. I will show you that I will always be with you, whether in the good or bad. I will always be there because you are and always will be that child with whom I fell deeply in love and with whom I love with all my heart, Irina said with a beautiful smile while tears ran down her cheeks, while her mark regained its color. Usual and began to shine more and more. Immediately on the back of Issei, a beautiful orange appeared that shone very intensely. Irina, the brunette said as he felt the aura of his beloved and beautiful Tenchi next to him. We met in the worst possible way. I showed you the worst side of me. At that moment you were simply nothing in my eyes. Now you don't know how sorry I am for having behaved that way. I didn't see that wonderful man that you were, and we had to go through a disaster to realize how wrong I was. You had to show me who you really are, making me feel for the first time what I never thought I would feel, love. Even after the harsh way I treated you, you opened your heart to me and gave me the opportunity to be by your side. You made me the happiest woman in the world. That's why I promised to make you the happiest man in the world. Leave what it took me away. I left my pride aside just so I could be happy by your side, and from that moment on, I have never regretted that decision, because I fell completely in love with you. I love you, and I will always love you for the rest of eternity, he said Elmenhold with a big smile. Remembered those moments when she met her lover, well, her mark regained its shine and began to shine a beautiful red. The same beautiful red that shone on Issei's back. Elmenhold, the brunette said as he felt the aura of his beloved vampire next to him. You are an idiot. You have always been an idiot, and you always will be, but you are the idiot that I fell in love with. You showed me this beautiful feeling that is to love, you protected me, you took care of me, and you always looked out for my good, and without realizing it, I was already in love with you. My only wish is and always will be, to be able to be by your side. I love you and the feeling is so great that I cannot deny it, and even though my love is so great, I don't know compare it to the love you feel for me. For that same reason I will be by your side. I will show you how much I can love you and show you how important and essential you are to me, because you are and always were the person who has stolen my heart, Ravel said, very blushing. But with a big smile after having taken out what he had in his chest. At that moment his mark began to shine like the same fire, in the same way a beautiful shine like the same fire shone on the back of Issei. Ravel, the brunette said as he felt the aura of his beloved phoenix appear next to him. Despite all the years I have lived and with the people I have been with, no one had ever shown me such a show of appreciation, love and honesty so sincerely. You awakened something in me that I thought no longer existed. For the first time you showed that beautiful feeling that I had already forgotten, and without realizing it. Those little talks or those quick encounters that we had made me fall in love with you. Unfortunately I had realized too late what I was feeling, and I no longer had you by my side. Well, as time passed, that feeling only became bigger and bigger, showing me how important you were to me, showing me that you only needed small encounters to show me who you truly were. To fall deeply in love with you. And after many years I finally saw you again, and that feeling, instead of calming down, only intensified. I no longer wanted to be separated from you. No, I couldn't separate myself from you anymore, and the truth is I didn't want to. You allowed me to be by your side, making me very happy, enjoying every small or great moment that we shared, making my love for you grow. Now I can't live without you. That's why every time we are together I will show you that my love can be so great like the one you feel for me, because you are and always will be the person that I love you and will always love, Serafal said with total sincerity, while tears ran down her cheeks, and she had a beautiful smile as she finally said what her heart has always kept. At that moment his mark began to shine in the same way a beautiful light blue like the heavens itself began to shine on Issei's back. Serafal, the brunette said, feeling the aura of his beloved Mayu at his side. We were always friends. You never despised me for who I am. You always treated me in the same sincere and honest way, making me consider you a true friend, and even after years of not seeing you, I consider you in the same way a special person for me, a person I could trust, and that was the case, because when I needed it most, when I needed help the most, a person to trust. It was you who gave me that help that I needed so much. You defended me, you protected me, making me feel very happy and joyful to know that I have a great friend like you by my side. However, that did not end there. Despite my condition at that time, you took me to your home, you took care of me, you ensured my recovery. Even though it was a burden, you were always attentive to me. What girl in this world can resist falling in love with someone who gives her so much attention, so much care and so much affection? No one, without realizing it, had fallen in love with you. It started with a small love that became stronger and stronger when I saw how attentive you were to me even after my recovery. I felt jealous when I saw how you treated other girls. I wanted you to treat me like that, and you did. Even though there were many women around you, you never neglected. You were always attentive to everyone. It was when I decided that even if I had to share you I would do it, since I was afraid of losing you. I know that my love for you is small. I know that we have just begun, but knowing that you still love me so much makes me decide to love you even more, even though my love is small compared to yours. I will show you that every day my love will grow and become as big as yours, because you are the person I love. And I want to love, Ika said with great determination to show her love to her beloved. She wanted to make him feel loved, and that she was going to do. At that moment, her mark began to shine very brightly in the same way Issei's back shone. Ika, the brunette said as he felt the aura of his newest partner at his side. At first we never saw each other, I simply only heard rumors, exploits about you. My curiosity to know who you were reached me. Then I heard that you had fought against a god and saved Yasaka. My curiosity increased. I wanted to make an appointment, see you, know who is that person that everyone talks about and describes you with such high esteem. At the concert I finally realized that despite being a pervert, you had a strong, determined and very noble heart, something that caught my attention. However, I didn't know if everything I had heard was true. It was when my home was attacked and I saw you fight. I saw how strong your desire was to protect your loved ones. Something in me woke up when I saw you. When I saw your heart so noble that you would not hesitate to sacrifice yourself for your precious people. The more I talked and the more I spent the little time I had with you, you showed me a different world. I felt happy with the simple fact of exchanging a few simple prayers. I was worried when I saw you fight, and I prayed that you would come back okay. However, during that time I never knew which was what I felt until that day when you protected me from my death. I wanted to tell you so many things, but the words didn't come out and my worst fear happened. I had lost you, you had sacrificed yourself to save us, the most noble act and at the same time the most painful thing someone can do. Since that day I never saw the world in the same way again, since now I felt that something was missing, and as time went by the feeling of sadness and loneliness became greater. Without realizing it I had fallen in love with you. It was a different feeling to what I knew, but I knew it was love, a special love that only you could have. When I finally saw you I thought it was a dream, but when I saw you, touched you, felt you I saw that it was not. I felt like my world had returned. That feeling of loneliness and sadness was replaced by fear and love. I don't want to lose you again, I don't want to feel that way again. That's why I will show you that I really love you, and I can love you like you love me, because only you have been the only one, and you will be the only one to whom my heart belongs, Gabriel said with tears running down his cheeks, while his mark began to shine very intensely. On the back of Issei the white color recovered that beautiful glow. Gabriel, the brunette said as he felt the aura of his beloved seraph that appeared next to him. In my life I have had several loves, or at least that's what I call them, since that feeling without realizing it was totally unknown to me. What I called love never really was, and only when I met you, I truly knew that feeling. Every time I spent a few moments with you, or we talked, it made me extremely happy. I really enjoyed your presence. Thus being by your side was enough to be happy, and without realizing it, I was slowly falling in love with you. As time passed I considered you to be an extremely special person for me, a great friend, a partner, even a brother. However, what I really wanted was to be your loved one, to be with you for the rest of my life. But that feeling was so strong and strange for me who did not know what it was, since what I called love did not compare to what I felt for you, and for the first time I felt afraid, since I did not know what this new feeling was. And when you saved me that time alone, you made that same feeling stronger. When you were sealed for a long time I didn't see you again. I felt strange, I missed you, I no longer felt like myself, and that feeling never went away, and when I saw you again it intensified more and more. I longed for you, I loved you, and I didn't know it. I was afraid not knowing what it was. That feeling that formed in me, until you showed me, I let myself be carried away by that feeling, showing me something that I had never truly experienced. Love. Now I am not afraid to say it. I love you with all my being. Despite that my love is not compared to yours. I will continue to love you no matter what, so that the day comes when I can love you like you love me, Penemu said, letting out those words and insecurities that she had always kept to herself. Immediately her mark began. It began to shine very intensely in a beautiful gray, and Issei's back began to light up in the same color. Penemu, said the brunette when he felt the aura of his beloved Cabber next to him. We never met, we simply knew about each other through simple rumors, but we were never face to face and talked. I never thought that time we saw each other for the first time, you made me feel something that I had already forgotten, and I think you also felt that connection. Even though we both knew it was simply our instinct, that didn't stop you from starting to have feelings for me. However, when I found out who you were I couldn't help but hate you for having the one who had taken away what I most valued. Even though I hate you, you had patience, understanding, and it seems like love. You helped me remove that deep hatred in me. You promised me something that I never expected, and for the last time I trusted someone, I gave you my trust, and you told me that I would allow you to be by my side, that I would allow you to make me happy. That I would allow you to reward me for all these years of pain that Drake caused me, that you felt responsible for carrying it inside you. You asked me to allow you to make me happy, and even though the doubts I had, you showed me that those words were sincere and honest. Without realizing it, I let that feeling invade me, making me fall in love with you completely. Although our love has just begun, that does not mean that I do not love you with all my being, and I will show you that. I will show you that I love you, my dear and beloved dragon, Tiamat said sincerely that despite being a very proud being at that moment, she could not help but get carried away by that feeling, the same feeling that made her your brand will shine brightly. Tiamat, the brunette said when he felt the aura of his beloved dragon being by his side. I never thought I could love someone like you, however, now I'm just glad it was you. From the beginning we never had a really serious relationship, so to speak. Our relationship was more like a distant friend. However, in the short time we shared, you made me feel really special and unique. You always listened to me, whether it was my problems or the reasons for my anger, you were always there. Even when no one helped me, when I felt like all my effort was falling apart, you appeared at that moment and with a smile you offered me your hand, and even when I took your entire arm, your simple mind allowed me, without thinking about it and without realizing it, I had already fallen in love with you. It's been a long time now, and it was only when I saw you again after years that I realized that I had always loved you. I simply had not accepted that feeling. Even when I accepted it, I was afraid that you would not reciprocate me having beautiful women at your side. On the other hand, for the first time I felt insecure about myself, but I was wrong again because you accepted me as I was, with my flaws and qualities. You even treated me the same as everyone else. You gave me love, affection, you made me feel unique. And that is why I promised myself to always be by your side. I will accept you just as you are because you are and will always be the man I love, Sona said with a smile, while her mark shone very brightly, and just like the place it corresponded on her back. Of Issei. Sona, the brunette said as he felt the aura of one of his two beloved demons next to him. I always considered you a child when I saw how you acted. However, the more time I spent with you, you showed me that that childish child was simply a mask of who you really were. You showed me a shoulder that, making all its effort, you showed me a man who stood in front of his enemy without caring who he was in order to protect his loved ones. You showed me that man who, thinking about falling, always got up again and again. Even at that moment you helped me to have one date. You treated me like a lady. You made me feel happy even knowing that everything was a lie. I began to develop true feelings for you, and those same feelings grew stronger as time went by. However, the day I lost you, something in me disappeared. During all that time I had never realized that I really felt it was love. Some time later I got married thinking that he was the right person for me. It was not until I had you again in front of me that that feeling came back to me, that the simple fact of talking to you, of being by your side was enough for me. It made me feel happy. However, when I was married I realized that I no longer had the right to be with you, so only with all the pain in my soul, I wished you were happy. But you didn't want that, right? Even though I was married you wanted me by your side, and I wanted you by my side. Even though I didn't deserve you, you came for me. You talked to that person who had taken care of me all this time, that even though I had made you happy, I always felt like something was missing. I really didn't deserve you. I didn't deserve to have someone like you by my side. I had failed you, I had cheated on you, I had betrayed you, and despite all that, your simple mind gave me a smile in me. You said you loved me. I felt bad but also happy, and knowing that it was bad I stayed by your side. But only you are and will always be the person who stole my heart and whom my heart only loves. You will always be the only person to love. Which I love, Roswa said with tears in his eyes, but he had a smile. His brand began to shine brightly in a beautiful platinum, just like the back of Issei. Roswas, said the brunette when he felt the aura of his beloved Valkyrie next to him. The brunette felt all his loved ones who were by his side. He felt all the worry, pain, sadness that they felt at that moment, making him feel sad. He did not want to see them like that. He wanted to see them smile, see those beautiful smiles that each one has. You're going to let it all end like this? A voice was heard in the darkness of Issei. Drake, the brunette said more in a whisper when he recognized the voice. You will really let it end like this? All the effort, all the training, everything you have fought for will be lost, Drake said seriously. I no longer have the strength. Indra is too powerful, said the brown man weakly. And what an enemy has been weak. You fought against Kakabiel, and you realized that the world is too big. You trained with strength and courage. You trained until you fainted, and thanks to that you were able to fight against a god. You fought against Loki and came out alive. You fought against Kakao, who had the most powerful Longinus, and you won. You even fought against evil dragons and came out victorious. You never gave up even knowing that all of them were stronger than you. You even never gave up when you were poisoned by Samuel's blood, and you survived to a fight with the Trihexa, and now you come to tell me that you are going to surrender only because your enemy is stronger. Drake shouted with clear anger in his voice, while the brunette had remained silent. Come on, get up, damn it. You are a dragon never gives up. You still haven't showed him what a dragon is capable of, Drake continued shouting at his bear. Drag, the brunette said weakly upon hearing the words of his bearer. You're going to leave all your couples alone. When Drag said that, the brunette felt everyone's aura getting stronger. The Fae, Office, Kuroka, Yusaka, Tsubaki, Irina, Elmenhold, Ravel, Seraphol, Aika, Gabriel, Penemu, Tiamat, Sona, Roswis, the brunette thought of all those girls who illuminated his life. Issei-sama, you can do it. The brunette heard Le Fay's voice. We will always be by your side. I listened to Office this time. No matter what happens, Naya, I hear Kuroka say. Remember that you are never alone. Now it was Yusaka. That we are always here. This time it was Tsubaki. Supporting you, helping you, I hear Irina's voice. If you fall, we will lift you up. This time it was Elmenhold. And we will fight at your side, I hear Ravel's voice. And if you die, I hear Aika say. We will die with you, I hear Gabriel say. Because no matter where you go, this time it was Penemu. We will follow you, I hear Tiamat say. Because only you, this time it was Sona. And no one but you, I hear Roswa say. You are the person we love and we will always love, they all said at the same time, to which the brunette, upon hearing them, a tear ran down his cheeks. Let's go hide you, Issei, show that God and the whole world who you are, Drag shouted loudly, while the aura that the brunette felt from all his loved ones began to surround him more and more. At that same moment the brunette opened his eyes and the world ran again, as if nothing had happened. 11. Issei could see Indra, who was still laughing in the air. His eyes became like those of a dragon, while a powerful aura began to surround him, an aura of different colors. Little by little, the brunette stood up under the gaze of incredibility of the god. On his back the mark shone in different colors, becoming more and more intense. His body that had been shaking from the damage stopped shaking thanks to the aura, the wound stopped bleeding, and an increasingly powerful aura surrounded him, making everyone on the field of battle in that valley could feel it. The gods present were shocked to feel that powerful aura. Come on, partner, let's show the world what the Sekiryud, the new dragon god, is capable of, Drag shouted with great enthusiasm. The brunette let out a powerful roar that ran through the entire valley, while that aura that surrounded him began to form into a pillar that rose towards the sky. The world began to tremble, the dimensional walls that separate the underworld, Asgard, and the other fractions began to fracture. Everyone could feel a powerful aura, even in the dimensional gap Great Red could feel that aura that rose higher and higher, reaching his level. In the Trihexa dimension he was asleep, however he felt a powerful aura and a smile formed on his face, since he knew her very well, since that aura when it reached its maximum power, was going to surpass even him. Go and show the world what a dragon is capable of, Trihexa said to himself with a smile on his face. In all places they could feel that powerful aura, which rose more and more, even both allies and enemies were afraid, since no one knew who that aura belonged to, only a certain group recognized that aura. A smile formed on the face of each of their loved ones as they felt the aura of their beloved more alive than ever, and not wanting to be left behind their loved one, each one expelled all their aura. They knew that this war was coming to an end. Final, and it was time for each of them to show that they are up to the task of being one of the wives of the now most powerful being in the world. In every part of the world where they were, each one of them brought out their auras, surprising everyone present who was with each one of them. However, there were 4 of them that stood out above all. These were Office, Gabriel, Penemu and Seraphol, who was now going to show her true powers. All the worlds along with their dimensions began to shake harder and harder. If with Issei it was already a lot, the auras of each of Issei's loved ones made the earth shake more. In a moment everyone had stopped the fights, and the world was immersed in a great silence in all the battlefields. No one said anything, they didn't even move, and as if it were a whisper they heard a chant that made more than one shudder, and every time word was full of power and authority. What we used to make 2, now we will be 1. 2 souls will unite to form 1. One has the soul and power to fight against a god. The other has the body and power of being a god. Now we will both be 1. And we will become a forbidden existence, thus surpassing the supremacy. And become a new god. A new dragon god of domination. And the true dragon god of chaos. Dragon god force. When that chant ended, the entire earth stopped shaking, even the auras of Issei's beloved calmed down, as did everyone else. Everyone present felt as if a primordial divinity had come down to the world to bring order. Everyone felt an aura much more powerful than Trihexa, but the difference was that Trihexa had a chaotic aura, but the aura that everyone felt was calm, as if was in harmony with the world itself. That pillar that was in the valley where Issei and Indra were fighting began to disappear, revealing the now brown man. Clearly everyone was surprised as they could feel an extremely powerful aura living from Issei. Even though it was calm they could realize that it could easily eliminate them. The brunette who previously had his eyes opened them again to look at the god who was in the sky. Immediately when Indra felt the brunette's gaze on her, her entire body trembled. She felt a deep fear, she felt like she was in front of a predator. And being his objective. The brunette had a serious expression, his body had been covered in red scales, his hands and legs were now claws, a tail had grown from the lower part of his back, and his wings emerged from the upper part of his back. He had them extended, his eyes like those of a reptile looked at Indra with a sharp look, his fangs could be seen. However, what everyone present was able to realize, including Indra, was that Issei no longer gave off the aura from before, now it gave off a new aura as if it had divinity. Everyone realized that the one who now lies standing in that place was a god, a true dragon god, a primordial dragon god. "It's time to finish this, Indra," said the brunette with a thick but also calm voice that gave off pure power, as if his words were the law, a law that must be followed. Indra shuddered again upon hearing those words. He could realize that in front of him, he did not have the same person who had fought before, and he was right since in front of him is not Haidu Issei or the Welsh dragon, in front from him was a new being born from both, in front of him he had the new dragon god of domination, a primordial dragon god. Indra at this moment was trembling, clearly he was afraid, the aura that the brunette gave off was extremely powerful, it was so much that his body did not stop trembling. On the other hand, the brunette was looking at the god with a serious and sharp look, in his hand Ascalon appeared, and immediately upon coming into contact with the aura that surrounded Issei, he began to expel a great and powerful sacral aura much stronger than before. Without warning, Issei disappeared under the gaze of everyone present, including Indra's, until it appeared in front of the god, who did not have time to react, being pierced through the stomach, causing the god to spit out a large amount of blood and trying to move away. To remove the sword from his stomach, but the brunette hit him in the chest, sending him crashing into a mountain and destroying it from the impact since the blow was too powerful, sending Indra flying from the place. Seeing that display of Issei's power, everyone had a chill, but his allies had a smile, since now things will be different. Quick minds began to attack with all their powers, now without holding back since they realized that this war it was already in its last stage, without holding back the gods, began to eliminate all the enemies that were in front of them. On the other hand, Indra came out of the rubble with an angry look, a black aura began to surround her, as she allowed herself to be consumed by her anger. Clearly her aura rose spontaneously, however it was still much smaller than the aura expelled by Issei. "Damn, I'm not going to forgive you," Indra shouted as she launched herself to attack Issei, cut down by her anger. The brunette, without thinking twice, launched himself to intersect Indra, causing the entire place to shake when both weapons collided. However, it was not for long since the brunette damaged the duel, causing him to retreat, and they began to exchange blows again. Heavenly gates. Moments before, the heavens was completely invaded by evil dragons and several shadows that had the shape of Grendel. However, at the moment they thought that all was lost, they could feel an enormous aura, it was so powerful that it was even making the heavens tremble. "To whom does this power belong?" Uriel said clearly, trembling from the great power that could be felt. They even realized that the entire earth was trembling from that immense power. However, only two people had a big smile as they were able to realize. "Whose is it?" At that moment Gabriel and Irina saw each other again, while a smile formed on their faces, both nodded confirming the thoughts the other had. Two powerful sacred auras began to be felt throughout the place, drawing everyone's attention, and surprising who Gabriel and Irina were, had let out all their aura. Immediately the heavens began to shake harder than even the earth before. Everyone present realized that not only the two angels had expelled their aura, but they felt several auras throughout the world that were really powerful, although two of them they were very similar to Gabriel's in power, and one surpassed all three. Irina spread her 10 pairs of wings as they began to shine brightly just like her body. Everyone realized that the brunette's aura was getting stronger and stronger. An armor began to form made of pure light. When it finished it was a beautiful white armor with silver touches. However, what surprised those present was that armor radiated a powerful energy. However, the surprise did not end there. That in the brunette's hand a state of light was formed each time into a normal sword, but the high angels who were present knew that this sword was not normal, since it had materialized a sword of pure light, and not only had made light take the shape of a sword. The same thing happened on Gabriel's side, even armor appeared all over his body. However, it was much more powerful than that of the brunette, just as the brunette materialized two swords of pure light. However, the difference between both apart from the power given off by one the other, Gabriel being the one that gave off the most power, is that the 12 wings of the seraph had changed since now they were no longer just a pure white color, but some of its feathers had changed color to a beautiful gold, making the wings 12 of her wings had a beautiful shine. Everyone was surprised by what they had just seen, mainly Uriel seeing another angel outside of the seraphim, who controlled the pure light in this way. However, he was also shocked to see Gabriel like that, mainly because of his wings, since the golden color on them shows that his powers approached those of his father, since he was the only one who had golden wings and not white like his children. Asia and mainly also surpassing that she imagined that her now previous love helped her to overcome. She felt great pain when thinking only of him, and in her stupidity she had lost him, and now her friend and rival had left her behind. He was no longer a rival for her. What have I done? Zenobia said to herself when she realized that because of her desperation everything began to go wrong. She had changed the person she loved without thinking about it when he was not there. She had lost all right to be with him. Then for being with him she had stopped spending time with her best friend and rival, and now she already surpassed her, and even though they could no longer be considered rivals, since she was not up to par with the brunette, she really regretted her decision so rushed and wish you could go back everything and have done the right thing, waiting for your loved one or ex-loved one. It is time for this war to end. Do not hold back and attack with everything, Gabriel ordered in a strong and clear voice. Everyone immediately paid attention without thinking twice and began their attack without holding back, knowing that this was the last stage of this war. On the part of Gabriel and Irina, they flew with great speed towards where a large number of Grendel were. Without thinking twice the duo of angels attacked, completely destroying the shadow dragons, quickly finishing off the Grendel that were present. Despite because they had great strength, the two girls were clearly faster and stronger than them. The two separated, Irina bolo at great speed towards a group of Grendel. She put her sword in front, and thanks to the one she was carrying, she transfixed one of them, making it disappear. She quickly created 3 rings of light that trapped another one in the legs, the second on the body and the third on the charge. Immobilizing him while he squeezed his hand so that the rings closed and eliminated another. 2 of them tried to attack her, but she covered herself with her sword and then counterattacked, making a deep wound in the shadow dragon's chest and killing it due to the large amount of sacred power that attack had. Without wasting time he launched himself at those who remained in addition to eliminating any evil dragon that came in his face. On Gabriel's part, she was literally completely destroying everyone who was in her field of vision. They had quickly surrounded her, but she created an enormous amount of spears of light that eliminated everyone who had surrounded her. She put her swords at the front while a golden magic circle appeared in front of them. Holy light, when Gabriel said that, a powerful ray of light came out of the circle that was directed at 2 Grendels that pierced them, killing them instantly, quickly appearing near another Grendel that was surrounded by several shadow dragons, with just a movement of his hand. His swords were a great candidate of theirs, due to the great sacred power that came from it. Under everyone's gaze he disappeared again to appear near a shadow Grendel who stabbed him with his sword and immediately exploded in a flash of light. Everyone present was surprised by the display of power that those 2 angels showed. Clearly they were eliminating everyone who was in their vision, but thanks to that the majority of those present were motivated, making them not stop to attack with everything starting to eliminate everyone who attacked the heavens. Quickly the heavens began to gain ground. The truth was too fast, and all of this was due to Irina and Gabriel, who clearly eliminated all the beings that could be. They were also in front of everyone. Uriel, who saw everything, calculated that not much would happen. Time before the heavens wins, it was in battle and waiting for the other places to win their battles to win the war. Europe, Greece, Olympus. Moments before. Everyone present could feel how a powerful aura was increasing rapidly. Even in a matter of a second it had passed them, but it did not stop, but continued to increase. The entire earth began to tremble from that powerful aura. Even Olympus was also trembling. Clearly the gods present felt an emotion that they had already forgotten. They all felt fear, since they could feel that she could easily eliminate them, but unlike them Tiamat was able to recognize that powerful aura and a smile formed on her face. His face. Issei, whispered the dragon with a smile on her face while in her dragon form, she began to be surrounded by her aura, drawing everyone's attention as she also felt that powerful aura. However, they realized that she was not the only one, since they felt several auras rising rapidly. The dragon roared loudly as her aura increased rapidly under the surprised gaze of everyone, as they could sense that she was at the same level as the heavenly dragons. Tiamat, fighting in the air, did not hold back, so she created a powerful flame that evaporated a large number of enemies. Don't hold back anymore, it's time to finish this, the dragon said loudly but clearly, while she launched another flare that completely eliminated 3 Grendels that were together. The entire shield that came with the dragon no longer held back. And they began to attack with everything they had, beginning to decimate that army of enemies that outnumbered them. The gods who were present and their troops turned to see each other when they heard what the dragon said, and a smile formed on each one's face. It seemed that that powerful aura was a type of sign that it was another time to finish. All the gods began to bring out their auras while they launched the attack again, but this time they no longer held back. One of them was Zeus, who rained lightning all over the field, eliminating a large number of enemies. Quickly, just like in the heavens, Olympus began to gain ground. However, in the midst of the massacre carried out by the Alliance, something fell on the war field, creating a powerful crater. However, they were surprised to see that it was nothing. Neither more nor less than Vishnu, completely incontinent with serious injuries, but none of them fatal. Despite his condition, everyone knew that he would survive. Shiva began to go down to where the other gods were, while showing traces of fatigue, but this was because he had spent a lot of power to be able to break his friend's defense, in addition to having one or another wound, but none serious or mortal. Shiva he returned to where Zeus was. "I will go to the underworld to fight against Brahma. I will leave my army here to help end this battle," said Shiva who, without waiting for a response, took the unconscious god and disappeared. With that, everyone on Olympus realized that the war was coming to an end. Everyone quickly attacked again to end this battle. Underworld, capital of Lilith. Moments before Vali was having an extremely tough fight, Brahma, the god he was facing, was clearly beating him despite having his most powerful armor. He was barely doing anything to the god, however, when he began to use the power of the Trihexa. Mindfully, the advantage that was previously minimal became abysmal. Vali could no longer face him, even though he had been fighting with him for some time. In that state his body was reaching the limit. However, at that moment Vali could feel a powerful roar that hit the entire underworld. A powerful aura began to be felt throughout the place, causing the entire place to begin to shake, so that a moment later, he could feel several auras that spread. They began to rise not as much as the first, but they were really powerful. A smile formed on Vali's face as he recognized that powerful aura. "So this is your true power," said Vali with a smile as he let out his aura, so that the same aura began to surround him, while the entire atmosphere of the place began to become heavier and heavier due to the great power that Vali gave off. "I'm not going to be left behind," Vali said to himself with a big smile on his face. Vali let out a roar while that aura that surrounded him began to change him little by little. His hands became claws, his eyes like those of a reptile, while all their bodies began to grow silver scales, as well as their new wings. "Dragon, force," said Vali when that aura stopped covering him, now leaving his transformation visible. "Vali, remember that you only have 10 minutes before you fall exhausted," Albion reminded Vali, to whom he only had a serious look. "Minus 10 minutes is enough to defeat this cursed man," said Vali, with an extremely serious look since, although he had been able to access this new power, he was barely learning to regulate his energy consumption, since in this way it was greatly draining him. Vali returned to see Brahma who was being surrounded by that black aura. He knew that the god was very powerful, but with that power he surpassed him, or at least it was because for the next 10 minutes, Vali surpassed him. 10 minutes is what Vali had to defeat that god who clearly surpassed him, and without wasting time he launched himself against the god, making him two, but when both were going to intersect their blows, Vali disappeared from the god's side and appeared behind him. He gave it a powerful blow, causing it to fall to the ground, creating a powerful crater. He created a sphere of power and raised it to where the god was, not caring that he was so close, since when it hit, he created a powerful dome that completely destroyed the place, since that sphere was concentrated energy. When the explosion ended, Brahma had appeared next to Vali with great damage, since that attack was really powerful. Vali could not dodge the attack, causing him to shoot towards some rocks that quickly reappeared in front of him, however Vali dodged his attack. With a strong kick to the chest, Vali was able to distance himself from the god, however Brahma had raised a number of spells, to which the brunette increased his aura a little more. Reflect, it was heard in the field, causing all those attacks to go in different directions, some even turned to Brahma who could not dodge them and caused him more damage. 7 minutes Vali, Albion reminded Vali, so that he would become more serious since, even though time was running out, Brahma increasingly increased that dark aura, and his divide could not reduce it, and his body did. It is overloaded by the great power. "I have no choice," Vali said to himself, so that he would disappear from the god's vision, surprising him with his speed. Although Vali has always been extremely fast, even with the brown one he always beat him in speed, but he beats him in strength, or at least that's what it was before. And with that transformation his speed rose to a completely new level. Vali appeared again in front of Brahma to give him a goose on the chin, but he did not stop there as he continued with a consecutive series of blows and kicks at high speed. Face, chest, abdomen, ribs were the places that Vali he was hitting without holding back in the slightest, and then ended up finishing with a blow to his chest that when he touched it, he opened his hand and a powerful burst of power came out, sending the god flying at great speed towards some rubble. 5 minutes, Albion said, this being the one who was keeping track of the transformation. At that moment Brahma began to surround him with that black aura more and more. Vali took flight and fully extended his wings, while leaving his aura free. Half dimension, it was heard throughout the place because even though he cannot use divide because of the power due to excess energy, he can use the half dimension since it divides everything, causing the energy that he divided to be lost and carried away. At that moment that black aura that surrounded Brahma began to disappear little by little until he was reduced to a considerable extent. Vali stopped for the god to fall to his knees as he could now feel his power diminish considerably. 3 minutes. Vali finishes this now that he is weak, Albion said, to which Vali did not hesitate for a moment and put his hands in front while a large magic circle formed in front of him and his aura rose to launch as his last attack. Satan Lucifer Smasher, Vali and Albion said at the same time, so that a powerful moment of pure power came out of that circle directed towards Brahma, who felt very weak due to the previous attack, so he could not dodge it and received it from forehead. Only a loud scream of pain could be heard throughout the place, and then a powerful explosion was created, completely destroying the place where they were. Vali lowered himself little by little, so that when he touched the ground, he removed the transformation with only a minute before he fell fainting, but thanks to that minute that he did not use, he was able to remain conscious, although he was very tired. At that moment Shiva appeared with a completely unconscious Vishnu, being a little surprised by the place that was completely destroyed. The god only saw Vali again, and he only pointed to a huge crater where Brahma was completely unconscious with serious wounds, but none fatal, since in that last attack, Vali restrained himself so as not to kill him. He just gives him a smile since he was impressed that Vali beat him, even though his condition was at rock bottom, since Vali was really very injured. Shiva went to where his unconscious friend was to help him heal a little and not be in danger of death. Vali was about to faint, but in that moment of tranquility, he could feel the aura of his really weak loved ones, the aura of his grandfather next to them. At that moment Vali unconsciously, in a state of pure anger, released a powerful aura so that his body would once again undergo the transformation of the dragon force. Moaned by anger, he headed with enormous speed towards where his loved ones were, those women who loved him just as he was, those who gave him that warmth that he never had, they gave him a family and love, he promised to protect them, and that was what he was going to do. Vali roared angrily for having dared to hurt his loved ones, the loved ones of a dragon, and with that roar, he increased his speed more and more without caring about their condition. On another side, a little far from the place were the wives of Vali with Rizavam, Live and Lucifer, who was really seriously injured, since Vali's lovers had really beaten him for a few moments. However, the descendant of Lucifer was even more powerful than them, showing why he was considered a super demon. All the girls were hurt and tired, even though none of them were in danger of death. The look the son of Morningstar gave them told them that he was going to show them something worse than death, and in the conditions they were in, they couldn't defend themselves. Ahahaha, they really are very strong, they will be perfect to carry my children, said Rizavam with a big smile, while he had Lavinia Renai in his arms who could not walk since she was very tired and very hurt, while a few small tears wanted out of her beautiful eyes. The others were nearby on the ground unable to move, looking at their friend and sister with great frustration. Don't worry, beautiful, you'll enjoy it very soon, Rizavam said with a smile as he passed his hand over the blonde's body, making her try to get away while tears ran down her cheeks. She didn't want that, no one could touch her, only her beloved husband, she belonged body and soul to him, and no one else. If this guy raped her she couldn't stand it, she would most likely kill herself by being beaten by that guy. Vali ran his hand over her face, appreciating the blonde's beautiful features while she tried to get away. Don't worry, beautiful, when possible I will defeat Vali Khan and rape them in front of him again and again, Rizavam said with a big smile, as he directed his hand towards intimacy, while the magician began to cry. She didn't want to, she didn't. She endured, she just wanted her beloved husband to touch her, she didn't want to be stained by him. Vali, she whispered to herself as she closed her eyes, wishing that her lover would come and save her. At that moment a flash of silver light appeared out of nowhere hitting Rizavam, who couldn't do anything to shoot towards some nearby rubble, while Lavinia at that moment, who had her eyes closed, felt someone hug her. However, unlike before, she was able to feeling a quality sensation full of love and tranquility. With fear she opened her eyes to see her beloved who had her tightly embraced. I'm sorry, I almost made you go through something very unpleasant. Vali apologized to his beloved wife who, upon hearing those words, couldn't take it anymore and burst into tears. Although she was a strong and very powerful woman, she was still a woman. She wanted more. But nothing to her loved one and the previous situation terrified her, but being now in the arms of that person that she considers the most important thing in her world, her body relaxed as she felt protected in his arms, that she could not help but cry inconsolably, while the others were the same, since their lover had come to save them. Vali put Lavinia close to Abilia, hugged her to calm her down, although she was the same, a pain formed in Vali's chest when he saw not only his beloved wife Lavinia in that state, but also the others, since each of them has a very special place in his heart, they are and always will be the most important thing to him. At that moment the anger was uncontrollable, it was so much that he began to be surrounded again by a powerful aura. However, even though his loved ones were present, that powerful aura did not affect them, on the contrary, it was surrounding them as if it wanted to protect them. And in a burst of speed he disappeared from where he was to appear in front of Rizavam, who was recovering from the previous blow. Rizavam could only see Vali's eyes devoid of any emotion outside of anger and desire to kill. That cold look shook the super demon, he could feel true terror reflected in that look that was directed only at him. Vali with all his strength began to hit Rizavum with a clear desire to kill him. He kneed him in the stomach making him spit blood, he hit him on the back that sent him to the ground again, without even giving him time to breathe, he kicked him that sent him flying a little above the ground, Vali quickly appeared above him and grabbed his head to bury it in the ground and drag him that way to a small severed mountain. Rizavum couldn't even move anymore, the fight with Vali's loved ones had left him exhausted and now Vali's blows had caused him serious damage. When he thought that maybe everything was over, Vali appeared again giving him a strong paw in the stomach, causing him to spit out blood and create a crater. Vali was saying while he gave Rizavum a strong blow in the face, causing the crater to grow larger. "You're dead," Vali said to give him another blow and make the crater grow larger. No, he hit Rizavum again without any mercy. Dead in, new mind hit him hard again, each blow made the earth shake and made the crater he was in grow larger. "With my," Vali shouted, hitting Rizavum harder, letting out all his fury at seeing one of his beloved wives crying, and even more at seeing the others in that state. "Wives, disappear," he shouted as he took flight, and something began to come out of his mouth. "Reduce," screamed Vali and Albion letting out the deadliest attack that Albion had in his arsenal, the poison that can disintegrate even the very soul. That powerful attack went straight to Rizavum, who couldn't move and was barely conscious, when the impact didn't even give the super demon time to scream, when he completely disappeared for all the determination. Vali began to go down, and when he hit the ground he fell to his knees completely exhausted, however before he fell completely unconscious, some arms held him preventing him from falling asleep. When he looked up he could see that it was his beloved wife Lavinia, who had him tightly hugged while crying, then she saw her other wives by her side, a smile formed on her face. "Now I understand what my friend and rival feels when he fought for his loved ones, that desire to be able to protect them even at the cost of his life, was really placenta, since the reward was even more pleasant," Vali thought when he saw his beloved wives with a big smile, a smile that made Vali's heart happy. Vali raised his hand as best he could to wipe away his beloved's tears, while giving not only Lavinia, but all his wives a sincere smile full of love. "I love you," it was the only thing Vali said to fall completely unconscious, since the minute he had left of his dragon force had long passed. Vali's girls smiled as they got even closer to him. "We love you too," they all said with a smile that reflected love, even when Vali was unconscious, they wanted to express their love. After that, they stayed there next to their loved one, the person who had stolen their hearts, the person who loved them and promised to protect them. They stayed there in silence, a comfortable silence while they recovered, and they took care of their loved one in his rest. In a part of the city of Lilith, Ajuka was eliminating everyone who was in front since with the aura he felt previously he was able to realize that it was time to end this war, and with his troops, they quickly began the cleanup. And he was not the only one since on the other side of the city Saraerd Bale together with his peerage and the troops that were there began to clean the city. Throughout the underworld they began to attack with everything they had, and little by little the underworld began to gain ground, eliminating all the enemies. In the Citri territory everyone was surprised, both Lord and Lady Citri by what they were seeing, because when they felt that powerful aura that made them tremble with fear, they felt two powerful auras near them. Their surprise was great when they saw that they were nothing more, none other than Sona Citri and her queen Tsubaki Shinra, who gave off a powerful aura. And without warning, Queen Citri had disappeared under the gaze of some, while others could barely follow her. With her Naginata she appeared in the middle of a large number of evil dragons and rebellious demons. She began to quickly eliminate them, while Sona covered her from a distance. However, what surprised everyone was that the queen eliminated everyone who was in her field of vision quickly, causing her to quickly clean the battlefield. On Sona's part, all the members of the Citri family had their eyes wide open since at this moment she was surrounded by several spears of water and ice. When everyone saw how the Citri heiress handled the ice, they could not be more than surprised. Who thought that only Seraphil Citri could handle it? But great was his surprise that it was not like that, and what surprised even more is that he managed it very well, since he had also created two large snakes, one of water and the other of ice, that were cleaning the field on another side, while the spears covered them. His queen. Clearly that surprised everyone and left them speechless, however the truth was different since, although Sona knew how to handle the ice, she barely knew how to control it, for that same reason she also attacked with a water attack, since to handle the ice she needed excellent handling of that element. It wasn't long before everyone joined the two girls, even their parents joined the battle, quick minds clearing the Citri terrain. And he was not the only one since the other territories with difficulties began to clean their territory, although some did not have problems as in the case of the Citri, Phoenix, Bale and Gremory. In the Citri territory, clearly the help of Sona and Tsubaki, as well as their noble who were not far behind, was an enormous help, although this was only half of their peerage, since the other half was defending the academy that cost them so much, of course. Mind you, he wasn't going to leave her unprotected. In that place Saji, along with his wives and other girls, were destroying everything, since Saji didn't sit alone without doing anything. He had also been training all this time, clearly his level had risen quickly. In the Bale territory they clearly had no problems with eliminating anyone who dared to enter their territory. It clearly showed why they were the most powerful clan in the underworld, as well as the most influential after that burst of power, that they felt that despite the fact that they were scared, they didn't show it, they started cleaning their territory. Eliminating all their enemies quickly. In the Gremory territory, although they had had problems since clearly Riaz was no longer at the level she was at then, although they were able to hold on thanks to Gasper who, despite not having become very strong, was able to make a difference, thus like Kiba who never stopped training, plus some pieces of Surzich who helped in other parts of the territory. However, when they felt that powerful aura they were clearly afraid since it surpassed anyone who was present. However, one person realized that it was time to clean up their territory. Then Alana Gremory joined the battle with her husband. However, with the arrival of this woman the battle took a complete turn. With a smile that characterized her, a literal massacre began. Where she passed everything was destruction. Everyone was surprised. Even Riaz, since he never saw his mother show that power. Well, his Zeodicus Gremory looked at his wife with a nervous smile, since he knew what his wife was like, the one once called the strongest Bale, the one who had perfect control of her power of destruction. With her present the Gremory territory began to be cleaned and eliminating all its enemies, mainly Venelana, who had a smile when she let her power loose that she had not done for a long time. In the Phoenix territory, on the other hand, they had also had it a bit difficult since the number was larger, and the problem was that the two eldest sons of the Phoenix were fighting elsewhere, leaving only Lord and Lady Citri with their third son. And his peerage fighting alongside his soldiers and the other members of his clan. Clearly the situation was disadvantageous until they felt a powerful aura that made everyone tremble, but Razor was able to recognize that powerful aura and a smile formed on his face. It seems that it is time to end this, my beloved needs me, a voice was heard to which everyone looked, and it was none other than Ravel Phoenix who had bequeathed. When they arrived they felt other auras that began to rise, surprising everyone since they were really powerful, but to their surprise, they could feel an aura similar to those very close to them, surprising everyone to see that it was Ravel expelling that powerful aura. From Ravel clearly recognized the aura of her lover, and mainly recognized the aura of the others, and as one of the brunette's fiancés and future wives, she did not want to be left behind the others. For that very reason, she raised her aura. However, to everyone's surprise, steam began to emit around the blonde phoenix as the temperature around her began to rise rapidly, surprising everyone again due to the temperature emitted by the fourth daughter of the phoenix. Mainly, Lady Phoenix, who upon seeing her daughter like that, knew perfectly well that this was the result of being with the brunette, once again cursed herself for her stupidity and her pride since that time she appeared at her daughter's wedding. She sometimes comes, however, it can be seen that their relationship is clearly bad. Even both she and her husband could feel that their beloved daughter's now fiancé was still very upset with them for compromising his beloved and could not do anything since they knew that now that he was a dragon and considered his daughter a precious being to him, remembering what he was once told, never mess with a dragon's precious people. He had clearly made a mistake and didn't know how to fix it. Apart from Ravel, she was making the temperature rise more and more with a little trick that her lover taught her to make the flames of a true phoenix, those flames that turn anyone who touches them to ashes, and even though she was clearly lacking a lot, she had advanced very quickly under the gaze of everyone. She disappeared in a burst of fire and appeared at the head of a group of rebellious demons that turned to ashes just by being near her. My beloved needs me, so disappear. With those words, a huge number of enemy beings had disappeared with a flare expelled by the blonde phoenix that left everyone with their mouths open, but for her second attack, everyone jumped to help her. Clearly now things were different, and with Ravel's help the Phoenix territory began to be quickly cleared. Kyoto, Yaokai capital. Moments before. The fight was very close on both sides. Yasaka and Seraphil were having difficulties with Apophis, since the dragon was not alone, he had a large number of evil dragons, in addition to having adapted his dragon form. Michael and Athena are in the same conditions with Ai-Daka, and if they did not do something soon, they would lose since their enemies outnumbered them. At that moment, everyone present could feel a powerful aura that increased more and more, even the earth began to tremble violently due to the powerful aura. When they felt it, everyone began to be afraid and terrified, since it was an aura that surpassed every mind. And it increased more and more. However, two people recognized the aura perfectly, a big smile forming on their faces as they looked at each other, understanding what the other was thinking. At that moment, both Yasaka and Seraphil began to increase their auras, which were quickly taken away. it didn't take long for everyone to feel those powerful auras, and not just those of the two of them, since they were able to feel other equally strong auras that began to grow rapidly. On Michael's part, he was surprised to feel the aura of both girls, and he was not the only one, since Athena and the gods who were present were the same, and what left them speechless is that aura, which was already very powerful, began to rise quickly. The entire earth began to shake even more than before due to the powerful auras that were felt throughout the world. However, everyone realized that there were 4 auras that stood out from all of them, and one of them was in front of them, this being Seraphol, who was a little far from Yusaka. However, despite the fact that Yusaka had an extremely powerful aura, that of Seraphol continued to increase more and more. Michael was able to realize that of the 4 auras that stood out, 2 were sacred. He quickly came to the conclusion that the most likely thing is that they are Penemu and her sister, being the only ones who can reach that level for the moment, plus they are the ones who they are close with Issei. Although he also felt the aura of his ace and a smile formed on his face knowing how strong he had become, and he was also happy because he knew what his heart was suffering from not being with the brunette. Yusaka had now become a great kitsune, while 9 blue flames lit up clearly in her tails, everyone could feel that great power. On Seraphol's part, she continued to increase her aura, leaving everyone impressed that it rose even more. Everything around the Mayu began to freeze quickly, just as the temperature dropped rapidly. Under the astonished gaze of everyone present, that aura that was so cold began to surround the Mayu, making it so that no one else could see it, but after a few moments that aura let her see it again. However, everyone had their eyes like plates and mouth open when seeing the Mayu's new appearance. Seraphol had undergone a great transformation. Her hair was now white as snow, her eyebrows and eyelashes had also turned white, her skin became completely pale as if it were porcelain, her entire outfit had changed to a beautiful white dress with light blue touches. However, what had shocked everyone even more was the look that the Mayu had, since it seemed like she was another person. Even Michael was looking at her with his eyes wide open for undergoing such a change. Seraphol had a completely serious look, more specifically she had a cold look, clearly those beautiful eyes that were still the same, but her look was totally different. She was no longer the Mayu Leviathan Seraphol, there was no other person in front of them, a very cold person. Only Yusaka was calm since she had already seen that form when they trained with her lover, what he called her the Ice Queen, both for her power and the coldness she gives off. Under the gaze of everyone and without any of the 2 girls seeing each other, they began their joint attack. With a single movement of the Mayu's hand, half of Apophis's body surprised not only Apophis, but everyone present. To an even greater surprise, she had disappeared from the sight of almost everyone, being Michael and the gods who could see her, and were surprised by the speed even having such a large body. They approached the evil dragon and gave it a strong bite, causing it to gasp in pain. However, thanks to that, it had freed itself a little from the ice that imprisoned it, turning into a shadow. It appeared a little away from the kitsune, which did not take long and hit him. I launched a large flare of blue fire to which the dragon also launched a flare, but when the blue fire quickly hit the dragon's flames with mine, making the attack stronger. Apophis preparing for the impact that never came since before impact Ai-Da-Ka had appeared, who was the same in his dragon form, protecting both with one of his spells. However, out of nowhere, and without being able to react in time, Seraphol appeared next to Apophis. And with a movement of his hand a large eye spike came out of the ground, stabbing Ai-Da-Ka in the abdomen, and then screaming in pain. Apophis was going to attack the Mayu, but when he barely took a step he was knocked to the ground, while claws embedded themselves in his body screaming in pain. It was clearly Yusaka who took advantage of the evil dragon's carelessness. Yusaka wrapped Apophis with her tails, leaving him completely immobilized on the ground. Ai-Da-Ka was going to help him with a spell, but when he was halfway through he spit out a large amount of blood through the spike that is piercing his body, so he tried again. But Yusaka threw a flare of blue fire at him, making him move a little away from Apophis. Seraphol, who was in the sky at a high altitude, created 3 large spears of ice and fired them at where Apophis and Yusaka were, and without either of the 2 dragons being able to do anything, the spears hit Apophis, one in his body, another in his throat. And the last one on his head, immediately killing the evil dragon. Everyone was surprised by the display of power that the 2 girls showed, eliminating an evil dragon like Apophis in just a few moments. However, that did not end there since Seraphol with a movement of her hand, created another spike that came out from the ground trying to pierce Ai-Da-Ka, but he took flight, narrowly avoiding the attack, or that was what he thought. Since Yusaka ran quickly in his direction and thanks to Seraphol creating a small mountain of ice from which he launched himself, he reached where the dragon was who was surprised. He quickly launched a lightning bolt, but Yusaka launched a flare of blue fire, from where upon impact an explosion was created, but Yusaka passed through the explosion, falling on top of Ai-Da-Ka, causing both of them to begin to fall from where Seraphol created 4 large ice spikes. When he fell, Daka let out a loud rigid pain, as those spikes had pierced him from side to side, while freezing his insides. Issei separated from him, while Seraphil raised both hands and said, 0 degrees, with those simple words a tone surrounding the dragon that could not even scream when it had frozen completely. Issei whipped it with her tails, destroying that statue that was formerly Daka. Clearly everything was in complete silence, since it seems incredible that both girls eliminated 2 evil dragons, and even more so knowing the level that Daka and Apophis were at. "Michael, it's time to end this war," said Seraphil, who appeared near the blonde to which he only put on a very serious expression. Seraphil began to walk towards where his enemies were while freezing everything he passed by. Without wasting time, Issei and Seraphil began to cleanse the entire zone of war, and not long after Michael along with Athena and the other gods joined them, quick minds began to cleanse Kyoto of all enemies. Underworld agrees. In the city of Agrees, a unilateral massacre was taking place, since Office had arrived for the Mayu Asmodeus to go to help at the gates of Tartarus. At that moment all those present, as well as most of the dragons that were accompanying Office and Kuroka who had gone with her, felt a powerful aura that made hell itself tremble, because of how powerful it was. The terror invaded everyone present in the city except for 2 girls who had a big smile on their face when they were able to recognize her aura. Moments later they felt other powerful auras making the place shake even more. However, the 2 girls who smiled earlier also recognized them. Issei, it was the only thing Office said to have a serious look as he let out a huge part of his power, making the entire place shake. "I'm not going to be left behind, Naya," Kuroka said with a big smile, while also letting out her aura. Clearly Kuroka had become a really very powerful being. Everyone present had their eyes wide open as they felt the aura of the 2 girls, although Office was normal knowing who she was. However, about Kuroka they had really been surprised, since her aura was stronger than everyone present in the place except for Office. "It's time to finish this, Naya," the Nekomata said with a big smile as she rushed at great speed to where there was a group of shadow dragons and several fallen angels and renegade demons. In a single moment she had eliminated everyone. Office, however, did not say anything, and just by raising her hand, she eliminated almost 15% of all the enemies in the city. Everyone present began to tremble when they saw that power, but not much happened when another group led by Tannen, who had come to help since his territory was now safe, he headed into the fight. Several dragons followed him to continue the unilateral massacre that was taking place in the city of Agrees. Asgard. Moments before. Literally, they were having another one-sided massacre, although clearly there were few of those in the place that were more than enough. That small number of Valkyries and heroes who had quickly eliminated the enemy without letting them mobilize, in addition to the few gods that were clearly they mentally eliminated everyone who passed through the defensive they had made. Roswis was one who was directing all of Asgard's defense and offense. Although she initially refused, her grandmother convinced her because she knew what she could do, and she did not disappoint her. The silver-haired girl had done a great job, reorganizing all the soldiers and setting up a defense that was clearly massacring anyone who approached. However, in the middle of the battle while Roswis was giving the report to Odin and his grandmother who was next to the god, they could feel a powerful aura that surpassed everyone. Even Odin was with his eyes open as he felt that aura. He surpassed him, even when he was young in his prime, that aura surpassed him by a lot. However, the Valkyrie recognized that aura and a beautiful smile adorned her beautiful face. It was clearly visible to the god and her grandmother, surprising them by seeing her smile like that, since it had been years since she had smiled like that. Issei, it was the only thing he said to run away since for some reason he knew what he had to do now. While he was going to the battlefield, he wanted to release his aura when he felt the aura of the other girls who recognized them, that although his aura was not very powerful, it was something that should be taken into account. This fact surprised everyone present when they saw the Valkyrie in that state, and even more so the aura since it was clearly very powerful. Go on the offensive, it's time to end this war, the Roswis ordered, to which everyone was surprised, but when they saw how many Asgardian circles appeared on Rosiwias's back, ready to open fire on the enemy, none of them hesitated more and quickly, they left the fight of attrition, and moved on to eliminating everything that is in their field of vision, while it is an enemy. In this way, a massacre began, if you call it that, since the enemy could not even defend themselves, they did not even know how they died, and it was not strange since, unlike the other factions, Asgard is a place where almost everyone is a soldier, whether they are Valkyries, heroes or even gods. It would be suicide if they attacked this faction without a good offensive, something that the enemy did not have. Underworld, limits of the underworld, entrance to Tartarus. Moments before. At that moment a great battle was going on all over the battlefield. Surzich was literally killing the god of the underworld from Greek mythology since, even though the god is very powerful, he was not a match for the red-haired Mayu, as long as he used everything his power. And that was because Surzich did not hold back throughout the fight and attacked with everything in clear intentions of killing something that the god could barely control. However, as the battle took place, Hades was losing more and more land. And he was not the only one, since Graphia Lucifuge was fighting. She was fighting with Pluto in a fairly even fight, although Graphia had a small advantage. However, even so, the fight was really very intense and very destructive, since where they passed they left great damage to the place. Ulio, Griselda and Apollo had literally devastated the enemy army along with their troops, since not long ago the Asmodeus had arrived with a great battle and began to decimate the enemy army. Although they were still a lot, he was gaining little by little. On another side of the place, the seal of Samuel was being carried out. However, it has been like this for a long time, since the being should not be sealed, causing it to try to release more than once. The sealing group really had big problems. However, LaFay still did not give up. She was determined to seal the being that once killed her lover. She was going to fulfill the mission her lover gave her, and she was going to reunite with him. At that moment, all places felt an enormous aura, which increased more and more every second, surprising everyone greatly, since even the earth and the underworld was shaking due to the powerful aura that was felt. However, LaFay, she was clearly able to recognize that powerful aura, and immediately both she and the others felt that they were in the place. They felt how other really powerful auras rose, that although they did not reach the level that the first one had, they were really powerful auras that even made him tremble even more. But LaFay also recognized those auras and, not wanting to be left behind, he let his aura completely come out. Clearly everyone who was present was surprised by that powerful aura that the magician gave off. "It's time to end this war, don't hold back anymore," the magician said, but everyone around could hear her. Immediately the entire shield of magicians released all their auras. In formation, the magician immediately ordered half of the magicians who had Samuel restrained, released him, went down to the ground to where the seal people were, and positioned themselves in a specific position, causing the seal to change completely, making it unusable. The suction was twice as strong. However, without those who were holding him, Samuel attempted to escape by breaking several chains that were holding him. However, LaFay created several magical circles from which more chains came out, imprisoning Samuel, and thanks to that Samuel got closer and closer to the seal. Well, he tried to get away desperately, but he couldn't. When he was close enough, LaFay smiled. "That's why. Activate the seal," the magician ordered to receive a high from everyone. That portal completely changed color from black to white, from which several black chains emerged, beginning to trap Samuel, who roared louder and louder. Everyone who was nearby was watching everything with amazement and horror as Samuel was held by those black chains. The chains that came out of the portal began to surround him, causing the golden chains to be completely destroyed, which Samuel took advantage of to try to fly, but he couldn't since the black chains released him, and even though he tried to get away, he couldn't. Many more chains. They came out of the portal, holding Samuel from all sides, from his wings, torso, neck, and with a last rigid gesture he was dragged to the portal while the magicians deactivated the spell, and LaFay sealed that dimension for all eternity. But that mission done, LaFay along with all the magicians helped eliminate the army of dead and reapers. Although she wanted to go see her loved one, she had to finish here first. But Samuel over, LaFay saw Graphia fighting with the most powerful reaper of all, Hades' right hand, so she decided to go help her. While both were fighting, exchanging weapons, Pluto being his side, Graphia had an eye spear, and in an exchange, a lightning dragon hit Pluto from behind, weakening the attack, making the silver-haired girl take the opportunity to freeze part of his body, immobilizing him. LaFay casts another lightning spell at him, but this one is much more powerful, leaving the Grim Reaper with damage. Graphia created a huge amount of ice spears, while LaFay created several lightning spears and covered her with wind magic. Clearly Pluto was completely surrounded, one false moment, and it would be his end. Clearly the Reaper who made his weapon disappear stayed in the same place without saying or doing anything. Clearly he had surrendered, since the truth was that he did not want to make this attack. However, as a good soldier and right hand of his boss, he obeyed him. Without grinding, and even though he was going to fight to the death, just by looking in the direction where his lord Hades and the Mau Lucifer were, he could tell that his lord was going to die, even if he were to help him. He would die just the same since his power does not reach that of the Mau, and even though he could beat the queen of the Mau with the intervention of the magician, he could no longer do anything. He silently gave the order to retreat. They had already lost a lot, and if they lost more, he would not be able to keep the Totters functioning. The Fates, as well as part of the army, began to challenge each other, to which Graphia and LaFay saw Pluto, who simply stayed there, without saying anything or doing anything. But the withdrawal of much of the army, they were able to win quickly as they began to gain in numbers. In another part, near the gates of Tartarus, they fought a fight that was already ending, since the difference in power there between the two is great, despite the fact that both were beings with tremendous strength. Hades was with large wounds while Surzic stopped one or another serious wound, since the aura of power that surrounded him worked like armor. Although the god managed to overcome that defense and managed to give him one or another wound, he only had 2 serious wounds. But not mortal compared to the god who was completely seriously injured. His body was broken in different places, however, even so, he did not give up, and he knew that the Mau was not going to forgive him, since from the beginning of the fight he was trying to kill him. "It's time for you to die," Surzic said in a serious manner, being surrounded by a crimson aura, while Hades was being surrounded by a black aura. They both disappeared when they appeared, they both bumped fists, creating a wave of seeing. However, in a quick movement, Surzic gave him a strong blow to the chest and a kick to the face, making him take several steps back. Hades quickly ducked, avoiding another kick, and gave one to the red-haired Mau. However, the Mau grabbed his leg and threw it against some rubble, and then launched a torrent of power of destruction at him. When Hades emerged from the rubble, the Mau kneed him and then slammed him to the ground. Surzic decided that it was time to finish. He took a little distance from Hades and gathered a large amount of power of destruction in his hands. Little by little it formed a sphere. Hades, who saw that, quickly incorporated himself into how he could eat. He did the same thing, only with death energy. He knew that if he received that attack he would disappear. For that reason he gathered all his power, he compressed it into a sphere. He had no strength left, so that was his last attack. The Mau, upon seeing that the god was doing the same, gathered even more power of destruction. That sphere began to turn increasingly black because of the compressed power it had. When he saw that it was completely black, he threw it at Hades, to which he also threw his own. When those small spheres collided, they grew enormously, creating a shock wave, destroying everything that was in the place. Both individuals were fighting for dominance over the other. However, a difference could be seen as the Mau sphere began to grow more and more little by little, while it absorbed the energy of death, or rather destroyed it, since the power of the destruction was more powerful. Hades only saw how his last attack was absorbed little by little, while that great sphere of power of destruction grew more and more, his attack disappearing and heading to its place. In the state he was in, it was impossible to dodge it. However, when he was by impacting him, Surzic caused the energy to explode, causing Hades to be trapped in the explosion. The huge explosion could be felt throughout the place. While the entire place trembled from the great power, everyone nearby was surprised to see that explosion. A few moments later, when the smoke dispersed to where Hades was previously, there was a huge crater. However, in the center of it was the god, completely unconscious, with serious injuries. Surzic had not killed him even though he wanted to, because he always respected Zeus, and even though Hades was an enemy, he was still the brother of the god of Olympus, so he decided to leave him alive out of respect for him, but clearly mind will receive a great punishment. Little by little he began to descend to where Hades was while he was transformed. When he reached where God held him, and he flew towards where his squad was fighting. Even though Hades was seriously injured, he did not care in the slightest. To the Mau, and he took him like this. After all, the only thing he feels for the god is contempt. And now, with the last enemy, Indra alone had fallen. All over the world and the factions, the battles were winning little by little. Even in some places they had already ended, but there was one place in which they were still fighting, the most important place of everyone. Human world, Russia, somewhere in the north of the country. The last and fiercest battle was taking place. However, the difference in power was now abysmal. Indra was on the ground with serious wounds while he looked at his enemy, who was floating in the sky calmly. Frustration, anger, wrath, fury were the feelings that invaded God. On the other hand, the figure in the sky looked at Indra with a serious but calm look. He was being surrounded by a calm aura, but clearly gave off overwhelming power. "It's time to finish this, Indra," said that figure calmly while Indra looked at him with a lot of anger. The war was increasingly at its end, since everyone felt that powerful aura that made the world tremble. They began a counterattack in all parts of the world. The alliance quickly began to win little by little. The entire enemy general was now dead, and only all the troops that these generals had under their command remained. In all parts of the world, the alliance eliminated everyone who was in their territories. However, they gave more importance to the evil dragons and the shadow dragons, these being the ones that had a higher level of fighting. In this way the war came to an end faster and faster, with the one who started all this being the only one left standing apart from his troops, who, without a leader, were quickly eliminated. And speaking of him, Indra was currently lying on the ground with several wounds, while he looked at the sky at the being that caused him all that damage with great hatred. Since Issei had awakened all his latent power, the battle had swung completely in his favor. No matter what the god tried, nothing worked. That power that came from Issei had the god very scared, since it was an extremely enormous power. But what terrified him was feeling divine power, something that only the gods were supposed to possess. But it was also different, since that divine power was much more powerful and pure than anyone had ever felt. Despite the fear he felt and using the power he stole from Trihexa plus his power, they could not do him any harm, and only 5 blows were enough to leave him on the ground, unable to move due to the great damage it caused him. With great difficulty Indra stood up while looking with anger and hatred at the brunette who looked at him from above, with a calm but also very sharp look without saying any words. "Damn," Indra shouted while he was surrounded by a black aura, this being the power he stole from Trihexa, and he quickly launched himself to tie him up, using his maximum speed. Indra appeared in front of the brunette trying to cut him off, however the brunette only put his sword in front and blocked his attack easily. Indra disappeared again from everyone's sight except for the brunette and appeared next to him to attack him again, but in the same way Issei only put his sword and blocked his attack, even though Indra's attacks were useless. He never stopped, he disappeared and appeared in another place trying to kill Issei, but he only easily blocked it with his sword. They stayed like that for a while, however, despite Indra's speed and attacks, Issei had not moved from his place even in centimeter, causing the god's anger to increase more and more. Indra separated a little and began to gather rays in her hands, but these were totally black, since she had fused them with the black aura of the Trihexa, and with a big psychopathic smile, she threw those rays at Issei. However, this one, alone mind stood there looking and simply raised his hand and pointed his finger in the direction that attack was coming from. In front of his finger a small and tiny red sphere began to form that little by little became a little bigger until it was the size of a finger and he threw it. Clearly at first glance, that small red sphere was nothing with the powerful attack of black rays that went to Issei, but when both attacks hit that sphere, it completely destroyed Indra's attack. When he got in front of him, he narrowly avoided it since it almost hit him. He saw how that small sphere collided with a mountain and made it disappear without any effort. He couldn't help it. Indra was afraid, he knew that if that sphere had hit him, it would have disappeared from the face of existence, since he doubted that even his soul would survive that. Indra saw how Issei began to walk in the air calmly, as if he were walking on the earth, even though Issei had wings, he did not use them, being now a primordial god, controlling gravity was very simple for him, and it was not the only thing he could do anymore. And now that Issei had fused with Drag, he had access to all the knowledge that Drag had in its entirety and knew many things, too many, like magic of all time, clearly that even though Drag couldn't use it, he did know it. And thanks to the fact that he was now a primordial god, controlling this magic was very easy for him, since in that transformation, the brunette could feel everything, auras, presences, he could even feel the same magic in the world. Indra saw how little by little he approached him, she couldn't help but be afraid, the truth was he was terrified, no matter what he did, he couldn't even do the slightest harm to the brunette, and feeling that look that the brunette was giving him didn't stop. Feeling like a rabbit in front of a tiger. In a moment Indra saw how Issei disappeared and then saw that he was on the ground again, he didn't even realize how he got there, he saw Issei where he was before in the sky, then he saw his stomach, he saw how the armor fell. It completely destroyed him, and then he saw how his stomach began to feel great pain. Ah, Indra screamed in pain as he spit out large amounts of blood, while his eyes were wide open. He only saw how the brunette had disappeared in just a millisecond, and that alone was enough to send him crashing to the ground without him he realized, even his body had not realized, a few seconds had to pass for his mind and body to understand what had happened. Again Indra tried to stand up as best she could, but the damage was really a lot of blood was dripping from her mouth, her whole body was trembling, she no longer knew if it was because of fear or because of the great damage she had received. Indra looked at Issei who was in the sky calmly looking down at him, as if he were superior to him, but despite his displeasure he felt that this was the case, he felt that the brunette is very above him, and that made him angry. So much so that even his eyes were red, just like his angry face. Damn it, Indra shouted as that black aura gradually increased, making the entire place tremble due to the powerful aura. A powerful pressure was felt throughout the place, those who were fighting in the valley were thrown to the ground, regardless of whether it was an enemy or ally, by the powerful pressure that came from the god. Even the gods who were present could not help but fall to the ground. However, despite that powerful pressure, the brunette was calmly in the air as if it were nothing to him, while he continued to look at Indra with the same stoic but sharp gaze, making the god even angrier. "Don't make fun of me," the god shouted as the black aura continued to grow due to the hatred he had, his eyes changed, his sclera turned black, while his eyes turned amber. His body began to turn black as black scales began to emerge, Issei observed this with an analytical look. Apparently that power consumed him, his anger must have been too much to allow himself to be possessed by that dark aura, the brunette thought as he saw the transformation that the god had undergone. "Ha now with this power I will rule the world ha, Indra shouted, clearly consumed by hatred and letting madness dominate him. Indra disappeared from everyone's sight, appearing in front of the brunette, giving him a strong blow to the face, but it did not end there quickly. He continued hitting the brunette, chest, stomach, ribs, chin, face. Each blow created a small wave of seeing when they impacted Issei's body, due to the power they carried. Ahahaha, now you can't do anything, die, hahaha, Indra said like a madman in complete ecstasy. Everyone looked at this from the ground, since they could not move due to the pressure that the god gave off. The alliance looked at this with surprise, amazement and frustration, since they saw how Kitano was receiving all those blows without being able to do anything. Indra gave him one last blow to the face that sent him crashing into a mountain. Ahahaha, that's what happens to you for messing with me, hahaha, Indra said and laughed with a deranged mind. His sanity had disappeared, now he was just a being that was moved by madness, hatred and the great desire to kill. At that moment the brunette walked out of the rubble calmly under the surprised gaze of everyone, seeing him so calm, but also seeing that he did not have even a small wound apart from the ones he already had previously. Issei looked at Indra again, to which he put on a very angry expression, since he could see in that look that he was inferior to him. Damn, die, Indra shouted with hatred, launching a powerful beam that hit Issei, creating a huge explosion that sent everyone flying. But again Indra saw how the brunette walked calmly out of the explosion, without any injury. When she was going to attack him again, she saw how the brunette had disappeared from her sight and then saw that he was looking at the sky without understanding what was happening. The brunette had appeared in front of him and had given him a hook in the face, however, he did not stop there, he gave him another in the chest, another in the stomach to which his body twisted from the blow, he gave a knee to the face, a kick to the ribs, and he continued with that combo again and again. His speed was so much that Indra had not even realized what was happening, his body was receiving a great punishment that not even his body felt. With one last blow to the chest the brunette stopped and took 3 steps back. A few seconds passed when Indra's eyes returned to normal, however now they were white without the iris. A large amount of blood came out of her mouth, then the god fell without even knowing what happened. He only saw the sky for a moment, then the ground again and then saw how everything darkened. Falling to the ground with large bruises all over his body, his entire body. He had broken bones and torn muscles. The brown man saw the dying god, raised his hand and a flame formed in it, but unlike normal ones, this flame was an intense red color. Blazing inferno of scorching flames, said Issei, and that small flame fell on the totally dying body. Little by little the flames began to burn it completely. Issei turned around and started walking away, while Indra's body burned, but then he stopped and looked at Indra again, who couldn't help but be surprised, because the aforementioned was standing still on fire. A black aura surrounded him, he raised his hands. And a large sphere of darkness began to form. How could the brunette be surprised since Indra was there being burned completely, even his soul was being burned, but he was there without saying a word. If I'm going to die, I will take you with me, Indra shouted. Well, that sphere of pure darkness took on a large size. The brunette put on a serious expression when he saw that attack, since he could see that it was not a game. Issei, already tired of this, decided to kill the god in an attack, although he was dying little by little from its flames. He raised his hand with an expression, a magic circle was formed, he quickly began to gather energy, forming a small green sphere that began to grow. Another circle appeared around it, but this one began to form the same red flames as before. Ahaha, die, the god shouted with a smile, and then launched that sphere of darkness that quickly approached Issei. Long-Ina Smasher Inferno, said the brunette, a powerful beam the size of a person shot from that green sphere. Well, he was surrounded by the red flames that surrounded the laser. Those flames were the same flames that could turn even the earth into ash. Same soul, Issei had fused it together with his most powerful and forbidden attack at the same time. The lightning struck that sphere, but when it did so, that sphere was completely destroyed by the attack of Issei that continued straight towards Indra, whose smile disappeared when he saw that attack. Without even moving, that attack hit him directly, disappearing Indra instantly, even burning his soul. That day was the day when a god had died and a new primordial god had been born. At that moment Issei stood looking at the place where Indra had once been, that not even the ashes had remained. The brunette was completely surrounded by a red aura. When this disappeared, the brunette could be seen again in the same state he was in before he transformed. His wounds bled again, and his body, due to all the damage he had received, was damaged. Began to collapse. Issei began to fall on his back little by little, while his consciousness was lost. However, before he fell to the ground and fell unconscious, he felt that someone was holding him, so that he would not remain silent. As best he could, he turned his head to see who it was. He was pleasantly surprised that it was not just one person, but several. Those who held him were nothing more nor less than those people who were the light of his life, his motivation, his happiness, and the owners of his heart, were his loved ones who had come to help their loved one when they finished in their respective places. Even Ika had arrived, and it was not just them, all the leaders of all the factions had arrived to help, but the only thing what they could see when they arrived was that powerful attack that had disappeared Indra easily. Clearly, everyone had a chill running down their spines just by seeing that, and it was even stronger when they saw the brunette and felt his aura. Clearly, some could not tremble with fear since it was an extremely powerful aura, and feeling it so calm made them even more afraid. The girls in Issei gently held him and lowered him to the ground, laying his head on the Fae's legs while he healed his wounds, and all the others surrounded him without saying anything. The brunette could see the worry, fear and mainly love in the eyes of each of them. He couldn't help but smile because of that under the gaze of his loved ones. "They know something," the brunette said with a calm but very low voice, although everyone could hear it. "I love them," said the brunette with a smile and a look full of pure love as he looked at each of his loved ones. "Thank you for loving me so much, thank you for being here with me, but mainly thank you for taking me out of that darkness that invaded me and becoming my light, a light that I wish to appreciate for all eternity," the brown-haired man said lightly in a low voice, while a small tear ran down her cheek, and everyone couldn't stop her from crying when they heard her beloved's words. He says thank you for loving him so much when he is the one who loves them so much. He says thank you for being with him when he was the one who was with them when they needed him most. He says thank you for bringing him out of the darkness when he was the one who had smoothed out that darkness and smoothed them out. I teach how beautiful the world can be. He says thank you for becoming his light when he is responsible for illuminating their lives, and mainly they are the ones who yearn and desire with all their hearts to remain under that beautiful and brilliant light. All the girls had a lump in their throat. They wanted to tell the person in front of them so much. They wanted to tell him what he meant to each of them, tell him how much they love him, how much they need him. They wanted to tell him that without him they are not nothing. However, none of them had the words to come out, and the only thing they could do was give them their biggest and most sincere smile full of love and say the only words they could articulate. "We love you," they all said at the same time while tears ran down their cheeks. They couldn't say anything else and couldn't help but cry. After everything they have experienced in this war, more than one had mixed feelings toward Issei, while others were sad. They became much stronger, but one thing was certain, they loved him with all their heart and soul. The brunette only gave them one last smile, and little by little fell into a deep sleep. Fae had healed her beloved as best she could, making him out of danger, and thanks to Kuroka and Yusaka, her body regained some strength too that he began to heal little by little on his own. However, mental fatigue was something else. For that very reason the brunette was now deeply asleep. While his loved ones stared at him, despite everything they could not help but blush a little when they saw what cute how the sleeping Issei looked. He looked so calm, relaxed, so vulnerable, but clearly they did nothing since with what happened they knew that their loved one needed a lot of rest and he was going to have it while they took care of him. He always took care of them, protected and loved them, now it is their turn to take care of him, protect him and love him. And with that the war was over, a hard and fast war, but also the hardest and largest the world had ever seen. With great care, the girls took their loved one to the underworld, more specifically to the Citri hospital, since even though they cured the brunette, they decided, upon Seraphul's recommendation, to take him to his family's hospital, to have him checked more thoroughly, since he had a little afraid that the last transformation would have reprisals for him. They all immediately accepted, since they did not want anything to happen to their loved one. Clearly Seraphul gave the order to let all of them stay or go to take care of the brunette. When they checked on the brunette, the doctors told him that the only thing he needs is to rest, however, that they were going to keep him under surveillance in case something abnormal happened. In this way Issei was asleep for a week in which none of his loved ones were separated from him. Some took turns to take care of him, while the others rested or did their homework since after the war, there were many dead, in addition to the destruction that occurred. It was given. Seraphul, Gabriel, Penemu, Elmenhild and Yusaka were the girls who had the most work, and they all had a high position in their factions. However, they were always attentive to their beloved, and every day they went to visit him. The others were the ones who stayed with him to take care of him. He was never alone, one of them was always there. During that week Issei received several visits. All the leaders of the factions came twice asking about the brunette's health, since in the end they cared about him. He had earned the respect and admiration of all of them. Although those who were Azazel, Auden, Michael and Surzich always went to visit him and Vali, since they realized that their fight was not easy at all. After that week we can see the brunette waking up little by little, and the first thing he saw when he woke up was some hair lying on his bed. Looking carefully he could see that they were Tsubaki, Irina, Ika, Ravel and Tiamat who were deeply asleep. A smile formed on his face when he saw them, seeing how beautiful they were while you were sleeping. "It seems like you're finally waking up, buddy," the brunette heard his friend's voice in his mind. "Drag, how long have I been asleep?" the brunette asked his friend. Just a week later, apparently the damage was serious, but with the help of the magician and the two yokai your body healed perfectly, and you only had accumulated fatigue from the damage caused by the battle, Drag answered calmly. Upon hearing that, the brunette was happy and breathed a sigh of relief. However, the brunette then put a serious look into nothingness, remembering about their fight. Drake, how did we obtain that transformation? The brunette asked since he really didn't know that power. Although he had knowledge of his force dragon, that transformation was something extremely unknown to him. He didn't know where that power came from, simply that chant came to his mind, and without realizing it, he was already reciting it. When that transformation came and he fought against Indra, he felt strange, it was as if it were him, but at the same time it wasn't. He felt so good at that moment, he could feel that tranquility, it was a unique feeling. The truth is, I don't know either, Drake said, analyzing the situation a little since he was the same as the brunette. At that moment they both heard a voice. I can explain that. When they heard that voice, they were both surprised, but they clearly recognized it. Trihexa, but how is it possible if you should be sealed, the brunette said without being able to believe it. And I am, what you are hearing is just a small fragment of my power that I put in you, in case you couldn't beat that god. However, it seems that it was not necessary, and now I'm just disappearing, said the Trihexa, to which both dragons opened their eyes in surprise. The power you obtained in that fight is really surprising, it even surpasses me in power. When the Trihexa said that, it clearly surprised both dragons again that they couldn't believe it. You're being serious, Drake said without being able to believe it. Yes, as you know, your dragon force is the union of your powers, giving way to a completely new power. That's why the change they had. However, I always felt that that transformation was missing something, and when I saw the fight I realized that he was really missing something, said the Trihexa, while Drake and Issei paid attention to him. The only thing you needed was something that motivated you to overcome that great barrier that separated you from your true power, and at that moment when you were about to die, your females helped you overcome that barrier, giving you total access to all that power, Trihexa said calmly, while the brunette was surprised and happy. He couldn't help but look at his loved ones and smile because in that moment of need, he felt the aura of all of them, who helped and supported him to get up and not give up, to be able to fight by his side. That made the brunette smile, and thanks to that he was able to emerge victorious from that great fight. The force dragon that you had can be said to have only been half of your true power, since at that moment, you could fuse your powers. However, to properly control that new power you needed to also fuse your souls. That way they could achieve true power, the Trihexa explained, surprising both. The reason why you feel so strange is because by uniting your souls someone new is born, or let's put it that way, by uniting your souls, Issei, being the owner of the body, maintains his consciousness, but his attitude changes because he also acquires consciousness, attitude, knowledge and Drake's way of being. That's why you feel so strange since they were you. But at the same time they weren't. I tried to explain as clearly as possible, but even so the topic was very complicated. That surprised the two dragons, but now they have that feeling they have when merging into a single being. Well, I'm leaving, now the power I put in you is dispersing. I hope to see you again, Haidu Issei, finished saying the Trihexa, leaving the entire place in complete silence. Well, it seems that we need to train a new mind to control this transformation, but for now all I want is to be able to spend some time with my family, said the brunette with a smile of having processed everything that the Trihexa had said, while caressing the head of Irina and Ravel, who were the closest to him. You're right, partner, for now I don't think a rest will hurt, so I'm going to rest since I'm still tired, Drake said, saying goodbye to his friend since by fusing with Issei, he also feels everything he feels. And in other words, he also felt all the pain, tiredness, fatigue, although he does not have a body, his mind is extremely exhausted. Rest, partner, the brunette said while he continued caressing the heads of two of his loved ones, while he saw how they woke up little by little from the caresses. Irina and Ravel woke up little by little, they looked up to see who had woken them up, but only to see a smile that the brunette gave them. The two were surprised to see their beloved awake. Issei-kun, Sama, they said out loud before throwing themselves on top of the brunette, hugging him very tightly while they clung tightly to him. After all a week had passed without their beloved, they clearly missed him. Thanks to the loud scream the other girls woke up when they saw their beloved awake with that smile that they loved to see. They didn't take long either and threw themselves on top of their beloved, to which the brunette could only smile even more because of that, now that he felt wanted and loved. It's good to see you girls again, said the brunette, to which they were all tightly clinging to some part of the brunette. We are also happy to see you again, Issei-sama, Ravel answered, already missing her beloved's voice. Where are the other girls? The brunette asked, a little curious, hoping nothing would have happened after he lost consciousness. They are busy with their work, however, I am going to let them know that you have already woken up, Irina said, while she quickly created a magic circle, but it disappeared as the brunette saw it with function. When the brunette was going to ask what he had done, several teleportation circles, revealing the other girls of the brunette, who as soon as they saw their beloved awake, they jumped on him. A moment later Surzich, Michael, Azazel and Auden arrived as they had also been informed that the brunette had woken up. However, when they arrived, they only saw his hand coming out of the mound of girls that were quickly crushing him. They went to save. Some time later we can see the recovered brunette sitting on the side of his bed, with Office and Ravel sitting on his legs, Lefay and Kuroka in his arms, Tsubaki and Sona in his hands, and Serafal and Elmenhold hugging him from behind. The other girls were close to him, a little jealous for not being able to hug their lover, however he told them to make it up to them later. The which they accepted. However, they still stayed close to their lover, since the simple aura what he gave off was enough for them for the moment. It's good to see that you're feeling better, Issei, Azazel said calmly with a smile on his face. To be honest, I'm just a little tired, but nothing out of the ordinary, the brunette answered calmly. I'm going to inform the other factions about your recovery, Surzich said calmly, to which the brunette only nodded as a sign of confinement. Auden, move your hand just 1 centimeter more, and I swear it will be the last thing that hand touches, the brunette said out of nowhere, so that everyone could see that Odeon was centimeters away from touching Kuroka's butt, who was hugging the brunette from an arm. Auden calmly removed his hand while laughing calmly. I would appreciate it if you didn't try something with any of my wife's ones again, the brunette said, giving him a look that promised a lot of pain, while his eyes were like those of a reptile and his fangs stuck out a little. Clearly, a chill ran through the 4 men when they saw the brunette's look. Even Auden, for the first time, promised not to touch a single hair of any of the girls who were with the brunette, since that look said that, if he would be able to, for on the other hand, Kuroka was with a big smile, although she was also blushing when she saw how overprotective her lover was. Clearly that fascinated her, seeing him so possessive and aggressive really turned her on. And she wasn't the only one since they all had the same smile and a blush just like the Nekomata, since they liked how their lover defended them. However, there were 4 girls who were really excited by the dominant action of their lover. These were Office Tiamat, Yusaka and Kuroka, who their instincts told them to make their lover theirs, for him to claim them fiercely, but they controlled themselves already. Given how their loved one is, they knew they couldn't since he's barely getting better. After that the 4 men understood that they should never, ever touch any of Issei's women, and if anyone did so, be it another being, may God save him from Issei's fury. They were talking calmly about some things, mainly about the alliance, but the brunette made it clear to them that he will not be the head of that alliance, although he can be the intermediary for some situations, he will not be the boss. However, Michael informed him to the surprise of him and his loved ones that all the factions had named him ruler of the world, being now the most respected and powerful being, in addition to Surzich telling him that they had sent him a lot of marriage requests. From all over the world where there were humans, vampires, magicians, yokai, demons, fallen, even some angels wanted to meet him, and let's not talk about Asgard that Auden told him that now they venerate him as if he were much more than before. Clearly all the girls wanted to start another war, although they shared the brunette and they have no problem, that is because they all already knew each other, plus they all had a past with him, and they all knew that their love was genuine, not like that Kuroka's bunch of harpies as I call them. Gabriel felt like going to heaven and having a nice chat with all those angels who wanted to meet their beloved. Serafal felt like exterminating certain clans, while Penemu thought about whether Grigori would have defenses against explosions, and Yusaka thought that there are many female yokai. It wouldn't hurt if some of them disappeared. And they were not the only ones since the others were the same. The 4 men who were present hid behind Michael, who was with the same calm smile, but clearly he was dying of fear. He even gulped when he saw his dear sister. She gave him a very sweet smile, too sweet for him. Surzich was praying to the god of the Bible, Auden was praying to the god of perverts, and Azazel was tightly hugging a book that he had used some time ago in Grigori to spread the word of his only great god, that his sect praises, before a certain Kabir completely destroy said sect. The brunette could only smile when he saw his loved ones like that, and he couldn't deny that he liked seeing them like that. He gave each one a small, short kiss to calm them down, something that worked, making the 4 men in the room breathe with new tranquility. Mind. After discussing a few more details, the 4 men disappeared, leaving the brunette with his loved ones who spent time together. The truth is that that day and the following days they took time off to be with their loved one. They almost lost him again and out of fear, none of them left. I wanted to get away from him. The brunette found out that the Grimoire had come to see him, but Ika, Tiamat, Office and Ravel who were taking care of him at that moment did not let them pass. That surprised him a little. However, he stopped caring, since what they do with their lives was no longer up to him. Even though he doesn't hate them, he doesn't care either. The brunette continued with his life quietly, taking charge of his company with the help of Lefay and Ravel, in addition to some other things such as business with the Citri Academy, one or another problem with the alliance that was improving every time, little by little. The alliance was not governed by anyone, but everyone had a voice and vote, only one representative per faction. If in any case a decision was left undone, either because some did not want to vote, they gave Issei the decision, and what he said was done. He had clearly gained everyone's respect quickly, due to the way in which he developed. And everyone could see that the brunette was a pacifist, that if anyone threatened that peace he would quickly eliminate them, something that everyone was aware of. It seemed like everyone wanted to live in peace and quiet. The truth is that the brunette's life became a little busier, but everyone, absolutely everyone knew that the first thing the brunette had as a priority was his family, and he showed that when one of his loved ones called him in the middle of a meeting, and he answered telling her that office wasn't feeling well. He hadn't even finished when the brunette had already left the meeting without caring about anything. At another time they complained to him, however, he told them that the first thing is my family, and the second is the rest, how they want me to be responsible, and just when something happens to him, family, the people who helped me when I needed it most, those who gave me their support and his love, he clearly left everyone silent and decided not to touch the subject anymore. After a while something happened that made it very clear to everyone not to mess with Issei's loved ones, since at a party organized by the underworld, Issei along with his loved ones were invited. However, the heirs of the Stolas, Salos and Bareth houses, they tried to overdo it with Kuroka, Ravel and Lefay. Clearly they had to call all the Mau, Seraphim and Caber to calm the brunette since he almost exterminated the three houses. Well, everything was a disaster since Issei man sent the mass, Caber and Saras flying everywhere while leaving the faces of the three heirs unrecognizable. His loved ones saw this with tranquility, although the three girls who wanted to as they passed by, they had a huge blush with a smile that they couldn't take off when they saw their loved one so overprotective of them. It even excited more than one to see him act like that. When the disaster was over, he had to gladly satisfy them. From that day on they understood that they should never mess with one of the girls in Issei, although the truth is that something similar happened some time later, but in reverse. A large group of girls had kidnapped the brunette when his guard was down. Clearly the brunette's lovers found him tied and gagged about to be raped by a large number of women. Let's say that day there was a great massacre. Some time later the brunette held an informal party at his house so that everyone knew where he lived. Among the guests from the demons were the four Mau, the lords and ladies of the houses Gremory, Citri, Baal, Phoenix and Agares, among them. They included the Gremory, the entire peerage of Sona, Saraerg with all his peerage and his beloved mother, Ravel's three brothers with all his peerage, Sikvara and his peerage, in addition to Issei personally inviting Ryu Zipper and Vali, could not be missing his wives. Literally all of the angels were all the seraphim who were accompanied by some of their aces and queens, since they all wanted to know where their dear sister lived. Of the fallen, the truth is that only all the Cabers and a small group with them came who agreed to go to the party immediately in order to get away from work for a bit. From Asgard there were only Odin, Gondal, Thor and a few other gods, and a small group of Valkyries. Kyoto was only Kunu, Kaneko and her husband, as well as some other yokai. And on the humans only came one or another like Vasco Strata, Lord and Lady Pendragon and Irina's father. There were also some vampires and dragons, including Tannen. Although there were quite a few people, the place had more than enough space. Everyone was surprised by the house where Issei and his loved ones lived. In the case of the relatives of Issei's loved ones, they were more than satisfied, since they saw that they can live very well there, and clearly they will not lack anything. Although the Gremory had a sad look when they saw the house since they imagined that this was their home that they shared with Issei, they even imagined their children running all over the place. As it was an informal party, everyone had fun in different parts of the house, although only the second floor was the one that no one could enter, since that was where everyone's rooms were, in addition to the special room that none of them wanted anyone to notice. But outside of that everyone enjoys the places. Some of the girls who went were in swimsuit sunbathing, while the waiters and waitresses served them, although not just them, since there were also several men who wanted a break, and that was their time. Some were in the pool relaxing. The whole place had a large space and places to sit or talk for everyone's enjoyment, plus for those who love fights. Issei next to Lefay had reinforced the barriers of the training fields by if someone wanted to have a fight, the barrier was so powerful that they could fight with everything, and it resisted. In addition, the aura, the blows or anything else, did not affect anyone outside the barrier, since it absorbed it, and incredibly, there were enough that they wanted to have a confrontation. Although some were to surprise the women who were at the party, but the truth was that everyone could enjoy that party. The party went until late into the night where the couples enjoyed the night and the beach to spend time together, although Issei's wives and some other girls took a great rest in the hot springs of their home while talking to each other. That day Issei gave some people who could stay if they liked, as was the case of Griselda who accepted immediately, Gondal, Lord and Lady Pendragon, Irina's father and the parents of Ravel and Sona and Serafal, mainly to improve the relationship, since she did not want to have bad terms with the families. Although the phoenix clearly had certain roses because of what happened with Ravel, that she had spoken with her lover and he gave the phoenix a new opportunity. Just one look was enough for the brunette to know that several couples came out that night, surprisingly of different races. Time was passing peacefully. Issei's life was for the better. He was always attentive, loving and very affectionate with his loved ones, while Issei's girls couldn't ask for anything more. Each of them was happier than ever to be with her lover. Even though there were many girls, they never felt forgotten or that they no longer wanted or loved her. Since the brunette showed each of them every day, without exception, how important they were to him. In that way, time passed quickly. 8 years had already passed. The brunette was currently marrying the last of his loved ones who was missing to become a wife. Thus, during these 8 years, the brunette married each of them, although at first they wanted them all to go at the same time. The brunette had told them no, since that moment was special for each one, just as it was with Le Fay. Although at first they didn't care, as each one formed the wedding they wanted, they got very excited, and that way each one had their special moment with the same man with the wedding they had dreamed of. The first was Le Fay, who although they had only been married for 2 years since the brunette had returned, they renewed their vows with the wedding that the magician had always wanted. This took place in the human world in the lands of the Pendragon family, which received a large number of supernatural beings and magicians. The second was Office. This took place in the territory of Tannin, where literally all possible dragons went to see that event never seen before. The dragon goddess of infinity was going to get married. Even Great Red had appeared to everyone's surprise. The third was Kuroka that took place in Kyoto, since Kaneko forced her because she only wanted to have a quiet wedding, since the simple fact that being the brunette's wife made her the happiest woman in the world. But Kaneko forced her to getting married in Kyoto, being a quiet but quite beautiful wedding with only the precious people of the Nekomata. It was undoubtedly a memory that he always keeps in his heart. Osaka was the fourth here. It was the largest wedding ever held. All of Kyoto was celebrating that day. In addition to the other natural guests, it was one of the largest and most beautiful weddings that Kyoto has ever had. The fifth was Tsubaki. This took place in the underworld in the Citri territory. It was a quiet but very beautiful wedding, since she had always wanted a wedding of that type, only the people precious to her, with only her friends being there, her classmates, her sisters, her best friend and her lover was a dream for her. Irina was the sixth. Michael was going to tell her that, in heaven, but she denied. She wanted to get married in the Church of Cow, the land where she met and fell in love with her lover. Clearly Michael accepted her humble request, and it was he himself who cased to both to the joy of the brunette. It was the wedding that she had always dreamed of. The seventh was Ilmenhold. It was a wedding that took place throughout Romania. The entire vampire faction celebrated this union, and Ilmenhold could not wish for anything more than to be her beloved for all eternity. Ravel was the eighth. One day before the wedding she visited the Barbados family, since she discovered that they were planning something for their wedding, and let's say they had a small and harmless talk, where she told them that if something happened that day, the underworld would be left alone with 33 pillars, since one would cease to exist. The next day nothing bad happened or went out of plan. Ravel had her wedding as she has always dreamed of, and marrying the man she loves, adores and who had completely stolen her heart. She was extremely happy, and that was already seen by everyone. That throughout the day that beautiful smile that adorned her face never went away. Lady Phoenix could not help but be happy to see her daughter like this, since she could see that joy was legitimate and not like her mistake back then. The ninth was Seraphol. Here literally the entire underworld celebrated this wedding, all the clans, the Mayu, as well as the supernatural beings from other fractions, and of course, since the Mayu Seraphol, clearly the most coveted woman in the underworld, was going to get married. That day Seraphol was wearing a magical girl dress, but it was clearly a wedding dress. The brunette was wearing the dress of the couple that Seraphol had chosen. It was clearly the wedding Seraphol had wanted. If at first she thought that her lover was going to denying out of pleasant shame was her surprise that he was the one who proposed that idea to her. She couldn't help but jump into the hugs of her lover. At that moment she felt like the happiest woman in the world to be able to have someone like Issei by her side. On the 10th it was Aika. She had a simple, quiet wedding. It was in Cow outdoors in front of her parents' grave. There were only a very small number of people that the brunette considered true friends, in addition to her sisters. It was a small wedding. Her style was that of a dragon. Since she was now that or at least half of it, it was simple, but for the brunette it was simply perfect. The 11th was Gabriel. When the world found out about this, a second war almost broke out. Gabriel got married in the Vatican that day. Rome was literally invaded by supernatural beings, angels, demons, fallen, Asgardians, yokai and almost 85% were man. No one could believe that the most beautiful woman in heaven was going to get married. Almost the entirety of heaven was present. The wedding was carried out by Michael. During the wedding everyone cried, the women because they were women and the men because they did not believe that this is happening. Azazel looked like a Magdalene crying. Auden looked at the brunette with respect, while tears ran down his cheek for having achieved what no one could do. All the men were crying inconsolably. However, a girl came to their head and they all came back to see Penemu since she, along with Gabriel and Seraphel, were some of the most coveted women in the entire natural world, thinking that they would protect Kaber so that she would not fall into the clutches of the man who already has two very coveted girls. Unfortunately, the illusion did not last long since a few months later Penemu was the 12th girl to marry Issei, and with that the illusions of all the men fell. Penemu married Grigori. It was a great wedding, all the fallen ones were not one was missing, whether men or women, everyone was present. The men looked at Issei with its god. The wedding, although it was large, was extremely beautiful. Clearly, Kaber did not ask for anything more, she felt extremely happy, and seeing her the little boy on her finger couldn't stop smiling. She had finally gotten married and with the person she had fallen in love with and who loved her just as she is. The 13th was Tiamat. She like Office the wedding took place in the territory of Tannin. All the dragons had introduced themselves, since everyone knew the most powerful dragon queen, although now and for everyone's information she was named as a heavenly dragon by Office and Great Red who also attended. That day was the happiest the dragon had ever experienced. And it made her extremely happy to know that they were going to see even better days than that since knowing that you are with the person you love was more than enough for you. Every day was like this. Sona was the 14th girl to marry Issei. The wedding took place in the Citri territory, however, this was an elegant but also very simple wedding as Sona had always wanted. All the clans were, and clearly the Mau. The wedding it was beautiful. Sona did not ask for anything more than the simplicity that she possessed enchanted her, but the elegance made her look beautiful. That day was forever recorded in her memory, mainly that beautiful dance that she performed with the man who is the owner of her heart. All of this happened in these 8 years where it took us to the present day where we are in Asgard celebrating the wedding of Roswus and her beloved Issei. The wedding was carried out by Odin himself, with his wife and his son Thor being at his side. In the room was full of gods, heroes and Valkyries, the latter looking with great jealousy at Ross to see who she would marry. Among them was Ryu Zephyr accompanied by Sakvara Agars, who had a small 2-year-old child in her arms, since in the end, he had become engaged to the heiress Agars. It was curious since years ago they bothered her because she didn't have a boyfriend, because she was never going to get married, and now years later she was marrying the man most coveted by the entire natural world. A little far from Odin was Roswus's grandmother, Gondel with small tears of happiness, while she had a baby in her arms. Seeing her beloved granddaughter at this moment filled her with pride and happiness, although her previous husband already made her happy. She knew that he was a man with a noble heart, she knew that it was not their destiny to be together, but now seeing her there with the brunette, she could not bear her happiness, since she knew that this was her destiny. Next to the brunette, who was his first Wadalip, he took care of her and protected her. On Roswus's part, she was extremely happy, although she had previously been married, she never had this feeling that she felt at this moment. Happiness did not fit into her, she wanted to cry, to see her beloved brown man at her side, while she gave him that full smile of love for her. She did not ask for anything more from life, other than a child of her beloved. The other girls in brown were also present. Office had in her hands a small 3-year-old boy who was looking at everything with great curiosity. This little boy was none other than Hajim Haidu Ouroboros, Issei's first son. He had hair like his father's, but instead of brown it was black. His eyes were inherited from his parents having the same heterochromia. His right eye was green and his left was purple. Beautiful eyes in the words of Office, since when he always saw them he remembered his beloved. This little boy extremely loved by the dragon, being her first son, he loved him more than his own life. Next to Office was Gabriel, Penemu, Seraphel, Kuroka and Yusaka with some children a year younger than Hajim. Gabriel had had a child with completely blonde hair like his mother's and light green eyes. This child was Idio Haidu, the angel of heart named after Michael, since his name means man with a big heart. Penemu had a boy with brown hair like his father, but his hair was completely straight like his mother's. He inherited his father's heterochroma, so he has his eyes. This boy was Alex Haidu. Seraphel had a beautiful girl who had her hair yellow with 2 pigtails, while her eyes were a beautiful violet. This little girl was Celestina Haidu Citri, Issei's first daughter. Kuroka had a child with brown hair, hazel eyes with feline pupils like his mother. This child was Isao Haidu, the long-awaited son that Kuroka had wanted for years, who at this moment had him in her laps while playing with him with a big smile full of love and affection. Yusaka had a little girl with beautiful golden hair just like her eyes. This little girl was Katsumi Haidu, Kunu's younger sister. Next to them was Tiamat with a 1-year-old girl. She had brown hair and had inherited her father's heterochromatic eyes. However, outside of those 2 details she had inherited her mother's features. This little girl was Leonor Haidu. During these 8 years the brunette had already had children with some of his wives, while others were waiting for their son or daughter, as is the case of Lefei, Sona and Tsubaki. The other girls decided that it was not the time yet. In addition to them, the brunette had a beautiful daughter whom he was currently marrying. Issei had a daughter with Roswas, who is with her grandmother. She is the girl that Gondel had in her arms, a beautiful girl who inherited everything beautiful from her mother. She had silver hair and beautiful blue eyes. This little girl was Siriana Haidu. If the brunette definitely didn't ask for anything more from life, he already had everything he wanted. "I love you, Issei," Roswas said with a big smile and a look full of love at her now beloved husband. "I love you too, Ross," said the brunette while he placed a beautiful silver ring on her and then kissed his now beloved wife. And that was the end. Finally, I've always wanted to finish this fic until the latest chapter. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the epilogue. With that, take care.